Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 4, Number 12, Grimmauld Place.
That was so many things to say.
It was so many things. Dark Corridors, Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 4, Number 12.
We're on the right spot. I'm on the same thing. Yes,
Okay.
yes, indeed. Oh, man. You want to know what I was thinking about while you were doing the intro for no reason is that both of our names have 8 letters.
Oh my gosh, all of my kids' names have the same number of letters.
Do they?
Well, in a
Wow.
manner of speaking. Like Luke, Nick, Nate all have the same number of letters, but then like Nathan and Nicholas and Luke don't.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
there is that.
And Luke is not like long, is not short for Lucas or
It
anything.
certainly is not.
Ooh, wow. I mean, I knew that I was asking for them.
Yeah,
I was
okay,
was
good,
there
yeah.
when he was born, like
Yeah.
well, or shortly thereafter.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, he's just Luke.
but what I think is funny is that like I would have assumed that you never would have said that modifier worked because like you are J, the letter J,
Yeah.
and I am like Ben.
Yeah.
But I would assume that you would say that our names both have 8 letters.
I mean, yes.
Right.
Right.
Because Jonathan and Benjamin.
Because Jonathan and Benjamin have 8 letters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why this is relevant, and most
It's
people
really
are,
not.
People are like, I'm clicking away.
Well, otherwise, the only reason I was really thinking about it was because just this very morning, Nate at the breakfast table was like, "Daddy, do you know that Nate just has 4 letters in it?" And I was like, "Yeah, so does Nick and Luke."
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So this I've teed you up rather nicely
Yeah.
for this particular fun fact.
Right.
Okay, I love it. But you want to know what has 12?
What?
The number of Grimmaulds in a place. That was terrible.
The number of houses.
The number of houses. Because after all, when it's not 7, it's 13. And when it's not 13, it's 12. And when it's not 12, it's 11.
It's 12 quite frequently.
It is 12 quite 12.
12.
It's 12 quite often. Yeah. So number 12, Grimmauld Place. I have a lot to say because what we have here depicted for our chapter art, first things first, is 5 different house elf heads mounted on the walls. And as I was looking at them and examining them, I was like, wow, it's very interesting that their noses must not be genetic because they all have different noses. Like number 4, as I've numbered them, has quite the pig snout.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see it.
Of a nose. And I remember that like Dobby sort of has like the long, thin nose, kind of like a pencil,
Yeah.
whereas like Winky has like
Like
this,
the tomato nose.
I believe it's tomato.
Okay.
But you know,
Well.
yes, indeed. If you're going to get these things right, you may as well do it the right way.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The tomato, like as in what you use to make catsup.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And if you ask me, number 1 has a Dobby nose. Number 2 has what I'm going to call maybe Aladdin's lamp nose.
I'm going to call it, they cleaned the windows too well. Nose, you know?
Okay. So maybe it was like a long pointy nose,
It
but then
was,
like
but
it slowly kind of got upturned
Yeah.
from. Okay. Number 3. How do we best describe?
I mean,
number 3?
he probably has the best nose of the lot.
Oh, okay. So just the breadwinner.
Just the breadwinner.
yeah, like this is the house elf that was like on the cover of like Vogue.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. As house elves often are.
Yeah, Dogue is what they call it.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Yes, that's really good. Then we've got 4.
Then we got Pig Snout.
Pig Snout, which,
We've talked about.
I was like, oh, it's like a little Tonks reference or something.
And then we got Rumpelstiltskin here.
Or Carrot.
Carrot. Okay.
Maybe,
You call it- I mean-
maybe Olaf, depending
Sure.
on how you want to describe it. But what I think is really funny is that I didn't remember this particular detail. But when Harry does walk in and see all of the house elves mounted to the wall, it specifically says that they have the same nose.
Well, they sure don't.
Well, and that, yes.
This is why Harry wears glasses, man.
A closer look showed Harry that the heads belonged to house elves. All of them had the same rather snout-like nose.
Well, not all of these are snout-like even at all. I give it to maybe 2 of them.
To maybe like 3 and 4, with 3 sort of being, as we previously mentioned, really the looker of the bunch.
Really the looker.
Right,
Yeah, definitely
yes.
the handsome one here. I have to say, despite judging their noses, the entire scene is, I would say, disturbing to say the least.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, like the idea of mounting the former servants of your house's heads on your wall.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a weird move.
Yeah, it's really weird because it reminds you, like, if you were to take like Downton Abbey, for example, where you sort of have like upstairs and downstairs.
Sure.
It'd be like if all the people who used to live downstairs had their heads mounted to the wall. You know what I mean? That's kind of what's happening here.
It's kind of what's happening here. It's bad. It's bad. It's not good. I'll tell you that much for free. And I feel like it does also like really distinguish how remarkable it must have been in Griphook's eyes that Harry buried Dobby.
That is extremely true.
Right? Like I don't know whether or not this can't have been fashionable.
Well, because Griphook would know about like how these like high wealthy wizard families like, you know,
do their business.
Yeah. He'd have been like, yeah, all these crazy, well-to-do, wealthy families are really bad with like house elves and other. This is no different as far as like that Fountain of Magical Brethren is concerned from also mounting a goblin head to your wall, you know, like it's just another intelligent species.
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous. I mean, it really is. It's not great. So kind of an unusual and dark depiction we have going on there. The other thing I think is kind of interesting, not interesting. This is something that I did for the longest time. And I want to say we were like years into making videos before someone corrected me. But I always read it as Grimmauld. I just read it. I mean, in the same way that like I think our dad read us prefect as perfects.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it clearly is Grimmauld.
Yeah.
But I think maybe even just like where I was like listening.
I mean, two M's next to each other, it's easy to work a W out of there.
Yeah. Like Grimmauld.
Yeah.
Grimmauld.
Yeah. Grimmauld Place.
And then there's like Grindelwald, which is probably
Grimmauld.
Yeah. So it's sort of there, but yeah. So I wrote on this one Grimmauld.
Okay, Grimmauld Place.
Yeah.
But of course, Grimmauld Place is just a play on the words Grim Old Place.
Grimmauld Place.
Yeah,
that's exactly what we're going for.
Which is what it is.
Yes. Would you like to kick us off with the first sentence?
Well, of course, Ben. So this chapter kicks off. What's the order of the Harry began, and then the dragons arrived.
It literally seems like the dragons are interrupting
Harry. Yeah. Have those shirts come in?
They have come in. I believe that they're in my vehicle though, and not physically present. But on tour, there will be some special, and then the dragons arrived.
Yes,
shirts.
There will be. I am so excited for them,
dude. We have like the merch on tour is so fun. It's like I don't know what it is about the people who come in person, but I'm like everyone's gonna have a bigger sense of humor.
Yeah.
And like, not that we even go that wild with it, but you know, it's like, this is fun.
That's why we ordered extra of the Dead Cedric shirts. Which
no, we didn't.
We did not make those.
We would never take the joke that far.
Yet.
Probably. No. Okay. We need to get into the story.
Yeah, probably.
Here we go. But so basically what we have going on, in case you don't recall from the last chapter, is Harry has been collected from number 4, Privet Drive, and has been brought 3 times later over to number 12, Grimmauld Place. That's a math joke.
That's a math joke.
That's a math. Yeah. So 3 times 4 gives you 12.
Yeah.
They are now standing with
and Privet times 4 gives you Grimmauld.
That's how math works. Yeah. They're standing in front a Muggle street, looking at numbers 11 and 13, wondering where on earth number 12 may be, because Harry was just read the slip of paper from Dumbledore that says the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12 Grimmauld Place, London.
There you go. What's interesting to me is that he has read it, but still can't see it. And Lupin has to be like, think about it, understand what you've read, and then it appears.
I know. Yeah. But it's kind of nice though, because as you're reading it, like right away, Harry lands, he's looking up at the order, and he's like, he gets cut off halfway through asking like, what's the Order of the Phoenix? And Moody's like, not here, boy, wait till we're inside. And Harry's just like looking,
and then
up.
a little bit longer actually.
Yeah, then a little bit longer. And Harry's just trying to like figure out what's going on. And then I love how like Lupin just immediately goes back to like good teacher mode.
Of course.
And he's just like, think about what you've just memorized, said Lupin quietly. And it's Lupin's nudge that kind of like gets him there. So I feel like Lupin's just a good instructor.
Of course.
In this particular way. But yeah, then basically what we have happen, and I actually feel like the film depicts it reasonably well. For something that I tend to think like when I watch the movie, I'm always like, this seems so dramatized, but then it's really not. Like it pretty much is what's happening. Like it's almost as if number 13 just fills in the space.
But it's interesting, like how it's doing this, because like the rest of them can already see it. Only Harry is watching this expansion.
Oh yeah, good point.
Right?
Good point, because they've already been introduced.
They already know.
Yeah.
So it's like slowly growing into place, but just for Harry.
Right.
Because the rest of them can already see it.
So the thing is, physics don't matter.
Don't matter at all.
Yeah,
This is very much like the night bus and like stuff jumping out of the way and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's I've never considered that before, but that's a very good point. And it says the stereo number 11 thudded on. Apparently the muggles inside hadn't felt anything. What I love in the film depiction is there is an aquarium. That's like kind of like jiggling.
Oh, that's funny.
And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. They got an aquarium in there. Because in case you didn't know, I used to do aquariums. That was like my job before doing Harry Potter things.
Oh, did you?
So yeah.
No.
Do I bring that up a lot?
No.
Oh, okay. I was like, well, gosh, now I'm kind of embarrassed. I mean, I know it's a humble brag to affiliate yourself with aquariums and everything, but
Yeah,
like,
Ben. Okay, we get it. You gave up a career in fish
yeah, for
to
this.
talk about Harry Potter for a living.
Listen, I'm cool.
Yeah, I got it.
Anyway, Harry walked up the worn stone steps, staring at the newly materialized door. Its black paint was shabby and scratched. The silver door knocker was in the form of a twisted serpent. There was no keyhole or letterbox. So this is kind of like one of the, like, I feel like the front end of this chapter is really kind of doing this like odd thing to Harry where he has been waiting and waiting and waiting for answers as to like what on earth has been going on. And it's really odd because he's finally been collected by the people he wants answers from.
Yeah.
And he is going to be force-fed more questions basically 1 second after the other, like instead of getting answers.
Yeah,
so
pretty
it's like
much.
he believes I'm finally going to start getting answers. And instead it's like, why are we in front of this odd, scary looking, dank house that just materialized out of nowhere? It looks super shabby. And then like, as he gets inside, like everything's going to look like a dark wizard would live there, which of course the Black family prior to Sirius would have been.
Yeah. Other than Sirius, they definitely thought Voldemort had the right idea.
Exactly.
Is what he's going to say. To me, I'm also surprised as we get the description of the house. It's like, how long has the house been abandoned?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let's see here. So I believe that Sirius's mother doesn't die until shortly after Regulus dies, I think.
Okay.
And Regulus dies 15 years prior to now. And I think that Sirius has moved out of the house ever since he was 17.
So like 14 years, I guess.
Yeah, I think we must be in the territory of like
14 years of abandonment here.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. So because some of the stuff, like, if there's like peeling paint or whatever, or dust on stuff, like that makes sense. But like the threadbareness of the carpets, it's like that wouldn't change, right?
I've often had this exact same thought as well. Yeah, because it seems quite odd to me that everything would be so run down, because you would assume, and I think even like in Deathly Hallows, when Creature starts to become like the house elf that feels respected because he's been like awarded Regulus's locket and he like has a better kinship with the trio. Like it seems like all of a sudden the copper pots are gleaming and like the fluffy hair in his ear is pearly white or whatever. Like, there's all these like fun descriptive words as like how much better the house looks so quickly after Creature is like kind of switched gears a little bit on where he stands on things. And yeah, you're right. Like it's like, it doesn't seem like the house should be like beaten up so much as like kind of just like dirty and filthy. And all I can assume is that like maybe that's like where the magicalness of the creatures that live in there, especially once you get into the next chapter, it seems like there's like things living in the curtains, there's things living under the bed, like like maybe there's just centuries of weird oddments that left unattended were able to kind of like take over and start.
Because you'd almost have to assume all the stuff that's in the house was in the house to begin with, because otherwise the house is protected by like the Fidelius charm.
Right.
Well,
would it be protected by the Fidelius charm?
Well, I don't know. I guess it's protected by like, there's a lot of like anti-muggle spells on it. Maybe not like anti-magical pests, I guess.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true. The other thing too.
No, but like Because it's like when in Deathly Hallows, there's like a line where it's like the citizens of this street had long since accepted the joke that they'd forgotten the number 12 or something.
Right.
So it's like muggles can't see it at all, but I guess maybe other magical things can, even if it didn't have the Fidelius charm on it.
I think that seems possible.
Okay.
I think that seems possible.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I mean, they're effectively hiding in plain sight is what I feel like is coming down to it.
Yeah.
But who they're hiding from is a completely different question. And the Fidelius charm is such a specific thing. It would not be easy for visitors to stop by him, which I don't know whether or not, Mrs. Black would have been entertaining all that often, but
Who knows?
Seems possible.
Yes, it does.
Anyway, so they make it inside the house, and Lupin's like, get in quick, but don't go far inside and don't touch anything. And this is like another one because that seems odd and like unnecessary. I mean, not unnecessarily spooky, but it's like certainly setting a tone.
Yeah,
but
they make him going first into almost total darkness.
Right. It's like why are the people are occupying the house? Why are the lamps not on?
Why are the lamps not on?
Yeah, I mean,
right? They're expecting them.
Right. Maybe this is just like the foyer, like the place you enter from, and maybe it's like a separate room from everywhere else. Maybe it helps prevent, I don't know, like light can't be escaping. You can't see the house.
Yeah.
So I have no idea. Then there's this horrid description of he could smell damp dust and a Swedish rotting smell.
Sweetish.
I hate.
Not Swedish. Sweet-ish.
It's like Swedish.
Swedish.
Ugh.
I know.
It gives me the
It's not
shivers.
great. Why would it be sweet and rotting?
Right. Let's see here. Yeah. So Moody's standing on the top step. He's the last one to enter. He's releasing the balls of light for the put outer that had stolen from the street lamps. And there's kind of like this temporary brief glow as the street lamps outside come back on. And then he shuts the front door and it becomes completely dark again.
Right. And then Harry still has the disillusionment charm. So he lifts that from him. So I guess he still wasn't able to be seen there while they're just standing out there, which must have been like there's like a whole group of people out there that people could see. But not Harry. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. So honestly, good on Lupin to be able to like lean over and like whisper in his ear, like, now imagine what you've just read.
Yeah.
And
it's just like, talking to nobody.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. And then here, this is a very, I don't know. Do you think this is intentional foreshadowing here? It says the other's hushed voices were giving Harry an odd feeling of foreboding. It was as though he had just entered the house of a dying person. Right? Because Sirius will die in this book. And this is his house.
It's his house.
It is the house of a dying person.
I could see it. I mean, I don't know how fully intentional it is, but to me, an English teacher would have told me it was foreshadowing, and I would have been like, I don't get it.
Sirius is going to die, but he's not dying yet.
But he's not currently. It's not like he dies of like an ailment that he already possesses.
But it's like a wink. It's like a wink to the reader. A dying person.
A dying person's home.
A person who's in the process of dying by the act of existing as a character in this book.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. If you say so, Mrs. Price.
Right. Yeah.
I will put down the correct answer on the test, but I don't agree with it.
Yeah, that was our 9th grade English teacher. Anyway,
this is what I thought about Mrs. Price, our 9th grade English teacher.
Yeah.
Was that every year, no matter what grade you were, it was like evident when the Romeo and Juliet test was.
Literally, like you would have a whole quarter of the school just seemed like slumped.
The freshmen were like in sorts.
It was so hard.
Yeah.
It was such a difficult class, but also one of those that was impactful and sort of sticks with you.
Yeah.
Anyway, then we have another little like nod. I feel like it's a very small one, but it says he heard a soft hissing noise and then old-fashioned gas lamps sputtered into life. So I have like the selection of soft hissing noise, especially with all the other snake-like paraphernalia around.
Right, yeah.
That's no mistake.
You're right. I did not take it that way. Yeah, right. That's very good. It's very good. So then, it's the flickers over the insubstantial light over the peeling wallpaper and threadbare carpet, which I don't know why the carpet would be so bad unless the blacks were just also keeping a threadbare carpet.
Well, they could have had moths.
I guess. I guess they could have had moths.
Like people put. I remember as a kid, the only reason I ever really think about mothballs because I've never used them personally is I remember Dad had a jar of them in the basement when we were kids, and I went and unscrewed the lid because they were these white marbly looking ball things. And I was like, oh, they look kind of fun. And I breathed in way too hard.
Oh no!
And I swear I think I took some brain cells away from myself that day. So anyway, moths.
Mothball. Do you have mothballs at your house now?
No.
Me neither.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, if at this point, if a moth eats my jacket, then I'm just going to have to get a new jacket.
think you need a lot of moths, right?
I believe so.
I don't know.
But I think an unoccupied space is more likely to have them.
I guess so.
Yeah. Maybe somebody with a severe moth problem can let us know.
Let us know. I always think now of the scene in Cruella. Have you seen that movie?
Cruella, no.
Oh my gosh, you should watch that.
Okay.
It is quite good. It is a very fun movie.
There's an excellent mothball moment.
There is a great moment that everyone listening knows. I won't tell you. Anything.
Okay. Sounds great. Yeah.
But anyway, let's see. Both the chandeliers and the candelabra on a rickety table nearby were shaped like serpents. Everything in this, it's like, what this to me, it's like, it's supposed to make it feel like it's like a dark wizard here, but the only reason it would be snakes is because they were all in Slytherin. So this would be like if you went to your friend's house and literally everything in the house was like themed around their high school mascot. You know? It's
right,
sort of
yes.
like, okay, we leaned in a little hard, I think.
It's like you can see we were the knights in high school. That was our mascot. And so like you can see my knight shaped lamp, my knight shaped chandelier.
Yeah.
He's my knight fiddlesticks. I don't know.
Yeah.
Does everybody have fiddlesticks? What are fiddlesticks?
I don't know. Fiddlesticks? Is that like a game?
Maybe it's a game.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Candlesticks. This is my night themed chandelier. Be like, oh, were you guys like was it like a big deal? Were you guys like a big deal in your high school? It's like, well, there was an upperclassman my son really looked up to. So
naturally, we
went all in.
We molded our whole lives around it that.
Yeah.
Mrs. Weasley is going to be the first person to greet Harry, who is already in number 12, Grimmauld Place, which I just think is an interesting piece of trivia to sort of like store away. She's the first one to come out. She is beaming and immediately comes over and gives him a rib-cracking hug. And says, it's lovely to see you. And I know I've brought this up a bunch of times, but I really just love how Molly loves Harry.
Gosh. I know the description of her too is that she was rather thinner and paler than she'd been last time he had seen her, which, if you'll remember, has only been like 5 weeks.
Yeah, it hasn't
been that long.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and I think a big piece of that, and we're going to hear more about it later in the chapter, is because of Percy's departure. And to me, I think especially when you pair it with like what she sees with the boggart here in a couple chapters as well, the woes of Mrs. Weasley, it's definitely, I think, like the like element of having her family fractured is weighing on her in a huge way. But that is something that like a lot of people in the wizarding world seem to talk about the first Wizarding War as like one of the elements, like broken families and these things. And so it's like, it's interesting because it's not just families that are being broken apart by death. It's like, this is a family being broken apart because like one person is like opted like out,
right?
You know, of the whole situation.
Well, we were just writing a video today about like that letter that Lily wrote to Sirius, and part of the letter in there, which I suppose the letter's in the house with them now, is that Lily saying, we wish you could have come to Harry's birthday, but the order has to come first or whatever. Right. And that's sort of the same situation here. It's like, I'm really broken up about the Percy situation, but the order has to come first.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, this is where like the onslaught of more questions start to like just rain on Harry because he's finally made it there. He's finally like in the place where he should be able to like hear, you know, like what's been going on? What is this place? What is the Order of the Phoenix? I have so many questions. I'm about to explode, and he really is. And basically right away we get this like ambiguous, he's just arrived, the meeting started, which I think he must be in reference to Snape.
I think it's Snape, yeah.
Because Snape is there specifically to give a report on whatever he knows is going on.
Seems like it's really difficult for Snape to get away from like the Death Eater circles to come give his reports.
Exactly. Yep. So Harry made to follow Lupin in to listen in on what's going on with the meeting, and this is where Mrs. Weasley holds him back and it's like, no, Harry, the meeting's only for members of the Order of the Phoenix. Ron and Hermione upstairs, and it's like, what?
Yeah. Excuse me now. Also, what is the order? Can someone please just tell me that?
Give me anything.
Give me anything, but no answers at all.
Right.
There we go. And then he says, and keep your voice down in the hall, she added. I don't want to wake anything up. What she's talking about specifically is the portrait of Mrs. Black.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Because as she is like guiding him to the staircase to go up to the room, it says that she was pressing her finger to her lips. She led him on tiptoes past a pair of long moth-eaten curtains.
Oh, they do have moths.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Look at that. Behind which Harry supposed there must be another door, but it's obviously not a door.
not.
It is Sirius's mother.
Yep.
And when it opens later, he's going to be like, it could have been a window. It was
Yeah.
the most realistic looking painting he had ever seen.
Yeah.
Um,
Great. And then it says, skirting a large umbrella stand that looked as though it had been made from a severed troll's leg. This severed troll's leg umbrella stand is like the most prominent
Umbrella stand
ever
in literary history.
I know. It keeps coming up.
And for no good reason either. And the reason that I think that that's worth like speculating on is because it does keep coming up. And literally in the next couple of chapters, they're going to physically handle one of the Horcruxes. They will hold Slytherin's locket.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's perfectly okay for this to be like an important artifact that has some significance later on down the road. It doesn't. It just is the thing that you can always knock over so that like Mrs. Black can just start screeching into the void.
I know. Or I guess right now it's supposed to make you feel like that's just another evil thing they have in the house. So they just have like a living creature's like leg
right.
as the umbrella stand, which I'm trying to imagine. This would be, I think it's kind of like if you had like an elephant leg umbrella stand or something.
That's what I always kind of picture too. Yeah.
But which would be terrible.
It would be. Yeah, it would be gross.
It would be gross. Here's my question. Do you think there is any sentience to the umbrella stand?
Oh my gosh.
Like that it's trying to trip people?
I don't know because it's always Tonks, and Tonks is notoriously clumsy in other arenas. Like she's broken a dish when she arrived at the Dursleys just in the last chapter. So it's like it seems like it's always her.
It is Tonks, but is it Tonks?
But is it Tonks?
But is it Tonks or is it the leg?
Or is it the leg?
Is it
kind
just
of like
it's tripping people?
It's kind of tripping people. Oh man, that's a good question. But you're right though, also about the fact that I think this is just painting a very dreary image as to the place where they are, because in addition to this troll leg umbrella stand, this is when he also is going to walk past all of the heads that had belonged to former house elves, all of them with a rather snout-like nose.
Mm-hmm. Not all of them.
Well, I mean, it says all of them.
It says it, yeah. What's more canonical, the image or the text?
I think the text.
Yeah. Because you know what else I never see, Ben, is any descriptions of Harry wearing a cape.
And yet he so frequently is.
So frequently.
Yes, yes, indeed. Okay, let's see. And Harry tries feebly again. Mrs. Weasley, why? Ron and Hermione will explain everything, dear. I really got a dash. There. You're the door on the right. I'll call you when it's over. And then she's gone.
I think what's fun, before that, I like this sentence. It says, what on earth were they doing in a house that looked as though it belonged to the darkest of wizards? Which, this is so fun, not funny, but like, that's how Harry is thinking of it. And this place, this dwelling will belong to him in less than a year's time.
That's true.
So by belongs to the darkest of wizards, you mean shortly you.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Also, this is like where he, when he is at the end of Prisoner of Azkaban and like trying to like cast a Patronus, he's like, he was going to leave. He wasn't going back to the Dursleys. He was going to live with his godfather. It's like here.
Yeah. Do you think it would have been here?
I think it would have been here.
Yeah.
Would it not have been here?
I don't know. I feel like Sirius really doesn't want to come back here because even when he's on the run, he never comes back here.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That's. But I feel like he's like, I've got a house, and he's like, you got. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's got to be here.
Got to be here. Yeah. Right. Well, he might have had his own house.
Okay. That's a fair point. He will explain to Harry, I think in the next couple of chapters, that his uncle Alphard left him a bunch of money, and that's why he got his name blasted off the family tree as well.
Right.
So maybe that was enough gold. And Sirius is just sort of like, you should see my place. It is sweet.
Yeah. I doubt he lived at his parents' house post Hogwarts.
Oh, I don't think he's lived there at all since because he moves into the Potters when he's 16 and then moves into his own place when he's 17.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is just like a nice big house that they can use as the headquarters.
Right. And I think because it's like the most noble house of black or whatever, it's got all the enchantments on it, which also makes it additionally protected.
Indeed.
Look at us working through everything.
Okay. We're figuring it out here. Yes. Let's see. So Harry heads upstairs, across the dingy landing, turned the bedroom doorknob, which is also shaped like a serpent's head.
In case you've forgotten.
Everything is shaped like, if you're wondering what anything is shaped like in this house, it's a snake.
It's a snake.
Yeah.
And if you ever come to my house, the doorknobs are all knights' heads.
There, exactly. Because we were the knights in high school.
Exactly.
Yeah, Then he gets in there. Hermione had thrown herself onto him in a hug that nearly knocked him flat.
Aww. I underlined. I was like, oh really?
Oh really? And I was like, you know what? I don't want to say anything here, but we ended the last book with Hermione giving him a kiss, something that you've never done before, and now we open this book, giant hug.
A giant hug. Mm-hmm. And look at this.
Just saying.
They're like, take your thumb and forefinger, spread them about 3.5 inches apart. That is how much dialogue is going to happen before she lets him go.
Exactly. This is a long hug. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the last. Like if you want to just like if this was like one of those YouTube videos, it's like Harry Potter, but only Hermione. This would be like a section where like you go straight from her kissing Harry to her hugging Harry for 30 seconds.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so basically, I think Hermione she has been preparing for this moment. All other joking aside, because she immediately is trying to like preemptively validate all of the things that he needs validation on.
Yeah.
He's like, she's like, have you been furious with us? I bet you have. I know our letters were useless. Dumbledore made us swear. Oh, and you've got to tell us the Dementors. It's like, she is literally hitting all of the right questions right away.
It does not work at all.
It doesn't work at all. Like this is one of those instances where it's like people got to feel their emotions, and Harry will not be okay until after he's felt his.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So then she immediately goes into the ministry hearing, and she's like, I've looked it all up. They can't expel you. There's supervision, like, using it under a life-threatening situation. So she's just going into classic Hermione mode.
Yeah. And then Ron walks up. Let him breathe, Hermione. Why don't you give me a hug or something? Jeez.
It doesn't say that, but I think we can all agree it's implied.
Okay, it's implied.
Yeah.
Ron grinning, closing the door. Yeah, I feel like that's also Ron just being such a good friend. Like, Hermione, give him a second here.
That's exact. Yeah.
But then Hermione, still beaming, let go of Harry. So actually, still a few more seconds after she finishes talking.
That's a good point.
Yeah, just saying there. But then Hedwig is there somehow, despite the Fidelius charm. So I get maybe the Fidelius charm just doesn't work on animals,
Maybe it just doesn't. Yeah, that's a good point. Because clearly Hedwig has now been here for, I think, a few days.
Yeah.
And I do like the fact that even though the last exchange that they had together was so negative and Harry was like beating himself up for being mean to Hedwig, she immediately lands on his shoulder and nibbles his ear affectionately.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, okay.
She's like, I did what you said, boss.
And it's like, we're good.
I got it done. Check their hands.
Yeah. Pecked us half to death when she brought your last letters. Look at this. He showed Harry his index finger on his right hand, which sported a half-healed but clearly deep cut.
Yeah.
Harry's like, oh, yeah. Sorry, but I wanted the answers.
Yeah, exactly, right. And it says, we wanted to give them to you, mate, said Ron. Hermione was going spare. Kill it!
I was like, I know he's gonna do something here. I'm just like, the word spare was like shining off the page. Like
I circled it. I was like, uh-oh.
People are gonna stop listening.
Oh, when did he get the new stickers, man?
Oh man. Okay. We're moving on.
Okay, yeah, we're moving on. Anyway, but Dumbledore made us swear not to tell me, said Harry. Yeah, Hermione's already said. Yeah, which is like they're like trying to like, this is like their defense is that like Dumbledore told us not to. Like, what on earth could we have done? But all Harry's hearing is Dumbledore talked to you and not me.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, it's just not, there's no good way for this to come around like well. And honestly, this is where I feel like we're really starting to see like the underregulated emotions of just being 15, which is no one's fault. It's just that time of age. But it says, and I feel like I remember this exact sensation. The warm glow that had flared inside of him at the sight of his two best friends was extinguished as something icy flooded the pit of his stomach. Ugh. And it's just sort of like, I feel like I remember remember these things, like where you'd come home and something amazing would have happened, and then like you'd get some other news, and it's like, well, that's the worst.
Yep.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Of course, my life was never anything like Harry's, so I really can't. I'm not trying to compare situations here.
Yeah. Right.
Anyway, but yeah, so they're trying to figure out like what's going on, and Hermione's basically saying like, you seem to think it was best, Dumbledore. I mean, the thing being best being not telling him anything.
Right. Yeah. Right, said Harry. He noticed her hair. Yeah. I don't like this line. It says, Harry noticed that her hands too bore the marks of Hedwig's beak, and he found that he was not sorry at all. Oh, come on, Harry.
It's Hermione after all.
It is Hermione. She just gave you that big hug.
I mean, geez, after all we've been through.
I know.
And then Ron chimes in, I think you thought you were safest with the Muggles. And it's funny that he says, I think, because in fact, Dumbledore knows he was safest with the Muggles.
Right.
Yeah. And then, but then Harry retorts, have either of you been attacked by Dementors this summer? And it's like, got him.
Yeah. Got him. Yeah. How about that, Dumbledore?
Exactly.
Yeah. And then they're like, well, no, but he said people from the Order of the Phoenix tailing you. And then it's just like everything they're saying, they're trying to help, and they just keep making it worse. And now it's like, you. So I wasn't allowed to know I was being followed, but you knew.
But you knew. I know. It's this feels like the kind of thing where it's like I wrote this in my notes. I was like, why not tell him this part?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, Harry, we just want you to know that somebody's going to be looking after you all summer while you're at the Dursleys. It's like, you don't need to interact with them. They probably can't interact with you. It'll just arouse suspicion. Just know that there's somebody nearby. If you need something, there's somebody nearby.
Right.
And it's sort of like, I think that would have helped so much, because a lot of the other lack of comms will make sense as you kind of like hear them from the other perspective. As frustrated, it's like, I'm like on Harry's side, for the
Obviously,
most part. But but you can understand why there were some security risks involved. But Harry just immediately is like, well, it didn't work that they were following me. I still had to look after myself after all, didn't I?
Typical.
Yeah. And then you get a line from Hermione who's like, he was so angry. Dumbledore, we saw him. He was scary.
Yeah.
And it's like, that can happen. When Dumbledore gets mad, it's intense.
I mean, I can only imagine too, because like Mundungus literally almost ruined everything.
I know. Yeah. It's like, it is surprising that Mundungus is allowed to remain in the Order of the Phoenix.
It is surprising.
Yeah. Because it seems like he's kind of only barely in there in the first place.
Yeah.
He doesn't always seem to want to be in there.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also kind of gets Mad Eye killed later.
Yeah.
Takes the locket, loses it to Umbridge.
Like
steals all of Sirius/Harry's stuff.
You are not helpful.
What does he do that's helpful?
I don't know.
They say he is, but is he?
I don't know. He listens in on the conversation at the Hog's Head. He's like the pile of rags or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. But also, you know what? Unnecessary, because Aberforth was there.
Also true. Yeah, that's a good point. Merely friendly with the local barman.
Yeah, exactly.
Apparently Dumbledore is.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Hermione then shifts gears. Aren't you worried about the Ministry of Magic hearing? And Harry's like, no.
Nope.
Then it says Hedwig nestled contentedly on his shoulder. And I'm like, Hedwig has his back, like metaphorically and literally. Mm-hmm. She's like on his shoulder.
Literally on his shoulder right now.
Yeah.
She's like, don't worry, Harry. I got you. I understand.
Right. Hopefully nothing bad ever happens to her.
Yes.
Sorry.
Ben, too soon. Okay. Cedric's one thing.
No. You're not here for Deadwig?
Who could be?
I'm also not, for what it's worth.
So then this is a nice little letter. It says, it was dank and dark. A blank structured canvas in an ornate picture frame was all that relieved the bareness of the peeling walls. This is Phineas Nigelis's picture frame right here.
Is it for sure? Okay, because I wrote that down. I was like, is this Phineas? Yeah.
Yeah, even as he walks past it, he said he heard someone lurking out of sight snigger.
Nice.
He's just like listening. So you can just tell, even that though must be infuriating, because it's like Phineas Nigelis is just like listening and he's just like, oh yeah, he's mad. Yeah.
Yep. What does he say later? He's like, students always think they're so misunderstood.
Yeah.
But in this case, It's a little different.
It is a little different. Yeah. Harry is misunderstood.
He is a little bit.
He's the chosen one.
Right. So then Harry's sort of like, okay, well, maybe I can at least get an answer. Like, did Dumbledore explain why he's been so keen to keep me in the dark? Did you bother to ask him at all? And this is where then Ron and Hermione are like, well, we tried, but he's really busy and he didn't just have much time. So he basically only stopped long enough to make us swear not to tell you anything. And
we've only seen him twice since he came here. Yeah.
Right.
The reason he's keeping Harry in the dark is because of the prophecy, and he doesn't want Harry to know about the prophecy, because if Harry knows about it, then he's going to try and go get it. And that's exactly what Voldemort wants.
Right. Yeah. And I also think that there's a couple layers to this, because it'll be further explained as well that like they're a little bit worried about owls being intercepted, which I guess like that makes some amount of sense. We will see Umbridge.
It does happen.
Yeah, intercept Hedwig later on in this exact book. And then the other big thing I think like is the big reason why Dumbledore is keeping his distance from Harry throughout the entire series is because he fears the connection between Voldemort and Harry and believes that there's the possibility that Voldemort could overtake Harry and start to control him essentially like remotely.
Right.
And it's not until the situation at the Department of Mysteries where Voldemort does take over Harry's body briefly and discovers it subjects him to excruciating pain.
Yeah, unbearable pain.
Yes.
Yep. Yes. So then let's see. Harry's not taking this as an answer. It's like, okay, he might have told you not to send me messages, but like he could have told me. He must know ways to send messages without owls, which just like boom, got him.
Yes.
And Hermione's like, yeah, we thought that too, but he didn't want you to know anything, which means it's like it is not just that like I didn't tell him. This is worse information now. It's like, it's not that I didn't do it. It's that I thought about it and intentionally didn't tell him.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is, we also just made a video about this here recently a little bit as well. And not to say that I think this is how not Voldemort, I keep doing that, how Dumbledore should have communicated with Harry, but we were talking about the secret system of the chocolate frog cards. And basically the idea is that like Dumbledore's portrait is uniquely capable of gathering intel by just simply existing out there in the world. People collect the cards, they keep them nearby. He can flit from frame to frame and gain information and then bring it back to himself. And it's an interesting method of communication. It sort of is like a much more sophisticated version of the protean charm that they use on the Galleons.
Yeah.
Which would sort of like reflect, because it is like Dumbledore's army. So the fact that they're like using like an homage to like his own method of communication. But then there's of course like the flue powder telephone call system. There's Patronus's, like
there's Fawkes.
There's Fawkes. Yes. Yeah. That's Fawkes' warning.
Yeah.
So Dumbledore does in fact have many other ways to communicate, but he's not using any of them either.
Nope. And then Harry has to be like, well, then just because I can't be trusted. And like now you can tell like Ron and Hermione are just like at a loss for words. Like they've run out of defenses and they're like, well, obviously that's not it. And he's like, well, then I can't take care of myself. And they're like, what? No, Harry, now you're just talking crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is actually, I think it's really funny too, because in the next chapter, there will be a scene where Molly starts shouting at Mundungus Fletcher, and Fred and George are like, oh, it's so nice to hear her yell at somebody else for once. It's like, oh, the idiot's got to cut her off. Like, she's really going to get her stride.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that is happening to Harry right now. Like, Harry is mad. He's starting by attempting to ask some questions.
Right.
So at the very least, he was sort of like, let me see if you guys can answer any of the stuff that's been confusing me. And then it's sort of like, they can't. It's not really their fault, but it's like the end result is that Harry is getting progressively more and more and more angry.
Yes.
So now he's been excluded, and even the people who could have given him answers also don't have any.
Yeah.
And so the voice raising is about to begin.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah. So now Harry totally loses it at long last and just starts really letting the steam vent out. So you haven't been in the meetings, big deal. You know, I've handled more than the two of you have ever managed, and Dumbledore knows it. Who saved the Sorcerer's Stone? Who got rid of Riddle? Who saved both your skins from the Dementors? And it's like, oh, it's hard to read.
It is, because it's like, you know that this isn't Harry. Like, this is not who Harry is. Like, even later, like when he's like sitting down before the DA and they're literally going to list all of these accolades back at him. This exact same list. And he's going to be like, I had a lot of help. Like, you know, it's like a lot of times I got lucky. Like, you don't know what you're doing. You're just scared and doing your best. Like, you know, so it's interesting because it's like, all this is his like it is the insecurity, it is the frustration. Like these things are all just sort of like like it's such a human moment.
It is,
you know, because it's like he's like Harry is not a jerk. Like he's not bragging. Like that's so not what's going on here. But I can see where this toxic dialogue has just been rattling in your brain. You're just being like, what the heck? Like I've had to do everything, and now I don't get to be let in.
I know. What I wrote down the exact same thing, that he'll be super humble about all these exact same things later on in this exact book.
Yes, exactly.
But what this reminds me a lot of is basically how he's feeling right now is the exact way in which the locket affects you.
Oh, wow. That's true.
Yeah. Which is like, you know, when Ron is wearing it, which honestly, the locket's in the house. So there's that too.
There is that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of funny. But this is like exactly, it's like every bitter, resentful thought Harry had in the past month was pouring out of him. It's like, that's pretty much what Ron said. It's like, well, like I was thinking those things, but like, didn't really mean it, you know?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. It's like these things can take a certain shape when your morale gets low, and you may otherwise be able to see them in a much more objective light, but right now that's not where he's at.
Yeah. Oh, then here it is in the next bit. All the feelings he was half ashamed of finally burst their boundaries.
Yes.
That's basically how like Ron feels wearing the locket and why he leaves the trio in Deathly Hallows.
Right.
Yeah. Like all the feelings he's half ashamed of, he like just starts believing and they burst their boundaries. But as soon as he's gone, he's like, what the... No, bad idea.
Exactly.
What was I saying?
But like this is the thing. Like I don't know if this is like what like the Pixar movie Inside Out taught me, but I do just feel like you have to like feel these feelings sometimes. Like there's a controlled way to do it, and I think it's good that like Ron and Hermione were so prepared for him to be mad. Like they fully expect all of this. They are like readied for it. But the reality is that sometimes I think this happens out in the real world, and we don't give each other enough credit for just feeling what we're feeling. So I think it's sort of like an interesting lesson in that way too, where it's like, sometimes you just got to like let the person like
gotta let it out,
like work themselves up, work through it. And then if you just wait and see what's like at the end of that rope, and you're like, you okay? Like, like it might be the case that they can burn off all the fuel and feel better. I don't know about always, but sometimes.
Yeah. And Harry has a full page of yelling left to do. So
he does indeed. And it's interesting. Like he goes, who had to get past dragons and sphinxes? Who had to see him come back? Who had to escape from him? Like, you know, but why should I know what's going on? Why should anyone bother to tell me what's been happening? Like, and Hermione's like, we wanted to tell you, we really did. And he's like, you couldn't have wanted to do that much. Like, you just sent me an owl. And on some level, I can even see where it's like Harry's thinking, like, we break the rules. That's like what the three of us do.
Right, exactly.
You know? Like break the rules. Tell me.
Right. Like Dumbledore told you not to. Do it anyway.
We would have done it anyway.
Yeah.
But what I think is interesting about that, he's like, you know, for weeks I've been stuck in Privet Drive, you know, nicking papers out of binge, trying to find out what's been going on, which we'll come back to in a second. But then I think Harry runs out of like real runway.
Right.
Like it's like he said all the things that have been like driving him absolutely crazy. And like these are like, you know, he just relived a whole bunch of trauma.
Right.
You know, terrible things that have happened in his life. And then he's like, I suppose you've been having a real laugh. And it's like, well, now we're out of like no, they haven't.
Yeah.
Been. Like,
right.
That's not what's been happening.
His anger's burning very hot, but also very fast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then this, I think, is funny. Like you can tell Ron and Hermione are just like, okay, clearly we either messed up or you're mad. So any secrets or what at this point, we will tell you anything.
Right.
Like, literally anything you can ask, we will give it to you now.
Yes.
If we can.
Right. Yeah. So
they are now chomping at the bit with every single thing. And he's like, what? I feel like even he's like, what even is this place? And they're like, headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix.
Said Ron at once.
I know that one. I can do that one.
Right. Is anyone going to bother telling me what the Order of the Phoenix? It's a secret society, said Hermione quickly. Dumbledore's in charge. He founded it. It's the people who fought against you know who last time. Who's in it? Said Harry, coming to a halt with his hands in his pockets. Quite a few people. We've met about 20 of them, said Ron. But we think there are more. Harry glared at them. Well, he demanded, looking from one to the other. Said Ron. Well, what? Voldemort, said Harry furiously. What's happening? Yeah. What's he up to? Where is he? What are we doing to stop him? And this is where it's like, unfortunately, pretty much all they knew was...
They just told him.
It was what they just told him. It fills up half a page and maybe like 40 words.
Yeah. And honestly, it's like, I don't feel like he gets a much better answer even in the next chapter when he sits down with the rest of the order.
It's true.
like, what are they doing? It's like Dumbledore is like, it's the people who fought against, who last time. And this is like, what are they doing?
Right.
Like, it doesn't seem like they're getting much done. I don't feel like the Order of the Phoenix is very effective.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think it's probably because of like just how absurdly underground it needs to be, and how a huge percentage of the populace works for the Ministry of Magic, where Fudge is actively like. It sounds like what he's doing is basically patrolling the halls. Like, in my mind, I picture him like walking with like a cane and like sort of like smacking people's desks and being like, hey, no Dumbledore. If you're caught with Dumbledore, you're out.
Right.
Like,
get out of here.
So everybody's kind of being spooked, and nobody really wants to be like not falsely, but nobody wants to be like caught affiliated and then lose their job.
Right.
So it's like, it's such a terrible position to be put in. But you're right. I agree with you, because we get a couple of examples. It'll say like, they've got the extendable years and they've been able to get some bits of information out of what's happening in the meetings. Some of them are working on recruiting more members to the order, said Hermione. And some of them are standing guard over something, said Ron. They're always talking about guard duty. And then
Harry's just like, oh my gosh, figure it out, guys.
Couldn't have been me, could it have, said Harry sarcastically. And Harry's like, oh, yeah.
Look at daunting comprehension, but also that's not it.
It's not it. Yes. I think probably more likely this is the task that I think we'll see Tonks arrive in from here in a couple of chapters, where she has been standing guard over the Hall of Prophecies overnight.
Yeah.
And she's just exhausted from doing exactly that thing. So I guess they were kind of sending the A team, over to the Hall of Prophecies, then Mundungus Fletcher to watch.
Yeah, to watch Harry, yeah.
Alternating shifts with Arabella Fig.
Oh, I know. Like, Harry's probably fine. I was like, what about? So he's got the whole bond of blood. He's good.
Literally, somebody's like, dude, who got the Sorcerer's Stone? Who did the Chamber of Secrets? Who fought off Dementors?
Yeah, right. This is Dumbledore's defense. It's like, well, Harry, you got the stone. You killed the basilisk. You fought off 100 Dementors. You got through the Sphinx and the Mer people and the dragon. I didn't really think I needed to spare anyone that important to watch you.
You kind of got it handled. I mean, I thought you'd be flattered.
I'd be flattered. I'm going to waste one of my good guys watching my best guy. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So then Harry kind of gets like the question where it's like, and this is probably like where you start to reach what I would call like more like level ground. So it's like, okay, never mind the order, never mind the secret things. What have you two been doing? Because you said you were busy. And it's basically just like, well, we've been decontaminating this house. It's been empty for ages and stuff's been breeding in here. We've managed to clean out the kitchen, most of the bedrooms, and I think we're doing the drawing room tomorrow. And then with two loud cracks, which I can only imagine sounds like the sound of two backfiring cars at the same time.
Exactly.
It's not, though.
No.
Because it seems like that would be too loud. It seems like if two cars backfired inside of your house, then Mrs. Black down in the main hallway,
right?
The moth-eaten curtains.
I know. I was going to argue that that's disapparating. This would be like apparating.
Okay.
Right? This would be the act of appearing here, but they're only coming from upstairs, so it would still sound like that in the house.
That's true. Yeah. So if anything, you're hearing...
It's a double.
You're hearing the exit and the enter at the same time.
Right.
So it should be twice as loud. So four loud cracks.
4 loud cracks.
Instead of 2, because it's 2 of them. 2 times 2 is 4.
Yeah.
Ha, that's math.
Boom. Nailed it.
But clearly, I think this is just good writing. It says, stop doing that, said Hermione weakly to the twins.
No, says weakly to the twins. Like, stop doing that. Just like she doesn't really have the gusto behind it.
Oh, sure. But the point is that like what you immediately know is that Fred and George are up to their usual antics.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And sure enough, I feel like they come in at a good time because like Harry is like all flustered and they're just like, oh, hello, Harry. We thought you heard your dulcet tones down here.
It feels like one of those things where like you probably didn't experience this because you didn't have an older brother like I did, but it's like you kind of want to be like cool around like your older brother's friends
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Sure.
So I can only imagine that in this situation, Fred and George show up and Harry's like, well, I can't look like a jerk in front of these two.
Yeah.
They'll never let me hear the end of it.
Yeah.
You know, I want them to like me.
Right.
But-
and they're just down there to joke and make fun of Harry for yelling at everybody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't want to bottle up your anger like that, Harry. Let it all out, said Fred, also beaming.
Beaming. Well done, mate.
There might be a couple people 50 miles away who didn't hear you.
Yeah.
But apparently it wasn't that loud because,
Yeah.
again, Mrs. Black downstairs isn't awakened by
I
it.
know. Do you think everyone down in the meeting is just like, oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
You think Dumbledore's going to tell him anything?
He is mad.
He is mad.
We can hear.
Sirius is down there like, I'm going to tell you everything. I got it. I got your back, dude. I'm your godfather, and I can't do that. I can't do anything else, but I can tell you everything.
I can tell you everything.
Molly's like, we're not telling that boy anything. Definitely not telling him anything. Sorry, this is the way it has to be.
Sirius and her about to have words.
Sir, they are about to have words, exactly.
Yep. Okay. Let's see here. So you two passed your apparition test then, asked Harry grumpily. With distinction, said Fred.
Holding what looked like a piece of very long flesh-colored string. Gross.
Gross.
Yep.
Also, I never picture it with an ear on the end as depicted in the movies. Like, I know it's called an extendable ear, but for whatever reason, I just imagine it as like a string that can like hear through the end with no hearing piece.
Yeah. Well, because I said they're trying to like feed it under the doors. Which if it's an ear.
Yeah. It seems like that would be all squelchy.
Yeah. Yes. I think whenever like I initially imagined it, I did imagine it with an ear, but then I would also, I imagined the ear would be on your end, which then I was like, no, that doesn't make sense because you just put it in your ear.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then like the more you think about it, the more there shouldn't be an ear on it.
But exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is, you know what? Let me stake my flag in kind of like your, no stirrups on broomsticks.
No ears on extendable ears.
Precisely.
Just flesh noodles.
Exactly. That's also terrible, but either way.
Little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Time is galleons, little brother, said Fred. Anyway, Harry, you're interfering with the reception. Extendable ears, he added in response to Harry's raised eyebrows holding up the string, which Harry now saw was trailing out onto the landing. We're trying to hear what's going on downstairs. And yeah, then once again, we get kind of like a little bit of like a refresher that like Molly hates this kind of inventing.
Yes.
They're still completely up on all of the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes stuff.
Oh, absolutely. But and I think this is so funny too because they're like, oh, it's worth the risk. That's a major meeting they're having. It's like they the teenagers are trying to spy on the spies.
That's true.
You know,
Yes.
It's like, which is so funny because they're like, you know, they will become the DA.
True.
You know? Like
Yeah.
this group of people up here will be like more or less the foundational members of the group.
Right.
And here they are already doing the spy work together, you know?
Yes. Yeah. On their own side.
On their own side. Yeah.
Yeah. Then the door opens and a mane of red hair appeared. Oh, hello, Harry, said Ron's younger sister.
I thought I heard your dulcet tones.
She just says, I thought I heard your voice.
I know. But in the show, they should alter that so that she mimics the twins.
It would be really funny because I literally was, I was like, man, I feel like they're really upping the ante on how Ginny is starting to take on some of like the Fred and George isms.
Yeah. Well, even the way she greets Harry here is very different than she's ever like talked to him before. She's like, oh, hello, Harry. Like she's no longer shy around him at all.
None whatsoever. Yeah. Later on in this exact same chapter, it's going to say like, the meeting's over. You can come downstairs and have dinner now. Everyone's dying to see you, Harry. And who's left all those dung bombs outside the kitchen door? Crookshanks, said Ginny unblushingly. He loves playing with them. It's like clearly Ginny is like really starting to like find her own.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. She's written there. And then she's also like already, it's like, you can just chuck stuff at the door. And if it can't make contact, it's been imperturbed, which to me, I'm like, why wouldn't they always do that? Why wouldn't they have started that way? You know?
I think it's kind of interesting. And I at first was kind of like, is this Muffliato? And I feel like it's not.
No.
I think it's distinctly a different spell, but kind of surprising given the fact that Snape is in that room.
I know, right?
And he's the one who invents that spell.
Yeah. And then Fred just takes her word for it. It says, shame, I really fancy finding out what old Snape's been up to. And then Harry's just like, wait, take a what? Snape? He's in the order as if he didn't hear Dumbledore like give him instructions.
Exactly.
You know,
yeah, it's
just
true.
last year.
But of course, this is probably just even more insult to injury for Harry because it's like, okay, Snape knows what's going on.
I know.
And it would be even worse if Harry knew at this point in time that Snape was the one who betrayed everyone.
Oh yeah, yes. Instead, that revelation will come at the worst possible moment.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But I do love the little exchange here. It says, "Give your report, top secret." "Get," said Freddie idly, and I was like, "Nice."
Yeah.
And then Hermione's like, "He's on our side now." Then Ron snorted, "Doesn't stop him from being a get." And I was like, "Facts."
And
then
but then even Hermione's saying he's on our side now, and it's like, always was.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. It's a good point. We've never seen him on the other side.
Yeah.
But then Ginny chimes in, "Bill doesn't like him either," as though that settled the matter. And I'm like,
Bill
it does.
Either. Yeah. I know. I wrote, well, he is cool.
He is cool.
He is good.
There's no other way to
No
describe
other word for it. Oh man. And then I love this sentence. It's, Harry was not sure his anger had abated yet. They're like, "Am I still angry? I feel like I could still be angry. Do I got any more yelling left in me? I feel like I could."
Man, I don't know.
Maybe I am.
Everybody's
I
kind of
don't know.
hating on Snape. That makes
I
me
know.
happy.
Like we're all sort of hanging out now. It's kind of fun, but like I feel like I don't know.
Right. But yeah, so then we get the rundown on some of the other Weasley members. Bill is obviously moved from his work in Egypt. He applied for a desk job, and it says that he misses the tombs, but there are compensations.
Yeah.
And Harry's like, "What do you mean?" And then George is like, "Remember old Fleur Delacour?" And I'm like, I mean,
From
it's been,
5 weeks ago.
yeah, it's been like a month.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah. You mean that like most beautiful person anyone's ever seen 1 month ago?
It was in the tournament with me.
With me? Yeah.
In fact, I recall.
I remember. I remember.
No, who's she?
Who's she? Yeah, right. I knew her.
Yeah, that feels like something they could do in the show where like they have Harry just like shoot back, like, "No, who's that?"
Yeah. Remember old Flo Delacour? Yeah. She's got a job at Gringotts to improve her English.
Right.
Yeah. And Bill's been giving her lots of private lessons, which I was like, nice.
Way to go, Bill. You're so cool.
Good job.
It says Charlie's in the order too. And I was like, does Charlie show up? I was trying to think about this and I was like, maybe I'm just blanking. Do we see much of Charlie?
Do we see any more of him? Like, he's at the wedding, I guess. Is he in this book?
He is in the wedding.
Yeah, because he's the best man.
Yes.
And they're making the tables fight.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But certainly he fights at the Battle of Hogwarts.
You'd like to think so.
You'd like to think so. I mean,
Yeah.
Percy does. So.
Yeah, Percy does. He's about to come up here in a second.
Speaking of Percy.
Speaking of Percy.
Yeah, that's really like the segue fuel that Charlie's really doing is that it says that he's in Romania and Dumbledore wants as many foreign wizards as possible. So Charlie's trying to make contacts on his day off. And then Harry's like, "Isn't that like Percy's whole job?" And they're sort of like, all the Weasleys are like, whatever you do, just don't mention Percy in front of mom and dad.
Well, see, because here's the thing, though, is that I almost feel like the really unfortunate thing is that Percy takes this track because, like, honestly, he would be an invaluable order member.
It's true.
You know?
Yes. I mean, he's like hyper diligent. He's
like super organized, very smart, and like his job is being in communication with international wizards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It really is a shame. But that's kind of like one of those things where we made a video once upon a time whether or not Percy was under the Imperious Curse. Effectively, if not before now, at the very least starting now. And the thing that really makes it seem like that's the case is when he shows up in Deathly Hallows to fight at the Battle of Hogwarts, like it almost seems like he describes what's been going on as like coming out of like a haze. Like it's been coming on for a while now, but it's been really hard to get out of there. Like almost like he woke up from the Imperious Curse, like at the Ministry one day and was like, "Oh crap, I gotta get out of here."
Right.
But how? Like now I have to do it in a way that doesn't like bring up suspicion, so it might take me a little while or whatever, but like now I'm working my foot out the door. Because it just seems like everything about, even down to the point where Arthur believes that they promoted Percy specifically to spy on the family. Like that's what they get into like the row about.
Yeah.
And Row.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I got it right. It's almost as if like if you're a member of the opposition, Percy would be brilliantly placed to not only be to feed you information from inside the Ministry, because he's now put in this like high-ranking position that he otherwise doesn't seem to deserve, and he also is like a family member with a whole bunch of blood traders.
Right.
So it's sort of like, which is just basically that the Weasleys don't, put any stock in pure blood, anything. So it's like, if there was going to be opposition, it's probably going to come from the Weasleys. So it's like the obvious thing to do is to put him in that position.
Yes. So yeah, but then we get the full backstory of what's been happening here. It says every time Percy's name is mentioned, Dad breaks what he's holding and Mom starts crying. Yeah, it's been awful. I think we're well shut of him, said George, an uncharacteristically ugly look on his face, which is like, it's like, it's such an interesting description because it's like Fred and George definitely like give Percy an endless hard time.
Endless.
But you never get the sense that they don't like love him as a brother or anything. But now it seems like they're just like, well, you know what? We were mostly joking, but actually, if that's what you're going to be.
Right. If you're going to be mean to Mom?
Yeah.
Then no.
Yeah.
Then no.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah.
Right.
So it sounds, I think that's such a good assessment too. Yeah. Because they're always making fun of him, but it's like when you see it in comparison to this like uncharacteristically ugly face, it's like, oh, okay.
Right.
But they weren't like, they were giving him like a hard way to go, but like siblings do that.
Right. Exactly. It's just how they are.
Right.
Come on, they're nice and warm.
Yeah.
That's in Christmas year 1.
Oh,
when Percy's not wearing the sweater.
Yeah, you're right. I was like, what is that a reference to?
No.
Okay, I do remember.
They like force it on him. Yeah.
Yes, good one.
Yeah. And then, so they tell you, Percy came home and told us he'd been promoted. And Harry's like, what?
Yeah.
Seriously? For what?
Percy was highly ambitious, but he had not made a great success of his first year at the Ministry of Magic. He committed the fairly large oversight of failing to notice that his boss was being controlled by Lord Voldemort.
Yeah.
Not that the Ministry believed that. They all thought that Mr. Crouch had gone mad.
Yeah. So they're all surprised that Percy gets this promotion, but Percy got into a load of trouble about Mr. Crouch. There was an inquiry and everything. They said Percy ought to have realized Crouch was off his rocker and informed his superior. Yeah. So it's like, even the Ministry is like this, and yet he gets promoted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how come they promoted him? Well, that's exactly what we wondered, said Ron. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, he came home even more pleased than usual, told Dad that he'd been offered a position in Fudge's own office, which also seems like now he's not only triangulated like amongst Ministry members, but also close to the Minister of Magic and the Weasley family at large. And he expected, Percy expected, Arthur to be all impressed, except Arthur wasn't.
Yeah.
And so basically, I think Arthur's just looking straight through what's going on. He's just like, this is not a good thing, son. Like, you're being used.
You're being used as a spy. And Percy's just like, oh, you don't think I'm good enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's like, I mean, I could imagine where that would be a difficult thing, where Percy spent his whole life angling for this job. He gets the job. And then somebody's like, hey, you don't really deserve it. And it's like, it's not that he doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve it under these circumstances.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not that I don't think you'd be bad at the job. It's just that they're using you.
Exactly. Yeah. So Dad says Fudge has made it clear that anyone who's in league with Dumbledore can clear out their desks. So that's kind of what I was saying before, where it's kind of like Fudge is clearly going through and just trying to, like, this would make it hard to recruit order members.
I know.
People don't want to lose their jobs. Like,
But it's like, it's also like, how big is the Ministry? Like, I mean, it's hard to know. Like, when you see in the movies, it just looks like it's packed with people,
right?
At all the time. And then it's like a huge crowd of people. But then it's like Fudge is apparently just like, hey, Mr. Arthur Weasley, who's in such a small, like, department, I don't even barely care about it, but I am really singling you out right now.
True.
It's like, would he really cause such a stink over Arthur?
Well, that's where I think that like Arthur is like, even when we were first introduced to him, you kind of think of him as this like quirky guy or whatever. And it's not until like the series really continues to unfold that you understand that like Arthur's very good. Like, he's a very good wizard. He's very good at what he does. And it really has to do with the positioning of the Ministry that makes his job seem unimportant.
Yeah.
But then the moment that he is like handed the reins to more responsibilities, he wears it really well.
Yeah.
So I suspect that Arthur probably sticks out as being a highly talented individual, despite the fact that he works for an otherwise worthless department as far as the Minister is concerned.
Yeah. Okay. And then let's see. Then we get to hear from Ron everything that Percy said. He says, well, he said loads of terrible stuff. He said he'd been having a struggle against Dad's lousy reputation ever since he joined the Ministry, and that Dad's got no ambition, and that's why we've always been, not had a lot of money. I mean, which I'm just like, wow. wow, it's just such terribleness. But again, it's like it is like Voldemort's massive ability just to like sow discord amongst people and like start separating families apart. Like he's barely even doing anything yet.
I know, yeah. It's like he's only like but breathed, you know, in the general direction of the Ministry. And here you've got like one of the most ironclad families, you know, being torn apart, at least by one of its seams.
Right. Yeah.
One of 9 seams.
One of 9 seams. Yeah. I'm trying to think like, is there like a Horcrux allegory here or something? Like how many? There's 9 Weasleys plus Harry, and like 1 or like 9. One's gone, but Voldemort's ever got an 8-piece soul, so that doesn't really totally.
Would have been so great.
Yeah, but there's but we can count 7 kids, right?
Is there a world where each
7 kids plus Harry?
7 kids plus Harry.
That's 8. Boom.
Boom, bam.
1.
So each of the Weasley each of the Weasley kids represents one of the Horcruxes.
Yeah, that's right.
Oof, we're gonna have to think about that one.
I
for a
know,
minute.
right? And then which one's Percy? Big V, obviously, right?
Obviously,
Yeah.
It's Voldemort himself.
Yeah. Well, because one of them would have to be though if it's an 8-piece soul.
Well, that's a very good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it's got to be, then it's got to be.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be. Then Harry would be Harry, obviously. Ron's the locket. Ginny's the diary.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, We're getting these all pretty good, no doubt. Let's see.
You could probably have the twins be potentially like the diadem and the cup. Maybe.
Diadem in the cup, right? Sure. Just sort of the other two founders.
They kind of like a set, you know.
Yeah,
I mean, not to put them in the twin column or anything.
Right. Would there be a reason other than that it's like a set? Because then what else would we have to contend with? We have the ring and Nagini.
Ring and Nagini. And Nagini feels like Charlie.
Nagini feels like Charlie, yeah. 'Cause it's the magical beast. And then the ring is...
The ring feels like Bill.
Ring feels like Bill? Why?
Well, I mean, it's a artifact, and he works for Gringotts.
It's closer to like treasure. Well, but like all 3 of those would be treasure.
All 3 of them would be treasure.
Like
That's
the crown,
a good point.
Crown, cup, and ring are all sorts of treasure.
Right. Okay.
Well,
okay.
the cup is actually at Gringotts too, where they find it, where Bill works.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. So maybe the cup's Bill.
Cup is Bill. Cup is Bill. Okay. So then that would leave Fred and George to be the ring
and the diadem.
The ring and the diadem.
Yeah.
Well, they're both rings, I guess. Both circles. They're both circles.
It's like everything's been so elegant.
Everything
now.
everything works really good except for that. Because the only other two, the other 2 that would work if you want, like, would be the ring and the locket for Fred and George because they're both they're both Gaunts. Okay. Right.
Yep.
But the locket's so definitely Ron. You know.
The locket does feel awfully Ron because Ron has such a immensely deep connection.
Yeah, he
with
has such
the
a relationship with it.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's see here. Because I was
If you so if we keep it where we were, that one's the ring and one's the diadem, that means like one's like the brains and one's the I don't know. The ring. What does the ring do? It's the resurrection stone. It's a hallow.
It's a hallow, yeah.
But one of them dies.
One of them does die.
One of them dies.
So okay. So George would be the resurrection stone because he would want to use it to return Fred.
Or is Fred the resurrection stone because he's the one who dies?
Because he's the one who dies. Well, it works one way. Well, Fred seems like the brains to me at times because he's always like the one who speaks first.
I agree. You're right.
So I'm going to go
Fred's
Fred
the brains. Fred is the brains. George would use the resurrection stone. Boom! We did it. Yeah. All right. The Weasleys are the Horcruxes. That was pretty good.
That was pretty good for completely off the cuff. Yeah.
There's 8 of them, and there's 8 of them, and one of them is unknown, right? Because not unknown, but like Harry is like the extra one.
The extra
in both
one.
cases.
Yeah, right. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what we know is that Percy left, packed up his bags the same night. He's living in London now. Molly tried to go and like make things okay with him to like try to like work through everything. And apparently Percy slammed the door in her face. And they're like, I don't know what he does if he meets Dad at work, ignores him, I suppose, which I think we witnessed that happen, don't we?
We do. Yeah. They're like in the elevator together.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Like Percy doesn't even know he's there until he's like, cause he's so buried in what he's doing. And he looks up and he's like, oh.
Yeah. Anyway, then Harry's like, but Percy must know that Voldemort's back, said Harry slowly. Like he's not stupid. Yeah. And that's like the big thing too. Is that
I know.
It's like he's highly logical. Like if anybody is like Percy, it's Hermione. Not to throw shade at Hermione, obviously. Yeah. But like, you know, she's got that really great line in the movie where she's like, I'm highly logical. It means I can see past extraneous detail and see things for what they really are. And that's where I feel like Percy is the same.
This line. It's like from Harry. It's like, but Percy must know Voldemort's back. He's not stupid. It's like, yeah, exactly, Harry.
Right.
Like Harry has good instincts, and it's like he has spotted the obvious problem, and this is that Percy is not stupid.
Right.
But this line I feel like points to like possible Imperious curse. Then
also true. Yes. Right. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. And then unfortunately, this is where even though Harry, out of everybody, seems to have like the level head there, kind of chiming in, being like, but Percy's smart, like he must know. Then Ron immediately makes it emotional for him, and he's like, well, your name got dragged into the row as well. The row.
Yeah.
I keep getting that wrong. Percy said the only evidence was your word, and I don't know, he didn't think it was good enough.
But even that, it's like, why wouldn't Percy, like, what?
It's like you're ignoring the fact that like Percy spent 3 years at school with Harry, witnessed him do all sorts of amazing things. Like, you know, Harry was certainly never close with Percy, but like also Percy's had a front row seat to the real life of Harry Potter.
I mean, he stayed at his house. They went to the Quidditch World Cup together. He bet on Harry to win a Quidditch match, you know, like they're amicable.
Right.
Yeah. At on some level.
Right.
Whatever. Right. Obviously, you know, Percy's gone off the rails here.
Right.
So there it is. And then let's see. So then they ask him if he's been reading the Daily Prophet, and Harry's like, well, not cover to cover. Come on now.
Yeah. I think this was the detail I said I wanted to come back later because he was like, I've been scrounging for newspapers or whatever. And he's pulling them out of bins. And I'm like, Harry, you have nothing to do all day, every day. You're scrounging for any scrap of information you could possibly get. And you mean to tell me you've been getting these newspapers and only reading the front page? Like, out of sheer boredom, you should be reading the whole thing.
I know. And I feel like this is the first time Harry is like on the back foot. He's like, well, yeah, but like I haven't been like reading, maybe not like every word.
I got other stuff to do, like lay in the garden and sit on the one swing that my cousin hasn't destroyed.
Exactly. And then Hermione's like, well, if you had been reading them, they mention you a couple times a week.
Right. And this is where Hermione's like, oh no, I have to be the bearer of bad news. And it's like, it's quite nasty, actually, said Hermione, a voice of forced calm. They're just building on Rita's stuff. And this is, I think we even talked about this back in the last in the last book when Rita publishes her last article. It does so much damage because it's like her last hurrah before Hermione catches her as the Animagus.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, ugh.
I know.
Great.
It's so like now without that article, Harry himself just would have had a lot more credibility.
Exactly. But essentially what the public has seen is Rita Skeeter report on how the famous Harry Potter is fainting and he's feeling things in his forehead.
Right. And Dumbledore's lying to you because of it.
And he's a parcel tongue and blah, blah, blah. Now all of a sudden Harry Potter comes back and he's sort of like, hey, Voldemort's returned. And they're sort of like,
look at that. One day later, you come out with that. Okay,
right. Seems like maybe you're just trying to get a little more attention.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that's basically what they go on to explain. And then Hermione's like, well, they're writing about you as though you're this deluded attention-seeking person who thinks a great tragic hero or something. So Hermione very fast. It's like if I say it quickly, maybe it won't sting as bad.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, and they're slipping in snide comments like a tale worthy of Harry Potter. And if anyone has a funny accident or anything, let's hope he hasn't got a scar on his forehead, or will be asked to worship him next. And Harry, this is where he's like, I don't want anyone to worship, and they're like, we know.
Yeah, I think it's funny too, which is where it says where that line you read, where it says, well, they're writing about you as this deluded attention-seeking person who thinks he's a great tragic hero or something. I just highlighted that. I was like, see page 66. Which is where you'll recall he said, who had to get past dragons and sphinxes and every other foul thing last year? And all that. It's like, oh, what? Who? Me? I don't think that. It's like, oh, no, because your dulcet tones say otherwise, Harry.
Yeah, classic
Harry.
Dulcet tones. No, it's a good point, though. It's a very good point. It's like... You don't want anybody to worship you, though. It's never seemed like that's been a big deal for him.
Yeah.
They want to turn you into somebody nobody will believe. Fudge is behind it. I'll bet you anything. They want wizards on the street to think you're just some stupid boy who's a bit of a joke, who tells ridiculous tall stories because he loves being famous and wants to keep it going. And Harry points out again the incredible obvious thing. He's like, I didn't ask. I didn't want. Voldemort killed my parents. Like, I got famous because he murdered my family. Who wants to be famous for that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Literally what I wrote. Exactly.
Yeah. And then Ginny's the one who pops up. We know, Harry.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Yes, and of course they didn't. Then this is interesting. They didn't report a word about the Dementors attacking you. Someone told them that to keep quiet. That should have been a really big story. Out of control Dementors. Yes. But this is what happens with there's no freedom of press. This is what happens. They just cover it right up.
That's it. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's a tricky one too, because it's like we can't talk about how he broke the rules, because then when we'd have to admit that Dementors were somewhere they weren't.
Right, and that would prove that
be.
he was right. So we can't be having that. We need everyone not to trust him and only trust us. I'm the only good source of information.
Right. And you know what's interesting is that they all think it's Fudge, but I think at this point it's probably Umbridge.
Well, I mean, I think Fudge is leaning like on the Daily Prophet and stuff.
Certainly, but I think she's probably like the actionable arm. Like I suspect he's in the office telling her everything, and then she's going out and like enacting it.
Oh, yeah.
Because she's the one who sends the Dementors. So
yeah, I don't think he even knows about that.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. They were all going on about how what did she say? They were all going on about how to silence you.
I'm the only one who did anything about it. Yeah.
Right. It's like, oh God,
right.
You are the worst.
You are the worst. God, we haven't even gotten to Umbridge yet. Oh, boy, she's coming.
It's going to be a fun tour, being able to rip apart Umbridge.
I know.
In front of a group of 100 people.
It is going to be fun. Let's see. And then says, you really shouldn't, then they're talking about they can expel him. He says that you really shouldn't be expelled, not if they abide by their own laws. There's no case against you. And it's like, oh, they try really hard not to abide by their own laws, though, don't they?
It's true. Yeah. It's true.
Yeah.
The other kind of crazy thing, too, is that like they keep talking about like the trial that he's supposed to have. And ultimately what happens is he has like a full blown trial, but he's not even really supposed to. Like at this point in time, even the highest ranking people who know about Harry's case think he's going to Madame Bones's office to go in and basically be like questioned about what happened.
Right.
So it's like Madame Bones is an ally. Like that's Amelia Bones's aunt.
Yeah.
Like she is, and she will be present. And she's the one who sort of like makes a big fuss about like you can cast a corporeal Patronus. Like she's like impressed.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's really funny too, is that like as of right now, what he's supposed to be going and doing is really just going and like sitting down with somebody who's like really inclined to help him.
Right.
And
ultimately she does still help him.
She does still help him.
Yeah.
It's true.
And let's see. So now the meeting comes to an end, and this is the line you talked about where Ma's like, who's left all those dung bombs outside the kitchen door? Crookshank, said Ginny. He loves playing with them. And then he says, oh, I thought about a creature. He keeps doing odd things like that. I'm like, I'm not like, what else? What else is he doing?
I know.
Like
Yeah, tell us more things.
Yeah. Because he has a pretty big role in this book. And then says, and don't forget to keep your voices down in the hall. Ginny, your hands are filthy. What have you been doing? Which I'm like, well, what has she been doing? Is this from the dung bombs? And then I'm like, what do I think dung bombs are like? I think they're bombs that smell like dung, not bombs that are made from dung.
It's certainly not just dung, right?
It's not just dung.
Yeah.
Right? They're not exploding piles of dung, right?
Why are Ginny's hands filthy?
Why are Ginny's hands so dirty?
Right.
Don't be the dung bombs. Please be something else.
But also, why not? Why is it going unexplained?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man. Look, yeah. So anyway, then we scoot forward, and Harry, I think now, who has like maybe felt a little bit of his feelings, says, "Look," he muttered. But Ron shook his head, and Hermione said quietly, "We knew you'd be angry, Harry. We really don't blame you. But you got to understand, we did try and persuade Dumbledore." "Yeah, I know," said Harry grudgingly.
I just had to calm down. Then he finds out who Creature is, the house elf who lives here. Nutter, never met one like him. Yeah, it's like this is very similar to what happens in the last book with like the Polyjuice potion, I feel like, where it's like Dobby's entire arc makes you want to trust Creature, and it's like you think Hermione is right here. It's like, no, Ron's being wrong about Creature. Like Hermione's right about it. Look at Dobby. Dobby's like a good elf and whatever. Like Creature's probably kind of the same. They're just not treating him nicely.
Right.
And it's like eventually that ends up being true. But in this book, he is like not very trustworthy.
No, he really isn't, and it really is like it's got like complicated layers because and we talked about this back in Goblet of Fire when we're in the cave with Sirius, because Sirius makes the comment like, if you want to judge a man, judge it based on how they treat their inferiors, not their superiors. And the rough idea there is that like how do they treat the everyday folk, like that kind of thing. And then what we're going to see is that Sirius is not very kind to Creature at all.
No.
But what's also kind of interesting is that, like, I don't think that Sirius would be mean to all house elves. Like, I think Sirius doesn't like Creature.
Because he doesn't like Creature because it reminds him of his parents.
Exactly. And Sirius has like his own reason for his history and everything that he's been through that's kind of brought him to this particular point. But even that, I feel like doesn't like come through as clearly, I think maybe as it should. Like, it's like Sirius doesn't dislike house elves. He doesn't like this house elf.
Doesn't like this house elf. Yeah. But then Hermione makes a lot of good points here. She says, well, if he's a bit strange, it's not his fault, which that's true. And eventually they will get through to him in book 7. And she's like able to explain that further to them finally then. And then you find out that she also says Dumbledore says we should be kind to Creature, which is extremely wise because if they had been kinder to Creature, they might have avoided Sirius dying. It's
true. I literally wrote the exact same thing. I was like, he would have been wise to do this, and yet, unfortunately, we didn't. So then, as they're about to like start making their way downstairs, they see everybody come out from the meeting. They see Snape down in the middle of all the ruckus, and then from up above, you see the thin piece of flesh-colored string with no ear, descending in front of Harry's eye. Looking up, he saw Fred and George on the landing above, cautiously lowering the extendable ear toward the dark knot of people below. But unfortunately, it seems like this is pretty much immediately like non-useful because everybody just leaves.
Everyone just leaves.
So it's almost interesting that we have the scene where they're attempting to lower in the extendable ear only for it to immediately not work. Because we've already been kind of introduced to them. So this paragraph almost feels like it could be like cut and nothing would be different.
They tried, but it didn't work.
Exactly.
So like, okay, cut that. Then you get the line. It says, as they passed the rows of house elf heads on the wall, they saw Lupin, Mrs. Weasley, and Tonks at the front door, magically sealing its many locks. So it's like, what are you telling me? This is a 3-person job?
Yeah, right.
You need 3. How many wizards does it take to lock a door?
3.
It
says it right there.
3, apparently. Yeah.
Oh, man. We're eating down in the kitchen, Mrs. Weasley whispered, meeting them at the bottom of the stairs. Harry, dear, if you'll just tiptoe across the hall, it's through this door here. This
Crash!
They've made a huge deal out of how quiet you need to be in the house. They've brought it up several times. Yeah. So then there's the crash, and Mrs. Weasley's like, Tonks! This is kind of funny because Mrs. Weasley seems moderately annoyed with Tonks, but I feel like later she is going to be like pushing for Bill to date Tonks instead of Fleur.
Yeah. So right now she's kind of annoyed at her, and she says, I'm sorry. It's that stupid umbrella stand. It's the second time I've tripped her. See, it's the second time.
The second time, you're right.
Second time. It's not just once.
Right.
Because it's tripping her.
Exactly. Yeah.
Stupid umbrella stand. It's like, also, move the umbrella stand.
Like, guys, who's using umbrellas?
Get rid of it.
Yeah, right.
I see pretty clearly in Fantastic Beasts that you guys can use your wands to make those cool clear umbrellas. Okay?
It's pretty gorgeous.
It's pretty great.
It's a very neat effect.
Wizards don't need umbrellas.
Right. That's what I learned here today.
Except Hagrid, who uses a wand.
Yeah.
Same.
So here I think that's a good point. Yeah. Okay. Because he uses his is covered by an umbrella. No, I think really the big reason that they've been talking about like the tiptoeing the whole time is because finally a noise has happened. Finally it reveals Mrs. Black, who immediately starts just screaming obscenities into the house. Filth, scum, byproducts of dirt and vileness, half-breeds, mutants, freaks, be gone from this place. How dare you befoul the house of my fathers? So she sounds just a righteous piece of work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then a man with long black hair came charging out of a door facing Harry. Shut up, you horrible old hag. Shut up.
You
blood traitor, abomination, shame of my flesh.
Oh my gosh. Why did you want to come back here?
I get it. I get why Sirius doesn't like it.
They can't get this off the wall, but it's like, could you like burn it or something? Or,
do anything to it.
Paint over it?
Right. That's a good point. Yeah, you surely could do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they finally get the thing closed, and this is all of a sudden we finally get to see Sirius again. And it says, panting slightly and sweeping his long dark hair out of his eyes, Harry's godfather Sirius turned to face him. Hello, Harry, he said grimly. I see you've met my mother.
Yeah.
It's like, that's when finally at last long, we know that the house that they're in is Sirius's house. And
yes.
It's like, dang.
Okay.
Oh, man,
that's cool.
What an ending.
I know. I would say overall kind of a rough chapter.
It is kind of a rough chapter. Yeah. I'm kind of glad that we didn't do this one live on tour because it feels like it would have been a chonky one to kind of like sift through. Because I mean, and that's the thing with Order is that Harry's mad a lot of the time, but I don't think he's screaming quite so often as this chapter.
Yeah, this one is like, I mean, there's lots of yelling. There's lots of like the reveals about the paper, like slamming him and stuff. And
yeah. Not exactly a big win chapter all around for old Harry James Potter.
Yes.
But that does bring us to the end of chapter 4. Jay, do you have a review for us?
I surely do, Ben. Today's review comes from Not a Savant. I love this podcast because SCB are, in my mind, creating new canon. It must be so hard to create a world and then expand that world over years while trying to keep everything consistent. I think there's so many things figured out along the way. So the real magic of this podcast and the Super Carlin Brothers is that they find a way to tie everything together. They come up with incredible creative ways to continue to expand upon this amazing world. I love this podcast and look forward to listening to it every single week. Thank you so much.
That was very sweet. Thank you.
My idea for a theory video. What if Rita Skeeter was right and the battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald never took place? Pretend the Fantastic Beasts series never happened. Think about it. How could Dumbledore beat an Elder Wand wielding Grindelwald in a duel? I think Dumbledore refused to raise his wand to Grindelwald. Grindelwald then surrendered because he couldn't kill the man he loved. This would still cause the wand to shift allegiance to Dumbledore because Dumbledore defeated him with the most powerful magic of all, love.
Kind of love it. Honestly, I think that's a really cool explanation. And I like the little caveat thrown in there as well. That was sort of like, just imagine the Fantastic Beasts series didn't happen, because the Fantastic Beasts series coming out, I think, brought question after question after question up about this specific duel and like what's going on in the relationship and like what is all the various things. There was the blood pact that was sort of like, well, they can't attack each other. So like we got to the end of Crimes of Grindelwald and it was kind of like, maybe that's the problem. Like they can't harm each other.
Yeah, they can't attack each other.
Right. Like it was a safeguard that Grindelwald invented to protect him from Dumbledore, but in the end it goes both ways and now he can't harm Dumbledore either as a result.
Right.
And then there's sort of like the whole potential brother wand to
situation,
the elder wand, and that one's kind of weird and it goes very off screen. But essentially, there was a different wand design that Dumbledore had at the beginning of Crimes of Grindelwald that never ultimately was used. But the reason it was thrown out is because people on set basically believed that it was too similar to the elder wand, and we were like, what if it is too similar to the elder wand? And Dumbledore, just I guess being like, sort of pursuing the Deathly Hallows, all that type of thing. It would essentially mean that he had a wand with a thestral hair core. And that's part of like what's going on when they duel with each other. That would be the potential issue there. The thing about the Rita Skeeter book, The Life and Lives of Albus Dumbledore, is that it seems on point. Like
it does seem like accurate.
Yeah. Like it's one of those things where it's like, she's clearly writing with a slant that is making everything sound as bad as possible.
Right.
And so that like kind of works against like Harry, who is now having to like maintain faith in somebody who's gone and who he's now like learning all these things about that he never knew. And it sort of asks that question of like, how well did he even know Dumbledore? But otherwise it's like you start to dig through it, and one of her major sources is Bathilda Bagshot. Bathilda Bagshot was living in Godric's Hollow. She is Grindelwald's aunt. Like, there are details there that are just like, it's like you found the source. Like, it sounds like she manipulated the source, because the letter that she leaves to Bathilda with the book that they find in Godric's Hollow says like, you said it all, even if you don't remember it, which means she was manipulated somehow.
Right. Yeah. She used some sort of trick to get the memories out of her, but it doesn't mean that what she got out of her was wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's like then what we kept trying to figure out for so long was, what are the circumstances under which the duel doesn't happen? Because like then Harry never reads that particular section of the book. I think it's like in her interview with the Daily Prophet about the book. And she's like, and what about the legendary duel between Grindelwald and Dumbledore? Well, don't be surprised if it turns out there wasn't the legendary duel, that Grindelwald simply waved the white flag. But you'll have to read the book or whatever.
Exactly. I can't give away all my secrets. Yeah, here.
Yeah.
So then that makes it seem like almost certainly there wasn't a duel.
Right. It seems like there just wasn't a duel.
Right. But then like, that's always one of those things too, where like young me informed this belief in my head that like when you hear about that fantastic duel, like I like when I was a kid, I pictured something like the Colosseum, like as if spectators were.
I know, like it feels like there were spectators.
Yeah, like or like a boxing match that was like highly promoted, and it was like, and now in the blue corner we have Albus Dumbledore.
Yeah, like people saw it like it was in like a big open space where they could do it for some reason.
Right. Like as if it was like the kind of thing where it was like, okay, we're flipping a coin effectively as to which way the wizarding world is going to go. If Dumbledore wins, then his vision works. And if Grindelwald wins, then his works.
Right.
The fact that the two men loved each other, I think certainly goes a long way towards the idea of love being a factor. Especially because we know that like as terrible and violent as Grindelwald was during his younger years, he ultimately does show remorse during his time in Nurmengard.
Yeah, Nurmengard.
And so, like, I think that goes to show that he is not as flawed as Voldemort or Tom Riddle. Like, he is a whole human who can experience a range of emotions. Yeah. He's manipulative and powerful. And ambitious.
Yeah.
I don't think you can say that he's somebody you want to be friends with.
No.
But
he's still very much a bad guy.
Still very much a bad guy. Yeah, exactly. But even with his last action is defying Voldemort, lying to Voldemort. So like in the end, he's taken these steps. So it very well could be the case that at some point it was just sort of like Grindelwald, it wasn't worth the battle anymore.
Right.
Yeah. So hence the white flag. So I love your explanation. I think that's a really good one. And it would be fun to write the theory as if Fantastic Beasts never happened. I like that caveat.
I think it doesn't even matter because we just never got to that point.
Also true. Also
like
true.
If Fantastic Beasts can have happened the way it happened, then we could still get to the final duel, and that could be the way it shook down.
And you know what I'd be happy with? We don't have to make the movies. Just give us the 2 final screenplays.
Just give us screenplays, or just rewrite it all as books or something.
Or something. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. But anyway, that's going to do it for today, right?
That is going to do it for today. Thank you guys, as always, for listening. We hope to see you on tour very soon. I guess by the time you're listening to this, maybe we'll already be on the road. Is that right? No.
And we'll be getting ready to leave.
Oh, getting ready to leave.
We leave tomorrow.
We leave tomorrow as you're listening this. So look out, Indianapolis. We're coming your way.
That's exactly it.
Yep. But otherwise, make sure we will still have the regular episodes coming out as well, recorded here in the studio. So make sure you tune in next week in case we don't see you on the road for Chapter 5, The Order of the Phoenix, the title chapter here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 5, The Order of the Phoenix.
The title chapter.
The title chapter. So early.
So early indeed. Yeah, we're here. Is this a trend, or is there always a title chapter for every book?
I don't know if there is in Sorcerer's Stone.
Okay.
Yeah, but there is Chamber of Secrets. I don't know if there is in Prisoner of Azkaban.
Oh, yeah, that would be a weird one.
Yeah, but there definitely is Goblet of Fire. There's definitely Order of the Phoenix. There there the Half-Blood Prince?
I think there's the Half-Blood Prince.
Okay.
I mean, it's funny we don't know.
Yeah, I know. And then
the Deathly Hallows, I feel like, could be the Tale of the Three Brothers.
Tale of the Three Brothers. Yeah. Okay. So maybe not every time. But this time it is.
It makes today's episode all the more glorious.
It does. Yeah. It does. Although I have to say, don't know if I can say the same about the chapter art, Ben.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, I don't know about you, Jay, but I personally did take the time to go through and draw a cape onto onto young Harold James Potter here, because he's in such a position that it looks like he's just about to take flight.
Apparently we go on for a bit at the beginning. We just posted a video yesterday, at least as of recording this. about where we did the first open book quiz on the main channel.
Yes.
And a bunch of the comments were, I guess the cold open is us complaining about the capes and the chapter art and the cover art and stuff like that.
Okay.
And a bunch of the comments were just like, y'all getting really stuck on this cape. Like, cape just fastens around. You're like, robes fasten around your neck. I've always just assumed it was the robes flapping in the breeze. To which I was like, excuse me, robes have sleeves. Right?
Oh, yes.
Robes.
I think robes have sleeves.
Robes have sleeves.
Right?
Right?
That must be how it works.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Robes have sleeves.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's my thought.
That's my thought too.
Well, hopefully we didn't make people angry. I just thought it was a silly thing.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. Now I feel like we're in another weird, like, broomsticks shouldn't have footrests situation here where it's like, do we not know what robes are? Because I'm pretty sure robes have sleeves, y'all.
This would be so funny. I feel like what's happened is that like we're now into such granular details of the story that probably so rarely is anybody actively in any important manner discussing.
This is what people come here for.
No,
all right? Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I think it's very funny that it's like clearly everybody who's listening right now loves all of this. Yeah. That's the point. But now we're finding ways to disagree with each other in like the most microscopic details.
Like, hey, is it a cape or is it a cloak? I mean, if it was just a cloak, I guess a cloak could just be fastened around your neck, right? Maybe Quoth's cloak. You know, when does that like flap in the breeze?
It seems like he oftentimes says the exact. This is a name of the wind. He cut quite a figure. In his new robes.
Yeah,
no, does he say robes or does he say something different?
Because he has a cloak.
Oh, a cloak.
Yes,
a cloak of no particular color.
Right.
But not an invisibility cloak.
Right.
Anyway, we're so in the weeds about this.
We are so in the weeds.
What we should have done was just breeze right past it. And I had no idea about these comments, and I literally put added a cape. Like I was just being whimsy.
Added a cape.
Anyway, let's move on to talk about other details of the chapter.
Let's move on because let me tell you what, Ben. It's not that it's like bad chapter art per se. It's, whatever. But like for the title chapter and for a title like The Order of the Phoenix, which you're going to find out is this like elite defense secret society, it doesn't really capture that to me.
There's a chance that, you've got like a slightly awkward depiction. Is it Sirius? Is that who this other person is?
I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Sirius.
Okay.
And this is what you're seeing is Sirius and Harry dodge out of Fred and George's magicking of the food onto the table.
Yeah. That's exactly it. So that was the other thing I described here, because there is what looks like a giant cauldron full of something. And this is stew.
Right. Yeah. That's the other thing. When you see a cauldron full of stuff in Harry Potter, you'd like to think it's potion.
Yeah, but it says this is stew, not potion.
This is soup.
Yeah. And then you've got your breadboard flying through there, the knife that's standing up on end that's gone in there. And this is all inside of a rare piece of magic gone askew for Fred and George, who I feel like otherwise are always at they're always involved in antics and silliness, but this seems like a rare piece of ineptitude on their part.
Yeah. I
honestly
don't even feel like it's their fault. I feel like they had it and then Molly starts yelling at them and that's what makes them mess up.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. That could be
and then
that.
it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy where it's like the thing she's yelling about happens because she's yelling about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good point. point. The other thing I think that's really important to note about this chapter art, because this was a detail that really chuffed my gums or something. I don't know.
Chuffed is like a good thing, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anti-chuffed my gums.
Anti-chuffed. That's like one of those British words, like as an American, you're like, I feel really chuffed about that. You're like, yeah, I'm pretty upset too. You'd be like, no, I said I'm like, oh, I was really chuffed about that. Yeah. I was very happy about it.
Well,
I think...
hopefully.
We don't know what chuffed means.
Anyway, we get a description of all of the various things that are flying through the air in this particular scene. And it says, Fred and George had bewitched a large cauldron of stew, an iron flagon of butterbeer, and a heavy wooden breadboard, complete with knife. And we get the breadboard, we get the stew, we get the knife. Where's the flagon?
Where's the flagon, man? I want to say the flagon crashes on the ground at some point. So maybe it's already smashed off page.
Okay. Well,
off illustration.
Off illustration. It's like, and that is so the correct way to describe a picture in Harry Potter. It's like somewhere else in the image it exists.
It does exist, absolutely.
Just because we can't see it doesn't mean it's not there.
You have to imagine there's like an ornate frame around this image and it like happened a little to the side.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
like Phineas Nigella sniggering from behind the frame.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Kind of like that. Anyway, I'm sure we'll get to this scene eventually.
We will. It's like 2 pages in.
Yeah, it's like 2 pages in. There you go. Apparently, it's the most exciting thing that happened in this chapter to put as the chapter art. Not like an impressive. I mean, there was already the group shot at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah.
But like, I still imagine this being like the order members lined up at the table, not telling Harry stuff that happens in the next chapter, but like a picture of the order.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Anything more important than the one piece of chaos inside of the chapter.
This is giving first task energy where Harry's fighting a dragon, but the chapter art is him summoning a dictionary.
You're so right. God, we need to do a video just going through and ranking
all the chapter art.
All the chapter arts. You know what else is funny, and I'm going to continue to prolong us not entering the first sentence of the chapter,
which isn't long.
Which isn't long. No, is I received this email that is like supposed to be like a newsletter for people who make podcasts, and the headline of yesterday's email was, listeners really like it when the episodes are less than 1 hour long and when the hosts immediately get into the meat of what they're talking about. They don't want any playful banter at the beginning. And I was like, wow, we are doing everything wrong by the books.
Well, our playful banter is about the content.
It's about the content. Yeah,
I do know what they mean, though. I know what they're talking about because there is often like when I used to listen to my trading, now I'm doing the exact thing. So just be aware of that. I used to listen to a Pokemon trading card game podcast.
Okay.
Because I play the game and I love it. But what I wanted to hear them talk about was the card game because they're like both like experts. But at the beginning, there's like an inevitable 5 to 10 minute like, how you doing, man? How's life? And it's just like, you know what? I don't know if like, can we just get to it?
I see.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we have popcorn culture for. So if you want to listen to us just like ramble on forever about our lives, then that's a different podcast.
Yeah. So I think I know what they're getting at, but we're still talking about Harry Potter
as
far as I can tell.
Yeah.
And a little bit of Name of the Wind. Yeah.
That's an occupational hazard.
That's an occupational. You're around as long enough. You're going to hear about it. Okay.
That's true. Don't ask us a question on tour or do. And we'll completely change gears.
It's honestly, it's not even me in bed. It's the team. They're like, stop. It's not that they don't want to talk about it. It's that we can't let them.
Exactly. Anyway, the first sentence is really good for our classic opener here.
And then the dragons arrived.
So as a reminder, the last sentence of chapter 4 was, "Hello, Harry," he said grimly. "I see you've met my mother." And that's Sirius referring to the portrait of his mother at number 12 Grimmauld Place. And this is kind of like one of those details that we're so well accustomed to, that this is the house of the most ancient and noble house of Black. That like we know that's exactly where he is, but this is Harry kind of learning for the very first moment that this is Sirius's childhood home.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
So and then the dragons arrived.
So just like whatever you were going to say, they were ready. They were just like sitting on the starting line, like wait for it. We're here.
We're here. Yeah. Good.
All right. So the dragons arrived. There they are.
Yes.
And then Sirius reveals, "My dear old mom, we've been trying to get her down for a month, but we think she put a permanent sticking charm on the back of the canvas."
Yeah. So this is kind of it's an interesting thing that they're going to bring up a few times. There's the like tapestry as well, has this permanent sticking charm. And then eventually Harry will even go into Sirius's room where there's like Muggle photos, like pinups, I think, and like diagrams of like motorcycles that he has like also permanently sticking charmed to the walls.
Yeah.
And
do you think that because Sirius doesn't seem to know for sure that that's what this is?
That was exactly what I was going to say. I think it's Creature actually who's doing this.
Oh.
I think this is Creature magic, because at some point in time when he's talking about the tapestry, he is like, Creature won't let them take it. Like won't, and so I think that this is Creature literally enacting his own brand of house elf magic. And that's the reason why these otherwise highly trained wizards can't undo a permanent sticking charm, especially when Sirius himself has applied this exact spell to other things in his room in the same house.
Right. Okay, that does make sense because the two things that we know are the tapestry and the portrait of Mrs. Black.
Exactly.
Which seem like the most important things to him. I was going to say because like Sirius doesn't know about it, but clearly he did the same thing to his room. So maybe like after he left to go live with the Potters or whatever, his parents tried to take the stuff off of his room and were like, couldn't do it. And then after the fact, they were like, well, if that's how he's going to be, I'm going to do this.
It's a little like tit for tat.
It's like a little tit for tat. Like not thinking he'll ever be back, but I guess, the situation has arisen.
Right.
So they've had the last laugh.
Yes, exactly.
Or the last scream, as it were.
But
I like the idea that it's Creature even almost better.
Yeah, I think it would fit well. And Creature like lives through the end of the series. So like the fact that they're never able to get it off at any point in time would just be like Creature's magic has never like let it go.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So a detail I don't think I've ever picked up on before about the house, the most noble house of Black, is that the kitchen and where they're eating is in the basement.
Yeah, right. You're right. It is kind of weird because I go down there and it's like the only thing illuminating the space at all is like the fireplace.
Yeah. Even right here, it's like when they're talking about the portrait, he says, "Let's get downstairs quick before they all wake up again." And I was like, the portrait's up. So I thought the portrait was in the landing. Go downstairs where?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I suppose that there could be like a little bit of like the like if this is a former nobleman's house, then which I mean, by their own assertion, it is.
Yeah.
The ancient and the noble and most ancient house of Black or whatever. But I suppose at least back in ye old days, it would have been the case that you would have like a downstairs area where like the house staff would work.
I mean, I would agree with you, except that we know for sure they've had a house elf
the whole time. You're right.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. Although the kitchens at
Hogwarts are also in the basement.
They are. They're like underneath. So like
okay.
I wonder
that's where he cooks or they cook.
Well, and it seems like while they're at the order, Molly is doing all of the food prep at least. Well, and I think a little bit like with the other members, like kind of joining in with various tasks and stuff like that. But so like I wonder if back when like Sirius's mother occupied the house, if like dinner wasn't at least somewhat similar to how it is at Hogwarts, where like Creature would be in the kitchen and like send it up.
Yeah, well, because it seems like when they're having that would make sense too, because like when they're having the meeting, it seems like they're on the landing level floor because they think they can drop the extendable ears down to them.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Right.
Yeah.
But so it seems like that table must be equally large because there's like a bunch of people there.
True.
Right. Oh man, I think you're right. I think there is a similar food delivery system from down to upstairs. Taking place at the Black House.
I think it would fit. It's like I think it would even fit with like if you watch any period drama ever, they're like this kind of architecture is common.
It would not even surprise me if they had multiple house elves.
Oh, interesting.
Because there's a lineage, right?
Right.
Like where are they breeding? You know what I mean?
That's true.
Right.
This is a very good question. Yeah. It's like, how does that work?
I don't know.
Do we even want to know?
I don't think we want to know. And what I really don't want to know is in Fantastic Beasts, Crimes of Grindelwald, there's a half elf.
There is that.
To which I'm like, questions.
It's
questions.
Anyway. Yeah, let's move it on. So Sirius chimes in and he's like, Harry asked the question, but what's the portrait of your mother doing here?
Figure it out, Harry.
And he's like, hasn't anyone told you this is my parents' house? I offered it to Dumbledore for headquarters. About the only useful thing I've been able to do.
I love Sirius's first question. Hasn't anyone told you? It's like Harry's like, no one has told me anything. Just like, it's so good to see you.
It's like I feel like answers are coming from you.
I like you. All
this
right,
this is good. We are off on the right foot.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is like Harry, who has been so frustrated. He even says though, Harry, who had expected a better welcome, noted how hard and bitter Sirius' voice sounded.
Yeah, I mean they've been in a very similar situation, realistically.
They really have. I mean, especially I think compared to like what Sirius is having to deal with, especially with Snape out there doing such a ridiculously dangerous job by comparison, and he's stuck inside of the house. And so it's like not only is he not able to go and chomp at the bit the thing that he wants to do anyhow. Like that's Sirius's typical behavior.
Well, it sounds like he must have had a much more dangerous role the first time around as well.
True.
Because there's like the letter from Lily where it's like, we're so sad to hear you couldn't come to Harry's birthday party, but the order's got to come first or whatever. So it's like, whatever Sirius was doing was like I can't get away from it.
Right.
Because it's like pretty dangerous or whatever.
Oh, I know. I mean, and you can only imagine the hit it must have been on the original Order of the Phoenix that James, because I imagine James and Sirius probably were like tag teaming this stuff, and they were both super talented wizards. So
because they've thrice defied him at least.
True.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah. And yeah, so all of a sudden now you're taking like one of your starters and like effectively being like, well, you have to go be in like safety mode.
Right.
It's like, James is probably, everything we see Sirius being like is probably exactly how James was feeling.
I mean, Lily says in that same letter that he's going stir crazy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I totally think you're very much correct about that. But yeah, then it says they went through the doors leading into the basement kitchen. So there you go, right there out in the open.
Right.
And it says it was scarcely less gloomy than the hall above, which I don't know. It's surprising that it's less gloomy since now you're in the basement. So
right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be more gloomy, if anything.
True.
Yeah.
Maybe there was just like less opportunity to like decorate this particular space, and so the end result is that it was less able to then deteriorate as well.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The decoration deterioration.
Right.
Yeah. Say that 10 times real fast. Okay. Then I like this though, because it says that many chairs have been crammed into the room for the meeting, and long wooden tables stood in the middle of the room, littered with rolls of parchment, goblets, empty wine bottles, and a heap of what appeared to be rags.
Well, I guess this is the room they were having the meeting in then, though.
Well, I guess you're right.
Man. So where were they putting these extendable ears?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. We've already lost one theory on this episode so far.
But
the empty wine bottles, I think, is kind of remarkable because it doesn't seem like it's been a terribly long meeting. Like the meeting was about to start when Harry arrived. He went upstairs, had a brief shouting match with Ron and Hermione.
Yes.
And then came down, and now there are empty wine bottles everywhere.
And a cloud of smoke, even though it seems like only Mundungus is the one who smokes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. And then we've also got like the heap of what appear to be rags line, which of course is Mundungus. This is the first of two times inside of this book where Mundungus will be misperceived.
Oh, yes.
Because he's also going to be at the Hog's Head.
Right.
In a similar state of like I think that they describe him as like a warlock covered in bandages or something like that. Or,
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, or maybe a witch. Even.
A witch, yeah.
Yeah. And
he's undercover.
Right. So anyway, Mundungus's spectacular ability to just sort of like,
floomp into the environment.
I like that verb. Yeah. He's floomped.
He's floomped in there.
Yeah.
But then we have, correct me if I'm wrong here. It says Mrs. Weasley cleared her throat. Her husband, a thin, balding, red-haired man who wore horn-rimmed glasses. Isn't that the same kind of glasses Percy wears?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So that's a commonality between the two for sure.
Right.
Then Mr. Weasley, very similar to Mrs. Weasley, is just immediately like steps forward with a nice hearty greeting, just in the way that I love the Weasleys in their relationship with Harry. Like, Harry, good to see you.
Yes.
And Bill with his super cool ponytail is hastily rolling up lengths of parchment left on the table, and just sort of kind of has like his classic coolness. Journey all right, Harry?
Journey all right. Then.
It's like, I'm right there with you. I've done some of those Mad-Eye journeys before. He didn't make you come via Greenland then.
Yeah.
And Tonks is like, he tried.
What does that mean? Like we were going to take a port key, go to Greenland, then fly here, so we'd be coming from a different direction.
I mean, I can only imagine
something like that.
The giant misdirect. How close is Greenland to the island of Great Britain?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know. Or maybe they just fly out to Greenland first and then swerve around and
as one does.
I don't know. Yeah. Because Tonks is like, yep, you may as well have. It was so cold out there.
Right.
Yeah.
Then we get more of Tonks's like we were asking in the last chapter whether or not the troll
leg,
the troll
tripping
leg.
her.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like it's just Tonks being clumsy.
Tonks, I know.
Because there's so many more instances that we just get over and over with Tonks just being like, Tonks immediately sending a candle toppling over the last piece of parchment.
Even this though, it's like Tonks is a metamorph magus, which is this like super fun, cool ability that won't really come into play at all,
right?
More or less. And then even this, like Tonks' clumsiness. It's like, oh yeah, maybe this is like, you know, Chekhov's clumsiness or whatever. But like, it's not.
It's not.
She just is. Just like I assigned some characteristics to this character, and that's it.
It makes you wonder whether or not there like wasn't more that Tonks was supposed to do, like in some capacity, because Tonks has a pretty big role. I mean, she gets married to Lupin. They have a son together. You know, like it's sort of like, you know, Teddy Lupin ends up being the sort of like embodiment of the life as an orphan child Harry should have maybe had.
Right. It's like Harry is the godfather to Teddy Lupin in like the way that like he kind of gets like fulfilled that like serious role, or like gets to play, you know, like he was raised by an aunt and uncle in a house as an orphan who hated him, and he gets like a second chance at that to like do it better. To treat him the right way. Even though I think Teddy mostly just lives with his grandparents and comes around the Potters 4 or 5 nights a week.
Exactly, yeah. Because as of the epilogue, I think that like Ginny and Harry are kind of having the conversation at the train station, as you do. It's like, we may as well just adopt him.
Yeah.
This is the moment to have that conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Send our kids to school, you know. Anyway, let's see here. So then what do we have next?
Let's see. So it says here, so we get to see Bill, finish rolling up the part, or Harry caught a glimpse of what looked like the plan of a building. I have to assume the building is the Ministry, and this is the Department of Mysteries.
I've got to assume you're right.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine. It doesn't seem like there's any other important enough building that the Order has reason to be paying attention to at this point that it could be anything else. Yep.
Yeah. And then Mrs. Weasley snatches him up, and she's like, oh, we should really clear this up before people come down here, which, like, yes, obviously. You guys are terrible at being Secret Service or secret organization so
it's
far.
So true. It's like the meeting's not over until everything's cleaned up, y'all. Like, easy peasy.
Especially because then Bill just pulls out his wand and is like, Evanesco, and they all just vanish. It's like, why were you rolling them up at all? Like the amount the wizards forget they can do magic is astounding to me.
It's true.
And also it says Evanesco. Where did they go?
Into non-being.
Hey, that's exactly what I wrote down. Into non-being.
Where do vanished objects go?
Well, I hope Bill's around to get them back.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Wouldn't that be so weird if like if there was almost something like Wizard Cloud storage, where it's like, you know, you save all your files to the cloud, and it's like we all just generally assume that the cloud is like safely maintaining those files for us.
Yeah.
But like, what if every individual has like their own Evanesco cloud, and if they die, then those things are just gone.
Those things are just gone. It's like, to me, a lot of times I assume stuff like this at Hogwarts, this is like the functional use, like of the utility room that is the room of requirement.
I think you're correct. And maybe a portion of what's happening, because like Ron sort of has that like declaration where he's like, he really thought he was the only one who found it. Like, you know, maybe there's a layer to that where it's just sort of like every time a chair broke that was like, for some reason, magically unrepairable, Flitwick would be like, Evanesco, and like it just, that's where it goes.
That's where it goes.
Yeah. So it's like not everybody was finding it and being like, I've got a broken chair I need to heave into the pile of crap.
Right. Yeah. Because everything seems broken.
It's
like the endless storage room space of the castle or whatever.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Like we can't actually, like it still somewhat follows the physics. It's like it can't totally be like eradicated or whatever.
Well, you know, this is what they used to do before there was plumbing in the wizarding world. So like they would just like vanish you know, wouldn't it be have been so funny if they walked in and there was like, there's a distinct horrid smell.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Anyway, not the thing
like
anybody. People are like, guys, I'm turning it off today. I'm sorry. You've lost me with your house elf breeding conversation. You're vanished. Excrement.
Your complaints about the chapter art. My God.
My golly gosh.
Except no, they're like, you know what? I'm turning it up.
That's it. Exactly. Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
So Sirius now introduces Harry to the pile of rags, which is actually Mundungus Fletcher.
Who apparently wasn't even awake for the meeting. He's just like, I grew serious.
Yes, exactly.
Which this right out of the gate, it's like a funny line that he's just, but the fact that Mundungus says this, like clearly not paying attention to the room, I feel like it makes Sirius then sound less reliable.
Do you mean because you kind of mumbled through that there? Like, do you mean because Mundungus wakes up and he just sort of like haphazardly is like, I agree with Sirius.
Right. Like he thinks the meeting's still on. Like he's just like, what? Someone talking to me? Oh, I agree with Sirius. What whatever he said, me too.
Well, I don't know. Like this, it's really kind of a strange one because like in my mind, I'm sort of like, yeah, like they're, like Sirius is like a much more upstanding version, but like, he's still kind of got that like bad boy energy or something like that. But like at the same rate, like Sirius for all intents and purposes was like, it's not like he was like a crook the same way that like Mundungus is a crook. Like,
right.
Like they're not really cut from the same cloth. Like Sirius was wrongly accused, not given a trial and imprisoned for 12 years.
Right.
Like it's the only thing that really connects them is that like, Sirius has the street cred, I guess, if you want to call it that, of having spent this time in Azkaban. But like otherwise, I mean, he was a pretty just like upstanding individual who was, No,
I know, but I think like within the order, I would imagine Sirius is the one who's like bringing up a lot of like challenging like thoughts to the plans.
Okay.
Or like, how can we make it more like, or, I think we should be more aggressive or more dangerous or whatever.
Sure.
And like Mundungus is like taking his tack on things. Like
right.
Sirius, I imagine, is taking the more irresponsible tack on most plans.
I think we would probably safely assume that that's true.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the fact that then Mundungus is agreeing with him, but you already, as far as you, the like readers know, Mundungus is just the guy who abandoned Harry.
Right.
It's like he makes bad decisions, but he agrees with Sirius.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Look, is it lessening Sirius's credibility?
Right. Exactly.
I mean, I guess so. I literally wrote my note here was like, I just love that this is his default. That like he's just sort of like, I don't like most of you, but Sirius is okay.
Yeah. Well, that too.
Yeah. That's almost like where Mundungus is definitely the odd one out, as far as this particular group of people is concerned.
Oh, for sure.
So I just tend to think that like Sirius is the one who is sort of like living life with like maybe like one foot on both sides of the ethical equation.
Yeah. God, you know what? We were just talking about this, but like Mundungus is the one who's going to be like dressed up and like overhears the initial meeting about the Dumbledore's army, right?
Correct.
Right. God, it's like, man, if only the Order had someone who got like top marks in concealment and disguise,
It's so true.
Right? Like, why wasn't that Tonks?
Why wasn't that Tonks? It's a superb question. Yeah. It just should have been. But who knows? It's like,
it just bothers me because Tonks is so cool and she doesn't get to use her fun power to do anything.
It's true. Justice for Tonks.
Justice for Tonks, man. Give her more to do.
That's what we're saying. Yeah. Everything that Mundungus does, Tonks could have done.
Exactly.
But maybe that's the real thing too, is that you needed like a punching bag character who could abandon Harry for such a stupid reason so that Harry could be like, because it almost presents an opportunity for the Order, who means well and is full of like upstanding and reliable characters. You needed one to fail him so Harry could be attacked.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if Tonks was just protecting Harry, then she wouldn't have stepped away from her post.
Well, I mean, that's fine too. Like, it's okay for them to have this person there that's like, can like mess up and stuff. And, guarding Harry is like clearly a rotating job.
Shift, right.
Yeah, it's not always Mundungus. Maybe it was Tonks some of the time.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
I love this though, because Sirius chimes in. He says, "The meeting's over, Dung." And I'm just like, great nickname. Great.
Yeah.
Dung. You know what I want to be referred to as? Dung.
Yeah.
But multiple people do. And then he's just sort of like, Harry's arrived. And I feel like Mundungus is got such like a disconnected version of Harry. Like he's not nearly as awestruck. He doesn't have any of it. He's like, blimey, so he has. Yeah, you're all right, Harry.
Yeah.
like
no thanks to you.
Yeah. Right. But like, I wonder if Harry's going through a situation where it's like, Sirius seems to approve of this man.
Right.
So I was like, kind of have to like him by proxy.
And then he pulls out a grimy black pipe.
Right. Which billows smoke that smells like burning socks.
Great.
The acrid smell of burning socks. So I wrote that down as a little piece of trivia. What did Mundungus's pipe smell like?
Yes. Burning socks.
Burning socks.
There you go.
Pocket that one away.
He like sort of starts to apologize, says, "Oh, you apology," grunted a voice from the middle of the smelly thing. Like he says he does, but then later he's like, "But I did have a business deal, so like I get like technically I owe you one, but like at the same time, I think I was pretty justified.
It's like you kind of understand, right? Like
Right.
I had the opportunity to make like a handful of galleons, and like
Yeah.
that's more important than like, you know, what do you do again? What is your whole thing?
Who are you?
The chosen one.
Something about a scar? Or,
Right. Yes.
yeah.
Anyway, so let's see here. So now, Molly does seem to have a bit of control, or at least a measure of respect from Mundungus, I feel like, because she's like, she calls him out for smoking, and he's like, all right, sorry, Molly, and he puts it away. So at least, the very least, Molly can keep him like, you know, in check.
Yeah.
Molly has got to be just like exhausted with having to like correct everyone.
Everyone all the time.
She's like, this is so exhausting.
Yeah.
Like it's like being like a group full of children.
yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically her job, though, is to be like the house mom for the headquarters.
Yeah, to kind of,
Like,
look after.
Like decontaminate it, to cook the food, to keep everything like running. Like you need someone like that around.
Like the manager of the house.
Yes, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. So anyway, that being said, Tonks generously offers to help Molly, and Molly's sort of like, no, you just take a rest, and then
I think what she says is,
I circled it.
Yeah.
And Tonks is like, no, I want to help, and stands up and knocks over a chair.
What I think is funny here is that like she's sort of like, no, that's no thanks. But then in the next book, she's like, Tonks, come round for dinner. Like, you know, this is not how you get a daughter-in-law, Molly.
That's
Okay?
exactly right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. She seems a little exasperated. Is that the right word? With Tonks up until this moment, but then like once Bill's talking to Fleur, then she's
Which she already is, though. You know,
It's
giving
true.
her those private lessons.
and those wink wink, audible.
Wink,
Yeah.
wink.
Okay. Anyway, what's next?
Then we have so you just get another forgetting to do magic thing. Soon a series of heavy knives for chopping meat and vegetables of the Roanoke, supervised by Mr. Weasley, while Mrs. Weasley stirred a cauldron dangling over the fire, and others took plates, more goblets, and food from the pantry. It's like, sure, magic the knives, but not the place settings.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So as all this kind of scene is unfolding, we have another one of these lines from Mundungus who says, "Seen old Figgy since?"
Yeah.
And this is kind of funny because when I was in high school, I worked as I did like oil changes at like a auto body shop type place. And I remember that there was this mechanic that worked there.
Oh.
And like every single day I would go and like chat to him. His name was Nate. And
Good name.
I know. And he would always tell me about his old lady. And he was like, oh yeah, I got to get dinner home to the old lady. And for the longest time, I just always assumed that the old lady was his mom.
Oh.
And eventually I brought this up with him because he said something and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And he was like, that's my wife. And I was like, oh, I have.
Recontextualizing everything you ever told me.
Yes, exactly. It's like, okay, now things make way more sense all of a sudden. But yeah, so when it says old Figgy, I'm like, they were totally former.
Yeah, totally into it.
You know, yeah. So anyway, I'm continuing my shipment of Mundungus and Arabella Fig.
There you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
Fundungus.
Yeah.
Then this is his terrible apology. You see, I wouldn't have left, but I had a business opportunity. Like,
Sure. Yeah.
great,
Totally.
That's cool and all. Dementors.
I love that we don't really see Harry react to Mundungus at all. Like, it's like he says these things and it's like Harry just doesn't respond
Yeah,
to any of them.
right.
Like it's like you would think that he'd be like, yeah, I got attacked by Dementors. It kind of sucked.
Yeah.
I have to go on trial now, all because of you.
Right.
And it's like, he just doesn't say anything.
I know.
So
if you don't have anything nice to say, you know,
that's it. Yell at your friends later.
yell at your friends later.
Yeah.
Exactly. They'll forgive you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But so the scene actually then just abruptly cuts because Harry felt something brush against his knees and started, but it was only Crookshanks, Hermione's bandy-legged ginger cat, which
Who has the same description as Mundungus, who was just mentioned.
it was just mentioned, yes, as being like I think he's described as a bandy-legged
Ginger man.
Ginger man.
Yeah.
So, but Crookshanks wound himself once around Harry's legs, purring, and then jumped onto Sirius's lap and curled up. So we know that this is sort of like Sirius and Crookshanks used to be allies back in the day. They've
Total
got like
besties,
they've got like a good affinity for one another. But obviously, Crookshanks also the way that she is greeting Harry always just kind of reminds me of the theory that she is the Potter's former cat.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I wrote down the exact same thing.
Yep.
So I feel like Sirius then he does such a better job of dealing with Harry than Ron and Hermione did. where he's just like, had a good summer, but like he clearly knows it's been bad.
Right.
And
Yes.
Harry's like, no, it's been lousy.
Yeah, and for the first time, something like a grin flitted across Sirius's face. This is such misery loves its company. It's not even funny because it's like Sirius is kind of happy that Harry's annoyed with the status quo.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what you're complaining about myself. Yeah. Because he's sort of like, but he's also just like he does such a good job of making Harry feel better, I think, you know?
Yes. It's like he's validating.
He's like, oh, what are you complaining about? Getting attacked by Dementors? Like, you know, I don't know what you're complaining about. You could fight Dementors, you know?
Right. He's like, oh, it's kind of awesome.
Kind of awesome when you think about it.
Pretty cool. Yeah. It's like, so, you know, I would welcome a Dementor attack. I'd like to get into a few fights. I've been stuck inside for a month.
I know. It's so funny that he says, personally, I'd have welcomed a Dementor attack. A deadly struggle for my soul would have been broken the monotony nicely. It's like, not exactly how you felt in book 3, though, is it?
Yeah, that was sort of like the literal entire plot.
Yes,
of that book
was avoid Dementors.
Sirius Black avoiding Dementor attacks, and then almost being attacked by a Dementor proper, in which he does nothing.
Yeah,
Harry has to save him.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess he didn't have a wand.
Well, you know, either way, he could have.
Yeah,
he could have like shouted at them or something.
Yeah,
I don't know what he could have done. Yeah. Punched him square in the teeth.
I think he is shouting. He's going, no.
It's kind of a sad scene, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. When you think about it. Yeah. So he's been stuck inside for a month, and somehow, in some way, he's even more bottled up than Harry has been, which they are able to immediately bond over. He says, there's not much I can do for the Order of the Phoenix. Also, Dumbledore feels. So, like, even this, like, Harry's not happy with Dumbledore, and he's like, yes, good. Someone else isn't happy with Dumbledore.
Honestly, there is something to be said for this. Like, just getting it's like I just said, it's misery loves its company, but it's also just getting getting that shared feeling of like, yes, okay, I'm annoyed with them too.
Right. Because it does sort of feel like within the Order and Hogwarts and stuff, it's like, you're not really allowed to be annoyed with Dumbledore because he's like such a great wizard.
He's such a great wizard. And it's like all you can ever, like, it's not like Dumbledore's ever just like resting on his laurels either. It's like he's always out doing something. So you can never assume that he's not doing enough.
Right. And it feels like if you're in a relationship you don't want to be in, and someone's like, you know, you're allowed to break up with them, and you're like, I hadn't really considered that.
That's very helpful.
It's like, you know, you're allowed to be mad at them for that. And it's like, am I? I didn't think that was an option.
Well, now I feel better.
I feel I guess I can be.
Right. Yeah. So I think we're definitely having that brand of exchange between Sirius and Harry here.
Yeah.
And so then Harry on the flip side is like, well, at least you know what's been going on. And Sirius is sort of like, oh yeah, listening to Snape's report, having to take all the snide hints that he's out there risking his life while I'm sat on my backside having a nice comfortable time. Asking me how the cleaning's going.
Yeah.
But this particular exchange, like it's all set up. Like a lot of what we have going on, because I have to imagine that there's a world where Sirius in dog form like is innocuous enough to be able to go out and do something.
Right.
Like maybe not attack Death Eaters, because he's right. Like Wormtail will have like, you know, signified or whatever, like identified that detail about him. But all of this is sort of like leading up to Sirius reaching his boil over point, which leads to him going to the Department of Mysteries, which he shouldn't have to do. Like that's what Dumbledore is going to say. Like, you know, there was no reason for Sirius to go. Like other people were there, but Snape's like goading and poking and you know, like everything. It ultimately is the thing where Sirius is like, that's enough. I'm going.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, the whole Snape Sirius problem at the house is just setting up a big the ending of the book where Sirius will die. I feel like I'm saying like, oh, don't spoil the book, but like you guys know what happens.
Yeah.
Clearly. So then we asked this question in the last episode: how long has no one lived there? It turns out it is 10 years.
I know we were slightly off. I think we said, what did we say? 14.
I think we said 14.
Yeah, because we were doing 15 years off Regulus. So it's at least then what we can correct from last week's episode is canonically, I guess that means that Mrs. Black lived for 5 years after the death of Regulus.
There you go.
Yeah.
Bam. And then I guess they both bit it.
Exactly.
Sorry, that's a wicked joke.
Were you quoting Ariana Grande's depiction of Galinda?
I was, yeah.
Exactly.
which we have severely overemphasized in the Office.
Yes, we have. Yes. Anyway, then we get some of the early setup for Mundungus sort of like taking and selling things from number 12, which ultimately actually ends up being extremely plot relevant. Like at this point in time, you kind of just know that Mundungus is kind of like this wheeler and dealer or whatever. Like he's just gonna like lift stuff. And so it's like, is this solid silver? And Sirius is like, yes, finest 15th century goblin wrought silver embossed with the black family crest. And Mundungus is like, well, that would come off though.
Yeah.
And to which I'm like,
Subtle.
would it? Like,
Yeah.
what do you mean it would come off? Like, that's not how silver works.
I know. And they seem like, especially if they're goblin wrought, you know?
Yes, exactly. Yes. It's like this is like magically infused like forging.
Only accepts that which makes it stronger.
Yes.
If it's, you know, that's how the goblin wrought silver of the sword works.
Yes, exactly. Right. Yes. So, you know, don't feed your basilisk with it, I guess.
Yeah.
But obviously the big long-term play here is that we know that Mundungus is taking things from the house and going to sell them. And eventually that will include the locket that I believe we see in the next chapter, which is Slytherin's locket, AKA the Horcrux.
Yeah. And then we get the chapter art scene where it's Fred George, no, just carry them. Mrs. Weasley shrieked. Shrieked.
There you go. That's because Fred and George have bewitched a large cauldron of stew, an iron flagon of butterbeer, and a heavy wooden breadboard complete with knife to hurtle
They
through the
don't
air.
forget they can do magic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. The stew skidded the length of the table and came to a halt just before the end, leaving a long black burn on the wooden surface. The flagon of butterbeer fell with a crash into oblivion, and we never saw it again, spilling its contents everywhere. And the bread knife slipped off the board and landed. Turn the page. Point down, quivering ominously, exactly where Sirius's right hand would have been seconds before. And the note that I wrote in there was that our 9th grade English teacher, Mrs. Price, would say that this is foreshadowing his eventual death.
Oh, you think so?
It's me being frustrated with Mrs. Price, like
Yeah.
all these years, 20 full years later.
20 full years later. Yeah. Had that been the case, I would argue now, as an adult, that's not true. Like if you lost a hand, it would be foreshadowing of that.
I completely agree with you.
As far as I'm concerned, even if he got hit with the knife, pretty fixable.
Pretty fixable. Yeah.
Because magic.
Right. We can solve that problem.
Also, this hurtling into the table and it landed exactly where they wanted. I'm like, that's kind of impressive. Really.
Not so bad.
Good job, Fred and George there. But Mrs. Weasley continues to shriek, which as far as I'm concerned is the reason everything went askew. For heaven's sake, I've had enough of it. Just because you're allowed to use magic now, you don't have to whip your wands out for every tiny little thing. This is extremely rich coming from Mrs. Weasley, who in the very next chapter will be using her wand to magic a plate of sandwiches up the stairs.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Little rich, Molly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not having it for this situation. I don't think this is justified yelling.
Nope. Yep. I mean, literally, I think it's like at some point in time, Harry is going to refer to the way that Molly is behaving as he didn't like her Molly coddling. And I'm sort of like, it's so interesting that the descriptive word literally includes her name.
I know. It's like, is that intentional?
Right.
Yeah.
But I also think that the thing you have to keep in mind with Molly is going to be the woes of Mrs. Weasley, which is the chapter that's coming up here. And I think like we're drastically underestimating the amount of stress that she's feeling. Like Molly is almost like a static noise in the room that almost keeps bringing the stress level like back up again.
Yeah.
But it's because of what she's experiencing.
Right.
Like she is, deeply concerned for Harry, who like she probably uniquely knows is the subject of the prophecy because at the very least they're guarding it. Arthur's guarding it. So Molly probably knows just how severe Harry's position is inside of everything. Bill and Charlie are both members of the Order. Fred and George both just came of age, and Ron is Harry's best friend.
Right.
And Percy has abandoned the family. So it's like,
and Ginny was possessed by Voldemort 2 years ago.
right. So
3 years ago.
like what Molly is experiencing right now, like it does come across as this kind of like overbearing, but I do think it's all because like she is hyper fixated on the safety and the worry of her entire family. And we'll even see it further when we get a couple books ahead when she starts the habit of carrying the Weasley family clock around with her everywhere she goes.
And
like,
I mean, it's in the last chapter. She's already she's looking more strung out. She lost a bunch of weight.
right.
Yeah.
Yes. She's just deeply stressed. So
Yeah.
there's no doubt about it. I think Molly is just afraid. A raw nerve is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think
but,
you're right.
But there's a reason for it.
Yeah. And then she goes down and says, none of your brothers cause this sort of trouble, which is just a nice segue into the whole Percy situation. Which I was like, yeah, none of them cause this sort of trouble. It's like, Percy just very recently caused much worse trouble than magicking like cauldrons around.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Bill didn't feel the need to apparate every few feet. Charlie didn't charm everything he met. Percy. And I wrote in, is a get.
He's like, yeah.
Yeah, and it seems like just the very mention of his name causes both Molly and Arthur to sort of like freeze up a little bit.
Yeah.
And then Bill immediately chimes in and he's like, let's eat.
And then Lupin, the classic, he's so good at like smoothing over a situation. He's like, it all looks wonderful, Molly.
Right. Yes, exactly. It's like, yeah, Lupin always knows how to like step in. It's like Lupin, I think probably because he's a werewolf, it's like he so values calmness.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like he's always just sort of like, that's the thing about Lupin. It's like he is the gentlest person who has the affliction that makes him remarkably violent.
Which also won't come up again.
Which also won't come up again.
Maybe that's what him and Tonks bonded over. They're like, you know what's weird? That we have these like really cool things that like are part of our characters and like they just don't, you know. Like there was that one time, you know, like in book 3, but like I'm not going to be a werewolf again on page ever again.
I know. We've said it before, but like one of the amazing things would have been seeing Lupin and Fenrir like werewolf off.
Yes.
You know, at the Battle of Hogwarts.
It's the Battle of Hogwarts.
Right. Yes. Because the fight is happening through the night.
Yeah.
You know.
Right. Why couldn't it be a full moon?
Why couldn't it be?
You know?
Yeah.
Seems like it should be. We never even see Fenrir in werewolf form.
Never do.
Ever.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever.
That's okay.
He's another victim of off-pageitis.
Phagitis.
Yep.
We all suffer from it sometimes, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Then we start getting reference because Mrs. Weasley's speaking to Sirius, and she's like, I'm meaning to tell you there's something trapped in the writing desk in the drawing room. It keeps rattling and shaking. Of course, it could be a boggart, and it of course is a boggart, and this will show up later, and we're gonna get reference to it at least a few times because we're waiting on Moody to show up to basically have a shifty at it, to take a look using his magical eye to figure out what it is.
Sirius, of course, on the other hand, is just like, it's like almost like it almost feels like a random fact being thrown at him. It's like, oh, also, Sirius, I've been meaning to tell you, one of the desks is rattling. It's like, great.
Lots of stuff is rattling.
Whatever. Sure.
There is no such thing as a quiet moment in this house.
Yeah.
There's things scurrying everywhere.
Yeah. Then she brings up the doxies, so just setting up the next chapter as well. And I thought we'd tackle them tomorrow. I was like, yeah, I look forward to it for sure.
Yep. Then we get a big little trivia exchange here, and I've been trying to write these things down in a way that helps me like remember them for future things. Because if we were asked, what is the first way that Tonks modifies her face when demonstrating her metamorph magi abilities at the dinner table, I, of course, would say that it's the pig snout first.
Oh, okay.
And it's probably because that's the one they chose to do in the film. And so it's just like easy to picture it.
I think they do the beak in the film too, though.
Do they do the beak first? Oh,
like,
maybe
I think
you're
it's
right.
like a duck bill, kind of.
I think it is a duck bill. Now to say that.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just getting it wrong. Anyway, so the first thing she does is her nose swells to a beak-like protuberance, like Snape's.
Yep.
2, a button mushroom. 3, and then sprouted a great deal of hair from each nostril.
Man.
Would you count that as 3?
I would count that as 3.
Okay. And then 4 is when we start to get requests from Hermione and Ginny who request the pig snout.
Yes.
Yes.
There we go.
So then it's funny because Harry looking up had the fleeting expression that a female Dudley was grinning at him from across the table. The main thing I think is funny here is that Hagrid literally tries to transfigure Dudley into a pig. And gives him like the pig's tail. Yeah. So it's funny that they have both been magically modified to resemble pigs.
Says they're not giving anything away. It said Bill. So he starts talking about the goblins, which you sort of have to like infer a little bit. Still can't work out whether they believe he's back or not. Of course, they might prefer not to take sides. Keep out of it. So this is Bill talking about the goblins of Gringotts and whether or not they might join the Wizard's cause to fight Voldemort.
Yes.
Yeah.
And exactly what he just said though is they might prefer not to take sides. That is what happens. Like we will hear. I think it's like when Ted and Dean and a pair of goblins are all chatting fireside after they Osseo salmon in Deathly Hallows.
Wizards forget they can do magic.
Because wizards forgot they can do magic. Yeah. And you're like, don't get me started on that. But I want to say that Ted asks one of the goblins, and he's like, we thought you were fighting with Voldemort. And he's like, we don't choose sides. This is a wizard's war.
Yeah.
And basically
that doesn't stop Voldemort from killing you.
That's true. But the goblins' frustration is that they're not permitted to carry wands. And this is where Lupin chimes in and basically is able to like he knows exactly what they want. He knows what will work. So it's like, this is where like Lupin is failing to convince people, but like he is understanding what the goblins want well enough to where he would have been a good negotiator, I think.
Yeah.
Because it says, I think it depends on what they're offered, said Lupin. And I'm not talking about gold. If they're offered freedoms, we've been denying them for centuries. They're going to be tempted. Have you still not had any luck with Roanoke, Bill? And I think Lupin's dead on the money here.
He is.
Like, I think that like if they were just like, guys, if you are willing to help us in our battle against Voldemort, then we will permit you the right to carry wands. And let that be the exchange. It's like, I think that would pacify the relationship between the goblins.
Right.
Like, so it's odd that they just, I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Like they're really not into it. And the thing is, like Voldemort knows all these things too. And this is how he preys on all these different groups.
Exactly.
Like, he is able to like, he promises the giants greater range and freedom to just go, do stuff. And like, that's part of why they agree. And I'm sure he offers the goblins something similar. And the thing is, he has no intention of keeping these promises whatsoever. He just needs their allegiance to claim power first.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yes. And there is going to be a line where they're talking about, witches and wizards he bullied or bewitched into following him, his faithful Death Eaters, a great variety of dark creatures. You heard of him planning to recruit the giants. There'll just be one group he's after. He's certainly not going to try to take on the ministry with only a dozen Death Eaters. So you're right, though. Yeah, it's like he's well versed in basically learning what they want, promising them that, and then just never following
Not delivering on it.
Yeah, exactly. Because he also hates them.
Right.
Like that's like Umbridge's thing. Like I think she refers to the centaurs as like half breeds.
Yes.
Or something. It's just sort of like, oh my gosh, like
Right.
the layers of prejudice that can exist inside of the wizarding world are bonkers.
Yes.
Anyway, so where are we next?
Let's see. So then we also find out that the goblins never stop raging about the Bagman business, which is just more a good setup for later when you meet Griphook and that whole situation at Gringotts, because you learn, one, that Bagman never did pay them, the goblins. Like, he never got them. I guess we don't know what totally happened to him. But the point is that goblins hold grudges.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
basically indefinitely.
They just don't forget. Yeah.
Which is even true of the sword. Like, that's 1,000 years ago, and everyone involved is dead, but the modern day goblins are still holding a grudge.
They're still holding a grudge, and it's because it's like one of those things where it's like culturally things are just so different. Like the purchase of the sword didn't mean ownership of the sword. It meant like almost like a rental of the sword until the purchaser died, at which point the ownership would go back to the person who made it.
Right.
And like we live in like a society where if you buy something, it means it belongs to you. You own that object. But that's certainly not the way. That's not the culture of the goblins.
No, it is not. And let's see. And then we sort of cut back to Mundungus here, who is just telling a story.
It's a funny story, though.
It is.
He's basically describing, you're cutting in on a story where somebody's asking him, Dung, where'd you get all them toads from? Because son of a bludger's gone and nicked all mine. Nicked all your toads? Well, what next? So you'll be wanting some more then. And if you'll believe me, lads, the gormless gargoyle buys back his own toads.
for twice what he paid for them in the first place.
So basically, he sold him toads, stole the toads, and then sold the same toads back to him for twice the price.
Exactly. So he profited 3 times off the same toads.
Exactly. Yeah. Which I just think is a comical story.
It is a very funny story. However, I also think, now I don't know what Miss Price would say about this, Ben, but I would consider this a certain kind of verbal irony, if you ask me.
Ooh, lay it on me.
Listen here, because Mundungus sells stolen toads, but later on, a toad will steal from Mundungus.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Right.
Should look like a toad.
Look like a toad.
It's like one of those details where it's like, how much does Umbridge look like a toad, to the point where he's going to describe the person who took the locket from him as being a toad, and everybody in the room knows exactly who he's talking
They're
about.
like, oh, no, she didn't.
No, there she is.
Of course it's Umbridge.
Of course.
Of course it's Pete. Look at it. It's also about a frog.
It is about a frog. That is such an Our Family reference to Oh Brother Where Art Thou.
Oh Brother Where Art Thou. Yes.
Where someone they believe gets turned into a toad.
Oh my gosh. Please tell me you guys have seen Oh Brother Where Art Thou.
We thought you wasn't toad.
Of course it's Pete. Look at it.
Anyway, that makes no sense to anybody, probably. But the people
It's a George Clooney movie.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
yeah.
I feel like it won awards and stuff.
It absolutely is very good. Soggy Bottom Boys. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
You know, by that. Constant Sorrow. Moving on. But let's see. This could be crazy trivia. This feels like an open book one. But Will nicked him off Wardy Harris in the first place, so I wasn't really doing nothing wrong. So yeah, who did Will nick toads from?
You're exactly right. This is so an open book question.
Yeah.
And for a toad, a purveyor of toads to be named Wardy Harris, I find to be just ridiculous.
Yeah, right. Like that one didn't reach far for that one.
No, not even at all.
Yeah. So Fred and George are just like loving this. They're drinking it up. Fred and George buried their faces in the goblets of butterbeer. George was hiccuping, which I'm like, I don't know if that sentence was necessary. Is George drunk? Is that what it's supposed to mean?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I hiccup when I laugh too hard.
Okay,
So
maybe that's it.
maybe that's it. Because I feel like in the last book, we learned that butterbeer isn't very strong towards wizards.
Yeah.
So like,
and also, didn't they just crash the butterbeer?
yeah, the flagon. You're right.
The flagon's
It's a good
gone.
point. Yeah.
Where'd they got this from? I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Wherever vanished objects go.
Yeah. Molly doesn't approve of Mundungus, said Sirius in an undertone. Yeah. And then you get some like fun insight about how Dumbledore's running the order. It's like, he's useful, knows all the crooks. Well, he would, seeing as he's one himself. But he's also loyal to Dumbledore, who helped him out of a tight spot once. Something about a lawnmower, I think.
I was going to make the same joke. Oh my gosh. So that's a reference obviously back to how Arthur ended up getting the tickets to the Quidditch World Cup because he helps Ludo Bagman's brother, Otto, out of a lawnmower related incident once. And it's sort of like, okay, yeah.
Infinite loyalty.
Right. Yeah. Then tickets worth a house is the repayment for that particular piece of help there. But again, maybe this is like how wizards work, where it's like you have a certain kind of like, it's like when Harry shows mercy to Wormtail.
Right.
It's like the kind of thing that like almost like magically has
bonds
like
them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Like when one wizard saves another wizard's life.
Right.
Magically bound.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. So, but either way, Molly hasn't forgiven Mundungus for slipping off duty when he was supposed to be tailing you. Which, fair. I think that's fair for me.
Oh yeah. I literally wrote reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah. I wrote in the exact same spot. I wrote fair.
Fair. Yeah. Exactly.
But then Harry it says 3 helpings of rhubarb crumble. These must be, I assume this means 3 full pies worth of rhubarb crumble. Because at the end of it, Harry's jeans are feeling uncomfortably tight, which was saying something as the jeans had once been Dudley's.
It must have been a very...
when he was like 5 or something, you think? Or?
Possibly. I mean, Dudley is always described as just being like such a presence that like it does seem like this would be a surprising amount of rhubarb crumble.
Yeah, right.
Especially because if my understanding is correct, rhubarb is effectively like a different kind of like celery.
It's like red celery.
I
think it tastes very different as far as I understand.
Right. I think rhubarb pie is famously a good tasting thing.
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. But they bust that out of British Bake Off all the time, and you're like, what is that red celery they're cooking with?
I know. Yeah. It's a good point.
And then they bust out. They're like, this is my bubble gum extract, and you're like, don't put that in there. They never like the extracts.
That rose. It's like it's just too powerful every time.
The rose extract, the almond extract. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys don't care, or maybe you do because you're British and you watch Bake Off just as much as we do. Right. New season just started. Very exciting. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Then let's see here. Then Sirius sort of has like an interesting exchange with Harry. Was like, I'm surprised at you. I thought the first thing you do when you got here was start asking questions about Voldemort. And it's funny because like it's exactly what Harry did. Exactly what he did.
Yeah. It's like, I asked Ron and Hermione, but they said we're not allowed in the order. So, and then Molly, this is where you kind of got like the big like blow up between sort of all the members involved who all kind of have mildly different perspectives as to what the appropriate way to handle the situation is.
Yes.
Because Mrs. Weasley is basically like, you're too young. You're not allowed to know anything.
Stay as far away from the danger as possible. I don't care.
Exactly. Yeah. And of course, it's really what's happening here is that Molly's just looking out for them because she doesn't want any of them to get hurt.
Right. That's what's happening.
And I think that she also just knows that Molly knows the antics that these 3 get up to, and if they're permitted anything, they will take it a mile, which is exactly what happens.
Yeah.
They create their own army.
Yeah.
So
I love the line about Lupin doing this. Lupin, who'd been about to take a sip of wine, lowered his goblet slowly, looking wary. You can tell Lupin's just like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Sirius has been cooped up. I know what's coming.
Yes, we're about to put salt on the old wound because
Here we go.
Sirius is going to want to push things around at least where he's able to.
Exactly.
And he's going to push it too far.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, sort of.
Well, you're right, because they're going to end up having a conversation that essentially reveals nothing.
Yeah, exactly. This is anyway, we'll get to that.
Right.
Let's see. So Sirius he's gonna lawyer up here and actually talk in ways that like help bend the rules rather than just sort of like, I may as well have killed them. So he's like, since someone have to be in the order to ask questions, just asking questions. You can ask, you don't have to answer. You can ask, what's the problem? What's the problem?
Right.
What's the
Yeah.
problem,
It's like you trust my judgment here. Trust my judgment.
Trust my judgment, yeah,
If
yeah.
he asks a question I think is inappropriate for him to know, then I won't answer.
I won't answer it.
Let's face it, I think everything Harry asks is appropriate.
But I would tell him everything. What's the problem with that?
He wants to join.
He wants to join. He said he wanted to join. Look, we all know Harry's the subject of the prophecy. He doesn't know that, but that means he's important. He has to do it, so he has to know. So why not now? Why not now?
Right.
I can't do anything, but I can do this.
And the really remarkable thing here too is that, again, Molly has Harry's best interest at heart, which I love because I love the way that Molly sees him as a son just completely and totally. And you're going to have one of those moments here where you have he's not your son. It's like, he may as well be. But it really is interesting because in this situation, Sirius technically outranks Molly as his godfather.
Yes, you're right.
At the very least, James and Lily asked someone to look after Harry if something were to happen to him, and it was serious.
It's a weird situation because like you're right, like in terms of that, yes, that's true. And yet Molly has done far more looking out for Harry.
Also true.
In person,
yes,
than Sirius has.
And that I think is where like Harry of all people would never undersell the importance of what the Weasleys have done for him.
Right.
And so it's like, Harry is not going to be like, Molly, like, you are not my mom.
He's not going to be that. Yeah.
No. He's just flattered.
He's just flattered, but it puts Harry in such a weird situation because like he really wants the information.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And he's just so pent up too. It's just like very like, everything's so tense going into it. But
yeah. And then, of course, then Fred and George are like, whoa. Harry gets questions answered. We've been trying to listen in for a month, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. And Sirius like, it's not my fault you haven't been told. That's your parents'
Seriously,
decision.
like, I'd tell you anything. Just
Right.
Come ask me. I don't care. Whatever.
Yeah. Then Miss Weasel's like, it's not down to you to decide what's good for Harry, said Mrs. Weasley. And it's like, it sort of is. Not that I disagree with Mrs. Weasley looking out for Harry again, but that's why I mean like sort of
Right.
is his thing.
Yeah. It's not down to you to decide what's good for Harry. It's like, that is very sweet, but it's like, it's a little self-interested on her own part a little.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also about Harry, but it's also, I think she as you said earlier, she's just so stressed.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
You haven't forgot what Dumbledore said, I suppose. Which bit? Sirius asked politely, but with an air as though ready himself
Yeah.
for a fight. The bit about not telling Harry more than he needs to know.
Boy, if I was Molly, I'd phrase that differently. Yeah. Because she leaves the door wide open.
Right.
Needs to know. Yeah. If I was Molly, I would have said the bit about not telling Harry anything.
Right. Exactly. Yes. I don't intend to tell him more than he needs to know, Molly, said Sirius. But as he was the one who saw Voldemort to come back, again, there was a collective shudder, he has more right than most. He's not a member of the Order of the Phoenix. He's only 15. And he's dealt with as much as most in the Order and more than some. And I'm like, more than everyone.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel like during the meeting, Sirius was like, oh, yeah, Harry's pretty mad up there.
you guys hearing this?
You guys hearing this?
I'm literally seeing dust fall from the ceiling
I am
at the
literally
sounds of
hearing
my
it.
godson yelling.
Exactly. I know you can all hear it too. So now that I'm repeating Harry's exact words back to you, I dare you to argue with me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So then we get the chime in from Mrs. Weasley, who's like, he's not an adult either. He's not James. Serious.
Oh,
And like,
right for it.
Oh,
Right for it.
big yikes. I mean, I can only imagine that Lupin buried his face at that comment. Like, oh no,
I
no,
know.
oh no.
And then Sirius, he's ready. He's like, perfectly clear who he is. Thanks, Molly. And in very, very coldly here. And then this is, it's just such a, then Harry's reaction to it, I was like, I'm sure you also, Mrs. Weasley. Sometimes the way you talk about him, and so you think you've got your best friend back. And Harry's like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
It's like, I was like, oh, it's like to Harry, it's like the greatest compliment in the world that he's like his dad.
Exactly.
I know. And he's just like, that's so cool. And it's like, but it's like, yeah.
This is actually kind of an interesting one as well, because I have always, like, we made a video once upon a time talking about things that the movies did better than the books, which is, you know, like, so often is the case whenever you're trying to depict a book into like film form, it's hard to get everything exactly right, or include everything. So a lot of times it's like, you know, what are the 10 worst things they've like left out? But in this story, we will have the situation where Sirius will yell, "Nice one, James," in the movie.
Yeah, but not in the book.
But not in the book. And some people have disagreed with our inclusion of that particular line, and it hails back to this exact conversation.
This is where the line is in the book.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And basically, I think the point is you're supposed to sort of interpret it as like Sirius needs to see Harry as his own person and not James and like in that moment. But like I think when he says it in the film, I always just hear it as like such a high level of like respect. Like Harry's there as a 15-year-old dueling next to this like very powerful wizard, Sirius. You know, fighting fully grown wizards, Death Eaters.
Yeah.
And he's just like, he's right in step with them. And it's like, to me, I'm always like, see, that shows that Harry's got this.
Right.
Like, he is in a league of his own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely very clear in the movie where like Harry is the last DA member standing.
Right. Yes.
You know,
yes.
all the rest of them had to be rescued, but not Harry.
Not Harry, who's like in the middle fighting like the big cheese.
Yeah, the big cheese. Lucius, the big L.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it starts getting personal. Well, it's already getting personal. It says, what's wrong with that? It's like, what's wrong is that you're not your father, how much you might look like him. You're still at school and adults responsible for you should not forget it. And then Sirius just like, oh, meaning I'm an irresponsible godfather. And it's like, well, that's a little complicated. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say you've been a super responsible godfather.
To some amount, not entirely his own fault.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess given, you know, the false imprisonment and everything, but meaning you've been known to act rashly, Sirius, which is why Dumbledore keeps reminding you to stay home and yeah. And it's like, again, this is like, I'm like, Molly, this is probably not the right tact because it's just going to make him more mad.
Mm-hmm. It's like what she's doing is reinforcing Harry on like Sirius's side, because what Harry's hearing is that like, oh, Dumbledore isn't trusting Sirius. He's making him stay cooped up too. I'm with Sirius on this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then it's funny too, because then like, you know, Mrs. Weasley calls Arthur into the equation.
I know. This is the move no husband likes.
I know. Yeah.
Or no spouse.
No spouse likes.
Sorry.
Is to have to step in there. Yeah. So Mr. Weasley did not speak at once. Yeah. He took off his glasses and cleaned them slowly on his robes, not looking at his wife. Only when he had replaced them carefully on his nose did he say, "Dumbledore knows the position has changed, Molly. He accepts that Harry will have to be filled in on a certain extent now that he's staying at headquarters."
Yes.
And so it's like Arthur could teach a class on how to walk the line.
I know. He's just like, I have to disagree with my wife in a public way when she's calling on me for support, but I have to think about the greater good, and let me take a minute to think about this one. Yeah.
Like I'm going to clean my glasses, which were completely spotless to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Lupin chime in, of course. And he sort of, again, has like the
grand smooth over.
The grand smooth over, which is essentially the sentiment that like, it's better to get the facts from us rather than like the other place he's going to try to source them from. So it's like, instead of trying to like let him go out there on his own, which is what Harry normally does, kind of like scraping facts from what anybody is willing to like, you know, shouldn't have told you that.
Yeah. Well, I think he's talking about Fred and George here.
With the extendable ears.
Yeah, with the extendable ears.
Yeah.
It says his expression was mild, but Harry felt sure that Lupin at least knew some extendable ears had survived Mrs. Weasley's purge.
Exactly.
It was like, better to hear it from us than what Fred and George have cobbled together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again, you know, as we're about to find out, almost nothing that they're going to tell him is really all that groundbreaking anyway. But
then what's funny here is that Mrs. Weasley and Sirius are like totally at odds with what's happening, but they're actually pulling the same playbook here, because it's like Sirius is basically being like, look, I can't get out of this house and I can't do much, but I am sure as heck going to tell Harry whatever I can. That amount of control I will exercise.
Right.
And now Mrs. Weasley is doing the exact same thing. She's like, well, I can see I'm being outvoted, but Ginny, get out of here.
Yeah, right.
That much I can control.
It's like all of you have some reason why I can't get you out of the room, but Ginny, I will make leave.
I will make leave. I will control that.
Yes, exactly. So then then of course, but before we get there, we get "He's not your son," said Sirius quietly. "He's as good as," said Mrs. Weasley fiercely. "Who else has he got? He's got me."
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, it gives me chills.
I know. It's like the scene makes me tear up every time because they both love him. Like that's the thing.
That's the thing.
Yeah, these are two people. It's like the squabbling over the cape. It's like we all here love Harry Potter. We just have mild disagreements from within. But we should remember that we all just love it together.
I just love Harry Potter. Exactly.
That's the unifying force that we have here. This is the thing. Molly and Sirius, position-wise, are on the exact same side.
Yeah.
They want what's best for Harry. They just have slightly different perspectives on what's best for him.
What that is.
Yeah.
And then, I got Molly. This is the thing is, it's been rather difficult for you to look after him, but he's been locked up in Azkaban, hasn't it? And I'm like, oh, low blow, Molly. I think you've gone one too far.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's like the one where it's like you do understand that's a deeply traumatic situation that Sirius had to go through, and it wasn't his fault.
It wasn't his fault.
Like there's a lot of other
trying
layers.
to catch the person who betrayed the Potters, and
avenge their death. Which I mean, I guess to be fair, he would have killed Peter had Peter not gotten the best of him in that situation.
He absolutely would have killed Peter. Yeah,
right. But anyway, it's hard to know exactly how everything would play out. But Peter is very central to a lot of the plot moving forward as well. So anyway, Lupin again is maybe raising his voice a little bit more now, becoming a little bit more firm, but he's doing it at both parties. So Molly, you're not the only person at this table who cares about Harry, said Lupin sharply. Sirius, sit down. And
I know. I was like, you made Lupin angry.
I know. It's like, uh-oh. This is also kind of interesting as well because Lupin, I have to imagine, would have been in Lily and James's conversation to also be Godfather.
Oh yeah.
And all I can imagine on that point is, again, there's probably an honorary aspect to it. James and Sirius were capital B best friends.
Yeah.
And then Lupin just has the underlying, if knowing Lupin and his selflessness, it wouldn't even surprise me if he's like, don't choose me. Like,
I can't do that to the boy.
It won't be good for him.
Right.
And it's like, classic Lupin.
Classic Lupin.
Anyway, so finally it's like, okay, you're allowed to ask questions. Let's go. I want to know what's been going on, Harry said at once. He did not look at Mrs. Weasley because he had been touched by what she had said about being as good as his son. But he was also impatient at her mollycoddling.
Yeah.
So there's the term. Sirius was right. He was not a child. And there's a thin line there as well because he is by definition.
Right.
But also he's been through a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. He's what I think Dumbledore says something in the last book like you've risen to the bravery of more than anyone could have expected to you. A grown man's challenge.
Yes.
Yeah, or whatever. And then this is where Mrs. Weasley is just like, fine, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, I want you out of this kitchen. And then, of course, they all have reasons why they should be there. It's like, if Harry's allowed, why can't I? Shouted Ron. And then Mrs. Weasley is like, I'm not having it. I forbid it. And then Mr. Weasley has to pull another glasses cleaning moment where he's like, Fred and George are old enough. And if this is like Harry's not getting things that being a member of the order isn't anyway, then there's really no reason. We can't make them leave,
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's true. It's true. It's kind of like one of those just very like they were your children up until what are we in right now? August? Is it August? Yeah.
It's like 3 months or something.
Right. Yeah. So their birthday is April 1st. So it's been like 4 months.
Yeah.
So it's like these have been your children and you have had the say over what they do up until 4 months ago.
Right.
And unfortunately now you don't.
Right.
And we're not even at the borough where it's like you would have the reign as it's your house.
It's your house, living under my rules or whatever.
Right.
But I do love though that Mr. Weasley is like defending them in this moment. It's like, but they're legally adults now, said Mr. Weasley, because really it's like he is treating his sons with some respect and trust in this situation.
He definitely is. And I think that probably if you're Molly and Arthur, it's like you guys have grown and made the decision to put your own, lives in some amount of danger by being involved with the Order of the Phoenix. You are joining the direct opposition to the powerful force, which is Voldemort. And it's like on some level, there must be some amount of pride that Arthur has that his own sons want in. That they would also follow the same path that their parents did, which is fighting the good fight essentially.
Right. But you can see the obvious divide between Molly's yelling at them for levitating pots and pans, and Arthur's we have to trust them as adults now. She's still determined to treat them as her children, and he's like, we have to transition into them being adults.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Which I'm sure is a very complicated experience. For
I'm sure it
parents.
is. I know. I'm talking about this like I'm going to be any good at it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. At least we have a little stretch left to go.
Yeah, a little stretch.
I've got a solid 15 years on my side here.
Yeah. Let's see. And then I love this moment where Ron says, Harry will tell me and Hermione everything you say anyway, said Ron hotly. Well, won't you? And he like uncertainly meets Harry's eyes, and like, Harry, this is the real Harry. This is true Harry core right here, where he thinks about it. He's like, maybe, like he knows he could keep them in the dark, but that vanishes right away. And he says, of course I will. And it's just like, yes, I love that Ron and Hermione are just like, he's back. Yes, of course he will. They're just like, and I just love that Harry is like, no, of course I'm telling them. Yes. But silly to even consider that I wouldn't.
Exactly. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. The trio is going to trio.
The trio is going to trio. Ron or Harry is always going to put like friendship above anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I mean, it's funny too. Yeah. Cause we have a video that is coming out soon about James and Lily being secret keepers.
Yes.
And a huge portion of like the underlying sentiment behind not being secret keepers themselves is that a huge thing about the opposition to Voldemort is love and friendship. And these are the things that like Voldemort doesn't understand. And so it's like, you might think like, well, the security risk is higher by choosing somebody other than each other to do it. But that's also the point. Like,
right.
That's the point of all of this, like friendship and trust and love and
right. Like if you can't put your trust in others, then what are you fighting for?
Otherwise we're just independently solitary creatures.
Right.
Like, all living our own lives. And,
right.
And what way of life is that? So anyway, so Ginny, though, is the one person in the conversation who has no ground left to stand on, and unfortunately is forced out of the room and does not go quietly.
Yeah. So opposite from old Ginny, who was quiet all the time.
I know. I was curious whether or not like this piece of kind of having like a fiery version, because Ginny is going to really start pulling a lot of her characteristics from Fred and George. She's, obviously hyper talented in her own right, but she's got like a great sense of humor. She's talented. She plays Quidditch. Like, she's cool, by everyone's measure, like very popular. But I also do think that she's got a huge % of Molly's fire in her
for
as well.
sure.
And I feel like we're really getting to see that proper for the first time, because otherwise Ginny's largely been kind of like quiet and more passive in nature. Yeah.
Yeah. You're seeing her wake up a little here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we kick things off. Okay, Harry, what do you want to know?
What do you want to know?
Harry goes, where's Voldemort? And I'm like, good first question.
Yeah. Right to it. Right to business.
Right. Yes. What is he doing? I've been trying to watch Muggle News. And so
yeah.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah. And he's just like, well, there haven't been any suspicious deaths yet, not as far as we know, and we know quite a lot. But it's like they say that, but you don't get to really know how much they know, unfortunately, as the reader.
True.
Yeah.
It's a good point. And so it's like, this is where I feel like this whole chapter it had to be a bear to write to make it seem as though this conversation is happening when almost nothing is happening, and a lot of what their ways of like dodging the questions, it comes across as if they're saying something, they're not saying something, and we never learn what the truth is behind the some things that they are saying.
Right.
For the most part.
Yeah.
So yes, we know quite a lot more than he thinks anyway, said Lupin. It's like, we don't ever find out what that is.
Exactly. Then we get or he says, how come he stopped killing people? And he says, he doesn't want to draw attention to himself. Not when, his comeback didn't go quite the way he wanted it to. This whole paragraph is huge theory fodder. Like, we rely on this paragraph a lot.
Yes.
That Voldemort's like, that didn't come back quietly. This is a huge part of the theory for like, why did the Portkey go twice? The cup.
Yeah. Like, why does it bring him back to Hogwarts? And I wrote the exact same thing down because this is so deeply important, because it says nobody apart from his Death Eaters was supposed to know that he'd come back, but you survived to bear witness. But like the thing is that like, if Harry doesn't survive that evening, then you have one of the most famous people in the wizarding world gone missing after winning the Triwizard Tournament.
Right.
And it's like, it's like Bertha Jorkins, like, I know is a precedent that would basically suggest that somebody could go missing and people don't do much about it.
Oh, but Harry Potter?
It's like, exactly. It's like, you don't want to treat any two missing people as more important than the other, but it's like the simple nature of it is that it would be a huge deal if Harry went missing. And then in this particular case, the other thing, it's not just Harry, it would be Cedric as well.
Yeah.
Because no matter what, Cedric dies.
Right.
And so that's like a giant red flag. So the rough idea that we've always had is that somebody was going to polyjuice into Harry, return, and then kill Dumbledore as Harry, which would fit with the way that Moody has already been under polyjuice, or Barty Crouch Jr. has been under polyjuice as Moody for an entire year. So like it fits the playbook almost perfectly, and it fits and explains why the portkey would work 2 times.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. That's and a lot of that relies on this paragraph right here.
Yep.
And then, how does that help? Harry asked. Are you kidding? Dumbledore was the only one who they're scared of. Thanks to you, he's able to recall the Order of the Phoenix an hour after Voldemort returned. And he says, yeah, well, so what have the Order been doing? To which I said, not much, really.
Right. Yes.
It doesn't seem like it.
Well, and that's the thing, is that like we're gonna go through and try to get like the breakdown of what they've been up to, and I think over the next couple of pages we'll see more and more of it. But I was trying to like figure out like what they're saying, because it's also wordy, but so much of it is nothing.
So much of it is nothing. Yeah, like I don't even think they're trying to conceal information or anything. They're just like I don't think they have much to say.
Exactly.
And it says, how do you know what his plans are? It's like, well, Dumbledore's got a shrewd idea. Dumbledore's shrewd ideas normally turn out to be accurate. And it's like, Harry's like, okay, and then what are the shrewd ideas? What's he planning? And he says, well, he wants to build up his army again, which we already sort of knew from the last book, like with the Dementors and the Giants.
Right. Well, and it's like you have 2 sides of a war. So it's like, of course he wants to build an army. Like, that would be like the obvious thing to, like, you're not at war if you don't have an army.
Right.
And so it's like, it's like you're telling him something that is easily surmisable.
Right.
And they do go on to say that in the old days, he had huge numbers at his command, witches and wizards, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, he's certainly not going to try and take the Ministry of Magic with only a dozen Death Eaters. But then I went back to the battle at the Department of Mysteries, and they literally go into that battle with 12 Death Eaters.
There you go.
I mean, and I even wrote them down. We have Rodolphus, Rabastin, Bellatrix, Dolohov, McNair, Avery, Lucius, Mulciber, Jugson, Rookwood, Knott, and Crab. Yeah. So those are our 12.
There's your 12.
It's really just, I was like, that sentence is so ridiculously rich, because it's like, we will have a battle at the Ministry of Magic with 12 Death Eaters.
Right.
Exactly a dozen.
Exactly a dozen. Yeah. So there you go. And then even with that in mind, I think the Order, when they show up, they only show up like 6 of them, right? Sirius, Tonks, Lupin, Kingsley, Moody, and someone else is there as well. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
This is why I'm writing things down like this, because I'm so bad at thinking of things in this way.
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's see here. So you're trying to stop him from getting more followers. We're doing our best, said Lupin.
Which is not much.
Yeah. Well, the main thing is to convince as many people as possible that you know who has really returned, to put them on their guard, said Bill, but it's proving tricky. And it's like, and Harry's like, why? And it's like, because of the Ministry's attitude, said Tonks. You saw Cornelius Fudge after you know who came back. Harry, well, he hasn't shifted his position at all. He's absolutely refusing. It's happened. And Harry's like, why? He's like, why is he being stupid? And it's like, wow, that's such a good question.
I know.
I put a huge circle around it.
Yeah, that because otherwise this whole book doesn't happen. Yeah.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, but also this is not new information yet. We haven't gotten any new information yet.
Right.
Yeah.
We know that Fudge doesn't believe Dumbledore because we witnessed all of that happen. And it literally goes back to the thing too where Rita Skeeter is on the windowsill listening in onto the whole conversation between Fudge and Dumbledore.
Yeah.
And it's actually mildly because of Hermione that she's not able to report any of the stuff that she heard.
I know. But then ultimately it's also because it's like if that had just been reported, so much of this would have been solved, maybe. But then at like the same rate, it's like it takes Hermione realizing that this would work, like Rita Skeeter could work to put it in the Quibbler.
True.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. Yep. And basically now we kind of get to the idea that Fudge is very intimidated by Dumbledore. It's specifically said that Fudge is frightened of him. And Harry is like, what do you mean he's frightened of him? And it's basically this idea that Fudge has become so like, in love with his position, his status, his power as Minister of Magic, that he's very concerned that like Dumbledore would be the obvious person to oust him from that position.
Right. So he thinks that's Dumbledore's entire play with like saying that Voldemort's back, that somehow that's how Dumbledore is going to claim power.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. And it's like, this is where you also even get the idea that Fudge has historically gone to Dumbledore for help and advice. Like,
well, I mean, I think Hagrid even confirms that in book 1. Right, he says like Harry's like, there's a Ministry of Magic. He's like, oh yeah, Minister sends Dumbledore an owl almost every day or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like this line though because it says, deep down, Fudge knows that Dumbledore's much cleverer than he is, a much more powerful wizard. And I was like, deep down, it's not even all that deep at all. Everybody knows that.
Everyone knows that. Yeah. Come on now.
Is anyone contesting whether or not Dumbledore is more powerful than Cornelius Fudge?
I know. Do we even ever see him do magic? You know.
That's a good point. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Limited at best.
Right. Limited at best. Yeah.
Yeah.
He uses the Flu network to show up to the other minister. You know.
Yeah, we do see that. That's a good point.
That. And I guess he repairs his teacup, I think.
Oh yeah. How about that?
Yeah. How about that?
Is there also like a gerbil or something that's like nibbling on the speech? Is that a thing that happens?
Maybe.
Yeah, he transfigures like a pen into a gerbil.
Yeah. So maybe he can do some magic.
Right.
He's one of those characters who you're like, his position is more powerful than his magical abilities, it seems like.
Right. That's a good point.
But he loves being Minister for Magic, and he's managed to convince himself that he's the clever one and Dumbledore simply stirring up trouble for the sake of it. How could he think that? How could he think Dumbledore would make it up? How can he think I'd make it all up? It's like... Exactly. I love how Harry inserts himself in here too. It's like, me, I'm unshakable.
Like, it speaks to the spirit of Harry too, where it's like Harry's not ever doing anything that isn't just like with the absolute intention of just like the good. So it's like he can't even fathom a world where somebody might be lying for attention, even though like what Draco did for all of Prisoner of Azkaban is lie about the buckbeak wound for attention. Mm-hmm. Like it's like your main rival at school plays this trick constantly.
Right.
Yeah.
This is like, and it's like such an annoying, hypocritical answer. It's like, because accepting that Voldemort's back would mean trouble like the Ministry has to cope with for nearly 14 years. And it's like, yes, but not accepting that he's back when he is will cause even more trouble.
I mean, this is just it's the classic case of just not wanting to know an unfortunate truth. Yeah. Like it's just like you just don't want to see the reality of the situation.
Right.
And so it's like, maybe if I just keep pretending it's not there, it'll just go away. And it's like, of course it's delusional is what it is. I mean, it's like, it's always going to end up being bad for you, but either way, that is who Fudge is. So So then anyway, we go through, and one of the big things is that like, they're calling Dumbledore rumor mongering. So most of the Wizarding world are completely unaware that anything has happened, and makes them easy targets for the Death Eaters if they're using the Imperius Curse. So basically, because they're all like the Ministry and the Daily Prophet, and like you could easily see how this might be the case. Like if you're just a standard citizen out there in the world, it would be like hearing like a conspiracy theory and like being like, yeah, but the news doesn't think so. So like, why should I like? You know,
right. Yeah. Like if that was true, wouldn't they be talking about it? Yeah.
That's exactly it. Yeah. Right. And so it's like sometimes it feels like the people of the Wizarding world have their head in the sand, but it's also kind of like, that's not really the case. Like I think that most average citizens would probably respond to the situation the same way that most of them are.
Right.
Which is just that it's like, if there was big breaking news, then it would be everywhere, and it's not everywhere. So it must not be happening.
Right.
Depending on how much you trust a figure like Dumbledore, that's an unusual situation, and how much he's able to communicate to the average person. But you're telling people, aren't you? Harry said, you're letting people know he's back. And they all smiled humorously. And then this is kind of like one of those things where it's like, they're saying they're doing a lot of work, but then you're going to go around the room and basically hear that Sirius can't do anything because there's a 10,000 galleon price on his head. He can hardly stroll up the street handing out leaflets. And then Lupin's
is that how you would do it, with leaflets? Because let me tell you what, problem number one is that's not going to work.
Leaflet campaigns, really not the most effective way.
Not that effective, especially when what you're trying to convince people is that like Voldemort's back. So
right.
Yeah.
Then the next person you have is Lupin saying, I'm not a very popular dinner guest. So it's like, it's an occupational hazard of being a werewolf. And then, so it's like, so Sirius isn't spreading the news. Lupin isn't spreading the news. And then it says Tonks and Arthur would lose their job at the Ministry if they started shooting their mouths off, said Sirius. So they're not spreading the news.
Right. Probably the same for Kingsley.
Yes. And it's like, we've managed to convince a couple of people though, to which I'm like, that's a low success rate.
Yeah.
Tonk's here. So one of the people in the room
Right.
is one of the people we've been able to convince. Kingsley Shacklebolt is a real asset too.
Yep.
He's in charge of the hunt for Sirius. So he's been feeding the ministry information that Sirius is in Tibet.
But like, it's like, that sounds good, but like, you just said in this chapter that it's like the most unfindable house maybe not in this chapter, maybe it's in the next chapter, but it's like he's already in the most unfindable house in London. Like, you don't need to throw them off the scent of Sirius.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's like he's already in the most unfindable house and he's already not leaving.
Right.
You know, so
and
it's
you're
like,
the person in charge of arresting him. So it's like, just don't.
Exactly, just don't. And so it's like this again, it sounds like they're doing something, but really all they're doing, and that has nothing to do with Voldemort. That is, I mean, it's protecting a character that we, the audience, we, the reader, care about.
Right.
But it's actually functionally irrelevant. It's such an easy thing to do. Yeah. And so it says, but if none of you is putting the news out that Voldemort's back, Harry began, who said none of us are putting the news out? And I'm like, you did.
Yeah.
You literally just outlined how all the people in the room are incapable of putting the news out.
I know.
Like, why do you think Dumbledore's in such trouble? And so here's the thing. So it says like Dumbledore is the person who's trying to put the news out. And so it's like, why do you think Dumbledore's in such trouble? And Harry's like, what do you mean? It's like, well, they're trying to discredit him. It's like, he was voted out. Let's see here, as of the chairmanship of the International Confederation of Wizards, which I believe is the position of Supreme Mugwump. Is that what you would believe as well?
That's what it sounds like.
I looked this up and it's describing the chairmanship of the International Confederation of Wizards as if that is what this title means.
Okay.
But I'm not totally sure if that is accurate.
Okay.
But if that is the case, then that is like the elected position that happens like with the chill and walk and all the stuff in Secrets of Dumbledore.
It seems like the International Confederation of Wizards like loses a lot of power.
It must
between then and now.
Yes. Hard agree.
Yeah.
He was voted out after basically announcing Voldemort's return. So effectively what happened was Dumbledore went and spoke to a bunch of high-ranking officials, said Voldemort's back. They voted him out, and that's all part of like the discrediting campaign. So Dumbledore single-handedly is the one who's really trying to put the word out.
Right. Pretty much. Which also it's like I feel like if that's the case, like you do have plenty of other order members who could be doing this though. You know, like Mundungus could be telling even like the other crooks, like Hestia Jones and Elphius Doge, and like there's a bunch of people that were unaccounted for in this little explanation.
You're exactly correct. Yeah. It's like they must all be out there doing something, you know, like in Doge is a big enough deal that he's the one who writes Dumbledore's obituary.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah. Eulogy. Yeah.
Maybe it's the eulogy.
Is that the speed? Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, the thing they published in the paper that Harry can read, because that's like the whole like dog face
Doge.
Yeah, dog breath Doge.
Dog breath Doge.
There we go.
There it is. Yes.
Yeah. That whole situation. So if he's someone who's publishable, you know, that's like he should have some clout somewhere, maybe.
Right?
Hopefully. Anyway, so we're learning about how basically they're stripping him of all of his various titles and stuff like that, and then that's where you get the line from Bill who says, "But Dumbledore says he doesn't care what they do as long as they don't take him off the Chocolate Frog cards."
Mm-hmm.
This one is go ahead.
Yeah, just huge theory fodder here as well, because this is the big line that suggests that Dumbledore uses the Chocolate Frog cards as his way of like either communicating with the Order or like spying on the entire Wizarding world.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like, is he using it as like a method of intel of some kind? And if you go through and you get like the description of like Dumbledore like leaving his frame when Harry first opens the Chocolate Frog card, it's sort of like Dumbledore in his like picture on the Chocolate Frog card is behaving much more like a portrait versus how usual pictures work.
Right.
And there is kind of like an odd distinction there where like portraits are trained by their real life selves in terms of like how to behave, and they learn things about the person, and it's all part of like the illustration, the painting that goes into creating the portrait. Whereas a photograph in the Wizarding world are just moving photos where maybe there's like an amount that
the photograph captured like the essence of the mood of you in that moment.
Precisely. So like, you know, the scene with Gilderoy Lockhart where he like pulls Harry in for a photo. It's like Harry doesn't want to be in the photo. So his photographic self can be like trying to leave the frame, but he can't really just like permanently leave.
Right.
You know, but like, because the picture is still a picture of Lockhart pulling Harry in for a photo.
Right.
Yeah.
But like Harry didn't like train that photo or anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The other kind of weird thing about the Chocolate Frog cards is, as far as we know, based on everybody else who's listed, Dumbledore is the only living person to be depicted on a Chocolate Frog card. So,
let's see. Then Voldemort's trying to recruit more Death Eaters. It's bound to get back that he's come back, said Harry desperately. And it's like, well, Voldemort doesn't march up to people's houses and bang on their front doors. He tricks, jinxes, blackmails them. He's well practiced at operating in secrecy. Gathering followers is only one of the things he's interested in. He's got other plans too, but he can't put that he can put into operation very quietly indeed, and he's concentrating on them at the moment. This is all it's like, because what they're talking about is getting the prophecy, basically, as far as I can tell, right?
yes. And this is like a giant piece of like misdirect where like especially for how it pans out for the rest of the story, because like the prophecy is obviously of like utmost importance. It's a huge detail for the entire thing, but really what you have going on right now is two factions, both of whom are operating in secrecy, one of them trying to protect the prophecy, the other one trying to steal the prophecy. And so this is like the other big thing that the Order is claiming that they're doing, is guarding what they're going to refer to as a weapon.
And it's such bad phrasing, because it's like, when you say it like a weapon, it's like a very tantalizing word to the reader.
Yes, because it's like you can only use your imagination to be like, well, what's worse than Avada Kedavra? What's worse than the Cruciatus Curse? The questions the characters themselves are going to ask.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, wow, it must be really cool.
Yeah.
Like whatever it is, like a super high powered laser that can do.
I know, like a wizard bomb or something. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, so it's going to be referred to as a weapon. They're all going to think it's a weapon. Like, you know, and really we, the reader, the characters are all going to bite on this buzzword, and it's not a weapon.
It's not a weapon.
It's intel.
It's intel and it's information. And like I think even the members of the Order, except for Dumbledore, don't really know much about the prophecy other than that it's about Harry. Like they don't know word for word what it says or anything.
Right. And so of course the really big piece of this here is that Snape overhears the prophecy from Trelawney, but fails to relay the mark him as his equal with powers the Dark Lord knows not. Like, so the vital bits essentially that never make it to Voldemort are the things that also make Harry so powerful. So maybe if Voldemort had heard the whole thing, he would be much more reluctant to attack somebody who fit the mold of this prophecy so well.
Right.
Because he's essentially creating his own best enemy.
Right. But like the other thing about this too, and it's like, it makes the prophecy feel like the prophecy is insanely important to the entire story.
Yes.
And it's like why the attack happened. It's like Harry has to be the one to fight. It's what makes Harry the chosen one, you know? Like it is really important, cool stuff that you learn from the prophecy. But the entire book, you're like looking forward to knowing what the weapon is.
Yes.
Like what is this fun, crazy object we're about to be introduced to? And it's nothing. It's not a weapon. You don't get that. No one even suggests a wand, you know? Like the Elder Wand, like this could have been good setup for the Elder Wand.
It could have been great setup for the Elder
Yeah.
Wand. It feels like better setup for the Elder Wand.
Yeah.
Because that really is what he spends most of Deathly Hallows working on, is
Yes.
looking for a weapon.
A weapon, like literally a weapon.
An
Like,
actual
I can't
weapon.
believe no one brings it up in this one because stuff is being set up for Deathly Hallows already.
Yeah.
Like things are being set up. I cannot believe no one guesses like it's like an extra powerful wand and we start getting like some wand lore here because like it's like, again, the prophecy is so cool and it's so integral to the entire story, but it isn't a weapon. And even if Voldemort got it, it doesn't change anything.
That I think is the really big piece.
Right.
It's like really what you learn is more about why what happened at Godric's Hollow happened the way that it did. Right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, so it's like it It's kind of like it's filling in aspects of the story that haven't made sense. And it does solve a rather big mystery, which is like why the spell backfired and how all this could have been foretold. Because the real reason the spell backfires is obviously Lily's sacrifice, but that was inevitable. Like, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And so, yeah, it's like, even if he had gotten the prophecy, it's like all he would know is just a little bit more, but he's even already bypassed Lily's protection, at least on some level, by taking Harry's blood into him, which, as we've said so many times, has its own bag of tricks. Like, now Harry has the love crux. Now he can't be killed because his blood pulses in Voldemort's veins.
Right.
But the point is that like, that would be it's just, it can be a little frustrating.
This sentence really like sets certain expectations for the readers that pan out in just a completely different way than what you're like expecting. And like a lot of times that's good. Like you want to be surprised by the twist, but like what you're expecting is so far from what you could have ever guessed.
Exactly.
It's like, it doesn't feel like a satisfying payoff, even though what you got is incredibly important information.
Right. And I think that the disappointment with that is ultimately completely saved by the fact that you get the ridiculously epic duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort.
Yeah. So you do get that. That does happen. There is cool. It's just this sentence really, it's a whatever.
I guess I should be clear because I feel like we ranted about that for a little while. It doesn't make me disappointed with the book or the events or anything. I think that this sentence in a singularity doesn't have a payoff that I would hope for.
Yeah.
And that's all.
And it's a very important thing because what they're talking about is the point of the book.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
So anyway, this is the point though where Mrs. Weasley has now re-entered the room. You could almost picture this where it's like she's quietly re-entered. She's standing in the corner with her arms folded, looking just absolutely furious, and she's just letting whatever happen. And this is the point where she's like, nope, that's enough. That's it. You're going to bed. And then Fred is sort of like, you can't boss us. And she's like, watch me. And that's where it's kind of like, okay, that's where like, the mama bear energy comes out. You're sort of like, yeah, Fred, you got to go. Like you might be adults, but at some point she's still your mom.
Yeah. Yeah. Now she's like, you've given Harry plenty. Any more, you might as well just induct him into the order. And Harry's like, yep, I'm cool. I'll join. I want to join.
Yeah. But unfortunately, I think this is a situation where is it Lupin who joins in? Yeah. It's I want to join. No, it was not Mrs. Weasley who spoke this time, but Lupin. The order is comprised of only overage wizards, he said. Wizards who have left school. To which Harry's just thinking, fine, I'll create my own better army.
Exactly.
Actually, he's not thinking that. He has to be convinced to create his own army, but still.
Yes, but he does.
Right.
Is the thing. Says, there are dangers involved of which you have no idea. Any of you. I think Molly's right, Sirius. We've said enough. Which is basically nothing they didn't already know, except for the word weapon, which is complete misdirect.
Right. Yes, exactly. So anyway, we get to the end of the chapter. Everybody leaves, the meeting is over. And these were my notes. So I was like, okay, what they told him. 1, there have been no deaths. Something he already knew because there haven't been any deaths reported. 2, Order of the Phoenix. Goal to recruit people. Results, 2 people. 3, Fudge is an idiot. We all already knew that. 4, there's a weapon. This is incorrect information.
Right. Yes. Yes. So here were my notes at the end of the chapter was, I remember feeling disappointed by this chapter the very first time I read it, and I'm still disappointed now. They aren't doing much. The weapon is a juicy hint, but it's not a weapon after all. The prophecy is massively important, but even if Voldemort got it, it makes no difference.
Right.
And it's just like, and it's for the chapter called The Order of the Phoenix.
I know.
It's just like they should be this like rogue group of super powerful, awesome, effective wizards. And it just seems like they're not getting a lot done.
It does feel that way.
Yeah. It's just like, I remember being so excited about this chapter. It's the title of the book. And it's like, I was thinking like, maybe when I reread it now, I will catch something different, like doing it on the podcast. And I feel the exact same way I've always felt about this chapter.
Maybe so. And maybe like, everybody talks about Order of the Phoenix and how Harry's depressed and kind of like in this like very teenage angsty mood the whole time. Maybe a piece of what's also happening is that you are feeling a degree of angst as the reader because it's sort of like, you didn't give me as much as I wanted out of that scene.
Yeah.
But that's okay. That's okay. So anyway, that brings us to the end of the chapter. Jay, do you have a review for us?
I sure do. It is from Hagrid's Exoneration, which I don't think it's about that.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, hey, brother, love the podcast, love the SCB YouTube channel, love all the deep dives and theories running around. Here's my question. Are the trace and the taboo essentially the same spell? Would the trace still work on a witch or wizard that was inside the protections of the Fidelius charm? What about the bond of blood? Or does the trace break all magical protection, wards, and disguises like the taboo on Valdi's name?
Oh man, it's I think that's a really good question, because the taboo definitely seems like it is almost putting this like blanket protection out against Voldemort. So anybody who says his name, it's effectively alerting any Death Eater to somebody brave enough to say it,
right? Which
is most likely opposition,
right?
And the best way to breed further fear of the name, and in the end result, more fear of Voldemort, is to make it so that people aren't saying it at all. Because if you do, then somebody will show up and they will attack you,
right?
So how this works is a great question. And like part of me thinks the only reason they're even capable of enacting it in the first place is because the Ministry has fallen. And like almost as if like whatever like listserv, that they can use for the trace is just being like rerouted to operate as the taboo.
So, okay. So you think, it's like, it is kind of similar.
It's kind of similar because literally it's the events of, it is at Bill and Fleur's wedding that Kingsley sends the links in that says Ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour's. Does he say Scrimgeour's dead?
Scrimgeour, yes. The Ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour's dead.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So up until that point, I think that they have safely been saying Voldemort's name.
Yeah. And then after that, this is how they track them to Tottenham Court Road. Is because they say Voldemort's name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. And then that's where like Ron chimes in and he's sort of like, don't say the name.
Right.
And Harry's kind of like, oh,
yeah.
Really?
This.
After all, it's like, we're out here fighting him.
I know.
Is us versus him. We can't keep calling him this metaphorical, scary, you-know-who name.
Spooky who-know name. Yeah. But it's like, that is a rare instance of like Ron's instincts being like really good.
Dead on the money. Yeah. Because he's exactly right. Like something
he's
is
like
telling
sensing
him.
It. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that would be my theory. My theory is that the Ministry is what is required. And we know that the Ministry is built around the Veil, which is like a magical creation of some kind, a magical Stonehenge. I have no idea.
Creation or just like I don't know. Is the Veil a creation or like a naturally occurring thing?
We don't know.
We don't know.
It's literally in the Department of Mysteries, right? Yeah. And so like all we can assume is that where and why they put the Ministry where it is that there's deep stores of magic there, which gives them unique power, to govern.
Yeah, to govern.
And
which makes you wonder, like, do other ministries have the same kind of power, or is the like British Ministry of Magic extra powerful?
It's a superb question.
Yeah.
And it could be like, one of the only other major regions of the world we've seen is France via the Fantastic Beasts series. And it does seem like it's a place where like the Lestranges rise to extraordinary power. France is also where the Malfoys would have come from way, 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 way back when, in like the, medieval times or whatever. And so I don't know. Look, it's possible that like maybe if there's more like underground behavior coming from France versus from Britain, might mean that they don't have the same controls as the British Ministry. That's all pure speculation based on very limited and kind of unsatisfactory lore.
So. But then you also have like MACUSA in America, which is just like in the middle of New York City. So, which seems like a location of convenience, but then I guess the Ministry's in London, so hard to say.
It's a good point. Good point. Yeah. So what were the other questions? Would the
taboo, if you were in the Fidelius charm and the taboo was active, would the taboo break the charm?
To me, that doesn't feel like powerful enough magic.
I
And-
agree with you. I don't think it would break the charm.
Yeah.
I think the Fidelius charm is like way, way, way stronger than the taboo.
Right.
Yeah.
And so as such, I would also then assert, if I'm trying to use my same logic, that the underage trace would be like hidden from if you were within the confines of the Fidelius charm.
Okay, so like had Harry grown up in Lily and James in his house with his parents, he could have cast spells
Correct.
without. Well, he could have anyway because they're adult wizards there. So
There would be no good way to determine. The trace is
Right.
always very sloppy.
Trace is always very, very sloppy. That said, the Fidelius charm and then the bond of blood also must be a little bit different because they can detect the use of magic inside of the bond of blood.
Right. And so that's an interesting question as well, where it's like, as long as Harry calls number 4 Privet Drive home, Voldemort can't reach him there. But it's never, I don't know that it's ever explicitly said that he is hidden from view while he is there. But like, it might just be like an impenetrable force of magical awesomeness that means that like, it's like, maybe they could even see number 4 Privet Drive. They just can't get to it.
Right. So yeah, it's hard to know exactly what kind of protection is being offered. Like, does it have to be physically inside the house, or is it just sort of like while he's living there, he's not findable in the general area?
But I don't think anybody would really lose sleep over the idea that the Bond of Blood and Fidelius Charm are different spells.
Well, for sure, they're different spells.
Yeah.
They're definitely very different. But clearly, the trace can be detected through the bond of blood.
Correct. Yes, we know that for a fact because we've seen it happen.
Yeah.
So that must be the case. But I think that if you're under the Fidelius Charm, any even magical force permeating it would suggest a lack of security that doesn't feel in keeping with it. Because otherwise, the Fidelius Charm can't even I think the Fidelius Charm would extend to like non-ministry sanctioned. Like, so you would be even hidden from the ministry as long as you were under the Fidelius Charm.
Oh, absolutely.
Like
Absolutely.
you could use it to hide from the ministry. So if you so desired. And if the trace worked within it, then that wouldn't be true. And then it would make the Fidelius Charm seem silly.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
No, the Fidelius charm, yeah, definitely. The bond of blood seems like it's targeted specifically at Voldemort. The Fidelius charm is...
It's important to also point out the bond of blood requires very, very specific circumstances. So if anybody's at home, like, why would anybody use Fidelius charm and not bond of blood? It's because the bond of blood required like Lily's...
Someone has to be murdered.
It required like Lily's sacrifice and paired with Harry going to live with Petunia, who agreed to accept the conditions.
And then a third party who knows how to perform the spell at all.
Which is Dumbledore, who is like one of the very few people we know at all that's versed in ancient magic.
Yeah.
Other than maybe Voldemort.
Yeah. But so the bond of blood then also seems like it's supposed to protect you from Voldemort, but then like it seems like the Death Eaters also can't just like go attack the house either. Like,
it does seem that way.
So the fact that they are like at his command, the magic seems to like take that into account.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Right. Because like I suppose on some level, like, you know, at the beginning of Order or Book 5 here, Harry thinks like burglars are in the house. Like theoretically, like a Muggle burglar could come in and just like, you know, attack Harry if that's what happened.
Right.
Like, but he's not an agent of Voldemort then, which is the difference.
Right. But then like at the beginning of the Battle of the Seven Potters, like all the Death Eaters are waiting in the air in the general area.
Correct.
Like it's not like they were just like, why don't we just get him now?
Right. But even the fact that they're in the general area, like they're in the airspace above Privet Drive.
Right.
Which, like, you know, which again, I think because I think that they leave and they just immediately go into battle, right? Like,
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Right
like
away.
Right away.
Yeah. So,
should have gone the Greenland route, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why even go up? Just fly low. Keep it low, y'all.
Yeah. Well, anyway, shout out to Hagrid's Exoneration.
Yeah.
That was today's questioner or reviewer. Thank you so much. As always, if you guys leave a review for us in any of the obvious spots, you will have a chance to have your review and potential question read here at the end of one of our episodes. And we do appreciate it. It's a great way for the show to kind of like get out there to more eyes and ears.
Yes, and then if you also want to have a greater chance of getting through, we have our Patreon where you can submit questions, and then we will answer those questions over on the Owlery.
Yes, indeed. And the other kind of fun thing about the Patreon as well that I don't know that we talk about very often is it's completely ad-free. We do upload an ad-free version of the show. So if you're ever like, oh my gosh, I'm about to pull my hair out with your ads, then there's a way around it.
Yes, you can just go to the Patreon.
Go to the Patreon. So patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door.
Yes, we hope to see you there. And we also hope to see you next week right back here for Chapter 6, The Noble and Most Ancient House of Black, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listener. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 6, The Noble and Most Ancient House of Black.
And make sure you get those two modifiers correct there, because I oftentimes think of it as the most noble and ancient house of Black. Like,
the most noble and ancient. Yeah, you're right. It's the noble and most ancient.
Most ancient. So it's like we're noble and real old,
But not most noble.
but not most.
I don't think anyone would argue they're the most noble.
Technically noble.
Technically. Noble in terms of nobility?
Yeah,
But not in terms of like being a noble person, representing the qualities of nobleness.
Precisely. Yes. It's I mean, even like of noble standing, it's like how I think that the Black family has been around for so long that they've like accrued an amount of wealth, but like it's like I think of this house as being almost like closer to the Gaunt side of the pure blood, perspective of things, versus like the Malfoy side of how it's gone down. Like the Malfoys, if nothing else, to their credit, have maintained a rather like upstanding, outward facing appearance.
I mean, no doubt. No, it's hard to know like how the Blacks were received in their day, like when Mr. and Mrs. Black were still alive.
Right.
Like, were they seen as upstanding members of the wizarding community? Probably not nice people, but like well-known people.
Well, it's very interesting, and I can't tell if I'm putting like way too much emphasis on like the wrong things, because it certainly doesn't matter to the overall plot of the story, just for the sake of discussion. But I've watched recently through The Gilded Age, and you have kind of like an interesting perspective on like society as it pertains to life in America in the late 1800s.
It's like old money versus new money.
It's old money versus new money, and it's a very weird. Like, that's what the whole show is really focusing on, is how, like, the new money people have way more money than the old money. But what they don't have is the invitation to society.
Right. They don't have the tradition.
They don't have the tradition. They don't have the legacy. You've got like the old money who really, really, really wants like everything to have like the history, and like you must be the son of the son of the son of the son of the son for so on and so forth forever and always. And that's what gets you invited to the balls and your like matchmaking situations where your daughters and sons marry their daughters and sons and blah, blah, blah. And so like in a lot of ways, I tend to think of like the Blacks as like the old money, but like they're entrenched more in like the tradition, whereas like there could be like a new age version that's sort of like they hate, but maybe it's just the Malfoys. I don't know. Like even though the Malfoys been around.
I don't know. But Sirius is able to just like buy the Firebolt outright for Harry. Like they still have some fortune left.
They do have some fortune left.
Yeah.
It's not like the Gaunts who have like squandered it down to two possessions, which are otherwise priceless.
Yeah.
But they otherwise live in the gaunt shack.
Yeah.
Whereas this feels more like an estate.
A grim old estate.
A grim old estate.
Yeah.
Yes. Hence the Grimmauld. Anyway, so probably too much backstory on where the nobility currently lands. But I just thought that was interesting when I read the title. I was like, it's the noble and most ancient, not the most noble and ancient.
Right. Yes.
So, because otherwise, ancient by itself already dictates extraordinary age.
Yeah.
So adding a modifier to it isn't necessary. But to say the most noble would change the meaning of nobility because
Right.
nobility has tiers.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, chapter art. Goodness gracious, is creature swole.
Yeah. Right, man. This guy, he been hitting the gym or something, dude.
He hasn't been cleaning anything. He is, however, got traps the size of, well, I don't really know what the size of, Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson style traps. Although his skin is mostly like, it's interesting. The depiction's interesting because his skin is described as like almost like it's falling off him or something, like drooping off him.
Yes.
He looks a little jacked in the picture though. He's just sort of like, "What, who, me? Huh? You want to fight?
You talking to me, bub?
Yeah, I can't hear you. I actually don't know. I've got too much hair in my ears."
You sort of turn him in. We have a classic voice we do here at SCB, which I think is like our New Jersey tire salesman voice.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like sometimes you go into that voice.
I went too much into New Jersey tire salesman creature.
That's it. Yeah.
Won't. Well, I could do this. Well, I can't hear you because I've got too much hair in my ears.
There you go. That was
That's
good.
Better creature.
Yeah. Or like a really angry Hagrid, maybe. I don't know.
Like a really angry Hagrid. I don't think that was angry Hagrid.
No. You were good.
I can do angry Hagrid. It's a scandal. An outrage. Yeah. Lily and James Potter killed in a car crash.
I love his use of the word scandal.
I know.
I'm always like, is scandal the right word?
The right word? Apparently. Like the only way in which that's true is if it was a giant, huge, intentional cover-up,
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's so true. Anyway. Okay. Do you want to kick off with our opening sentence here?
Absolutely. As always, Ben, we have Mrs. Weasley followed them upstairs looking grim. And then the dragons arrived.
How does it always work so well?
It's as if she knows she's leading them to their death. I don't like it, but here you are. I'm following her up the stairs. Here are the dragons, yes.
Yes, they are
And
here.
then the dragons arrived.
It's like the most un-Miss Weasley thing ever to lead her children to danger.
I know.
Oh boy. But yeah, so now we're basically on the heels of the just really not so informative conversation that Harry finally got to have, where he was supposed to get all of the answers from Sirius and Lupin and Arthur and Mundungus, I think, is present for it. Harry sort of finds a great way to sort of negotiate Ron and Hermione's participation in the conversation. Arthur stands up for Fred and George, who get to remain present because they are currently of age. Ginny singularly is sent off to bed.
Yeah.
And so Mrs. Weasley at this point in time has gone full mama bear on the situation, and she is guiding them to their bedrooms and is giving the order, I want you all to go straight to bed. No talking.
As if.
As if.
No talking. Like, maybe if I could convince you not to talk about it, you'll forget that it even happened.
Right. And then she goes, "We've got a busy day tomorrow. I expect Ginny's already asleep," shouted to Hermione, "so try not to wake her up."
Also as if.
Fred's like, "Asleep? Yeah, right."
Yeah, I'm sure. We heard her screaming not 10 minutes ago.
Yes. If Ginny's not lying awake waiting for Hermione to tell her everything they said downstairs, then I'm a flopper worm.
Yeah.
Which I also just added a little note there for finish the quote trivia. Because
Then I'm a what?
Then I'm a what? What is Fred suggesting he would be if Ginny's not lying awake?
Yeah, a flobberworm.
A flobberworm.
Yes.
So bake that away forever.
I know. So the question is, though, does Hermione do that, or is Fred a flobberworm?
Ooh, good question. I mean, he doesn't seem very wormish the next day, so
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
assuming Ginny's awake.
Yeah, she gets filled in. I'm almost surprised Hermione doesn't like sneak down herself to
little
just
bit.
talk to Harry and Ron.
Also true.
Yeah.
Also true. Yeah, because Fred and George are going to apparate into their bedroom to continue the conversation.
Apparently quietly, but I don't see how that's possible.
I wrote the same note.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so they get back into the bedroom and we get another reference to the blank picture on the wall that was now breathing very slowly and deeply as though the invisible occupant was asleep.
Phineas Nigellus.
Phineas Nigellus Black. Yes, indeed. Chronically misunderstood students. Yes.
Yes. Everything's always about them. The least popular headmaster in Hogwarts history.
Well, everything is about them when them is Harry Potter.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's what the book's called. Read the title of the book, Phineas Nigellus. Jeez.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's called Hermione Granger and her friend Harry, who is the subject of a prophecy.
Yeah. That'd be great. Let's see. So they go up there. Ron throws some owl treats up to Hedwig and Pigwidgeon and then has to explain why on earth he should possibly have to do this. Like, we can't let them out to hunt every night. Dumbledore doesn't want too many owls swooping around the place. Thinks it'll look suspicious. Yeah, but then also, who let Hedwig in? Dumbledore? Did he meet her outside? He's like, oh, Hedwig, come read this note.
Right?
I wrote it. There you are.
I love the idea that Dumbledore is just trying to recruit so hard that he's just got a pocket full of slips of paper that already have pre-written the location to the Order of the Phoenix is located at number 12 Grimmauld Place.
Even though he could just tell them.
Here, have one.
Have a note, why don't you?
Hedwig. But so either way, we still haven't really gotten a firm explanation as to how Hedwig was able to get in past the charm there, but apparently she does.
Yeah.
Then Ron goes across and bolts the door shut, which is mostly just an opportunity for Harry to ask the question, what are you doing that for?
Yeah. Creature, said Ron as he turned up. Because if I was him, I'd be like, well, don't do that. Hermione's probably coming down.
She wants to see us.
Yeah.
Especially me. Did you see that hug?
You see that hug, man? I mean, I figured she could sit on my bed, probably.
But yeah, so then Ron goes on to explain, creature, first night I was here, he came wandering in at 3 a.m. Trust me, you don't want to wake up to find him prowling around your room. And I'm like,
why was he doing that?
One, why was he doing that? Probably just because Creature has no sense of boundaries, time, or anything. But I was also like, Harry has such experience with this, with Dobby, where he's been woken up by Dobby at least a handful of times.
Yeah.
And I think in Goblet of Fire, there's the situation where Dobby wakes him up unexpectedly and Harry's like, don't do that, Dobby. Like, poke me or something next time.
Which he does.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, Harry's been woken up by a house elf his own share of times.
Yes.
Okay, Ron? Geez.
Right. Jeez, man.
Stop mansplaining.
Also, what on earth do you think bolting the door is going to do when you know that he can just apparate and also probably just unlock it with magic? And also, despite locking the door, Fred and George are going to also apparate into your room.
It's the next thing that happens is people appear in the room.
Yeah, despite you bolting the door. But good job, anyway.
Right. But then they kind of go over exactly what we really hammered home, I feel like, at the end of the last episode. But, I think Harry could see the outline of Ron filtering through the grainy window. What do you reckon? Harry didn't need to ask what Ron meant. Well, they didn't tell us much that we could have guessed.
Didn't need to ask what Ron meant. Yeah, duh.
What do you reckon? Shut the cannons?
What do you mean?
Top of the table?
For breakfast? Or I'm thinking bacon.
Right? Yeah, bacon probably. Or toast.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so they point out, well, they didn't tell us much we couldn't have already guessed. And all they've really said is that the Order is trying to stop people from joining Vault. There was a sharp intake of breath from Ron. Demort, said Harry firmly. When are you going to start using the name? Seriously, Lupin, do?
Yeah, for real, Ron.
Yeah. Up until you're right about this particular situation, which does eventually happen. Yeah. Ron ignored this last comment. Yeah, you're right, he said. We already knew nearly everything they told us from using the extendable ears. The only new bit was crack. But not that loud.
Yeah, but not that loud. Yeah. You two just apparated on my knees. Yeah, well, it's harder in the dark. To which I was like, is it? Why would that matter?
I literally was like, I wonder if any amount of apparating and disapparating involves like having almost like mentally visualizing, not mentally visualizing the space, like picturing it in your head, but like you can literally picture the space where you're going.
Oh. Probably you can like see through the rubber tube or something.
Almost like you can see through the rubber tube, and it's sort of like, I don't really know where I want to land, but somewhere there.
There.
Yeah.
Boom. Ah, my knees.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, can't get the page. Bam, here we go. So got there yet, said George eagerly. The weapon serious mentioned, said Harry.
Let slip more like, said Fred with relish.
Yeah.
We didn't hear about that on the old Extendables, did we?
What do you reckon it is? Could be anything. Yeah, but no one, as I said before, or in the last chapter, nobody even guesses a wand. Yeah, and it's like, but there can't be anything worse than Avada Kedavra curse, can there, said Ron? What's worse than death? That's a nice little question there, because Voldemort will find out himself.
True.
Yeah.
That's actually a very good point as to the themes of the entire story, which is that like death is not always this thing to be fully feared in the same way that people tend to, especially the way that Voldemort does.
Yeah.
Voldemort fears death to the point where he never even gets the opportunity to fully die.
Right? So in a way, he's successful.
And in a way, he is successful. So there is that.
Yeah.
That would actually be like an interesting theory if there was like a prophecy that Tom Riddle himself heard that said, you will never die.
Oh.
And that like influences like his like desire, his thirst for immortality.
Right. Yes.
Because then it would sort of be like, oh, I'll never die. And it's like, well, that's true. That's true.
That's true.
Like I've never really looked at it through that lens before, but like he achieves his goal.
Yeah, he avoids death.
He avoids death.
Yeah.
It just in the form of being stuck in that weird white cloudy limbo space as like a barbecue baby thing.
Yeah, that thing. Gross.
Yeah, that thing gross. Anyway, that's how Voldemort lives on forever following the events of the Battle of Hogwarts.
Yes, neither in the world of the living or the dead.
That's right. But you're right. Yeah. So maybe it's something that can kill loads of people at once, suggested George. And it seems like this is where anybody who grew up hearing the tale of the three brothers would have been like, yeah, what about like the Elder Wand or the Death Stick?
Yeah.
You know, like now would be the moment to bring it up.
Now would be the moment. And 3 of these people apparently were told this story many times by their mother.
Twilight. That's how my mom always says it.
Midnight.
Oh, yeah. Midnight. I can't remember which way it is.
At midnight.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Harry's like, or maybe it's they say maybe it's a really painful way of killing people. And he's like, he's got the Cruciatus causing pain. He doesn't need anything more efficient than that. Which, like, sure. Yeah. True. So it does bring up a question like, what could a wizarding weapon look like? I mean, how many do we even end up seeing? There's basically like wands in general, and then like the sword of Gryffindor, you know.
Yeah, which is a very small.
What?
It's a very small like selection of people who ever use.
Yes,
the sword of Gryffindor, that is. But you're right. Yeah, it's like it's hard to know what this could be like. There's not many like MacGuffin grade, like just over the top atomic level weapons in the wizarding world that we're aware of.
Yeah.
Like even
I guess the basilisk could be considered a weapon.
I guess so. I mean, I'm sure Newt would disagree with that.
Well, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. You never met a monster you couldn't love.
Yeah.
Then Ron says, I hope it's on our side, sounding slightly nervous. And it's like, even that's kind of interesting because the Ministry, as it pertains to this story, this installment, is not really either. Like, you know, like it's not for the Order of the Phoenix, and it's also not for Voldemort yet. Like Voldemort will eventually take it over and have it under his reign.
Yeah.
But it's kind of interesting that it's at the Department of Mysteries because it's almost like a third party. Like,
yeah, it really is.
Yeah. So it's not on their side. And like, so that means that the Order is also having to like break rules to protect it.
Right. That's sort of the weird thing. Like even the people who work there are having to like break into the Ministry after hours every night just to stand guard over something.
Right. Yeah. We have a real national treasure situation, if you will, where Nick Cage has to steal the Declaration of Independence to protect it.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, I can get on board with that.
There we go. That's fun. And then rub lemon juice on it or something.
Yeah, and breath.
Yeah.
It's an awkward scene.
It is a weird scene. And then Fred suggests that if it is on their side, Dumbledore's probably keeping it, said Fred. And this is another, I think, part of the same thing where it has to be like a third party. Because it's a good point. Because like, why doesn't Dumbledore just like hide the prophecy in the mirror or something?
True.
It's like there has to be this whole system in place such that like no one can go get it except Harry or Voldemort, or the plot can't happen. Yeah.
Yep. And those limiting factors, it's like the more that we've been reading through this series in this particular capacity where we're talking about every sentence, it's becoming much more apparent how often the plot is written that way, where it's like okay, we have to manufacture circumstances that doesn't allow for a simple solution.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we need a very specific thing to happen, which is Harry needs to go to the Department of Mysteries. But what would stop him from doing that for so long? And like, what would stop Voldemort from doing that for so long? And what would stop anybody else from getting it for so long?
Right.
Because that's the thing, right? Like if you're not the subject of the prophecy, you can't pick it up.
Right. That's the thing.
Right. So it's like even I guess the guarding is in case Voldemort himself attempts to go.
I guess so.
But that's really terrifying then if like you're Arthur, for example, or Tonks or Kingsley or whatever. It means you're sitting there all night thinking if someone breaks in, the only person it can be is Voldemort.
Yeah. Pretty much.
So it's like if someone attacks, that's who I'm up against.
Right. I mean, I guess they try some other stuff first. They have like Broderick Bode try and get it, right?
Broderick Bode, yeah.
Yeah.
He's an Unspeakable.
He's an Unspeakable. He's like the one who ends up in St. Mungo's.
Yes.
Yeah, because like he like sort of loses his mind after he tries to take it.
Right.
Right. And then Nagini attacks Mr. Weasley.
Right.
So that's like another attempt.
Well, and Nagini's a weird one too.
Yeah. Could she have done it?
Could she have done it? That's a great question because we actually just made a video recently about Nagini that I think is really kind of interesting because especially when you meet Nagini inside of the Fantastic Beasts series, she's like a much more empathetic character. This is like a victim of circumstances as well. And but she seems like the kind of person who's like on the right side of history, I guess, at least based on where we last saw her. And so the big question is like, how does Nagini go on to be this like devout follower of Voldemort after everything? Which just seems so unlikely. But so the theory that we ultimately came up with is that like when Voldemort occupied Nagini or like put a piece of his own soul inside of Nagini, that piece of soul like effectively won out over the living soul that was previously in the snake.
Right.
So the snake is only the Horcrux at that point in time. Like that is like the living force inside of it.
Right. Like it's not the woman from the Fantastic Beasts movies anymore.
Even though that's the container still. It's like the woman's soul has like left.
Yeah.
And so in that way, I would almost say that Nagini probably could.
Well, okay, so then this is an interesting thought because when Harry gets to the prophecy, it says Dark Lord and Harry Potter ? Like it is not determined for sure that it is about Harry Potter.
So could Neville have picked it up?
Well, so could Neville have picked it up, or can Harry only pick it up because he is a Horcrux?
Oh,
right. Like you think it's like Harry can pick it up because the prophecy is about him, and it would almost seem like, oh, because Harry is able to pick it up, that confirms the prophecies about him.
Right.
To which you'd be like, unless he's only able to pick it up because it's about. It is confirmed to be about Voldemort, and there's a piece of Voldemort's soul inside of Harry.
Yeah, so that's like the one. Oh my gosh, that would be so wild.
That would be wild. So like because like even afterwards, like. Dumbledore is like, I'm afraid it is you or whatever. But he doesn't say it's like they can only be picked up by people who it's about and you picked it up or anything. You know,
True.
He doesn't say that. I mean, to also be fair, Voldemort has already marked Harry like with the love thing and like they've already been through the blood drips and the graveyard and like it's definitely already Harry anyway.
Right. Yes. I mean, it's 6 or half a dozen when it really boils down to it, where it's like we've triangulated to the point where it's like, it's Harry.
Yeah.
It's Harry. Like, but I still think that you're right. Like where it's like, but the prophecy doesn't say it's Harry.
Right.
It definitely says the Dark Lord.
The question mark is still there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, that's so weird.
Right?
Yeah. I kind of love that.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's one of those great theories because it's like it changes the way you interpret the scene, but it changes nothing at the same time.
Right. Yeah.
Like Harry could always pick it up, but just we're misunderstanding why he could pick it up.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, back to the noble and most ancient House of Black.
Yes.
We got way off the rails.
So I know we did a little bit there. Anyway, Molly starts coming back up the stairs and they have to like quiet down for a sec. Mom! And then it says, Mrs. Weasley was plainly listening to see whether they were talking or not. which is sort of like, do you think she heard the crack? Probably. Do you think that gave it away? Like when you apparated?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wrote that exact same. There was a loud crack, and Harry felt the weight vanish from the end of his bed. And I was like a car backfire? Or what are we talking about here? Because there's two of them.
Yeah.
But again, we're talking like maybe there's like a skill thing involved. Like, I don't know. And like Mundungus is like worse at it than the Weasley twins who could do it for 4 months.
Right. Yeah.
Pop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. And then Ron says, she doesn't trust us at all, you know, which is sort of an interesting thing to say. I think, like, I mean, I guess in a manner of speaking, like she doesn't trust them to not talk, I guess. Is that what he means?
It's tricky. Like, to me, I almost get like that, like the voice of McGonagall in my head. It's like, why is it whenever something happens, it's always you three? Mm-hmm. Like I can't help but feel like Molly feels the same way. Like she knows what they're going to do. Like it may even be the case that she doesn't have an issue with telling them information. She doesn't want to tell him. She doesn't want to tell them information because she doesn't want to inform. Like if they're informed, they're going to do something about it.
Right.
And that's the problem. It's like there's the only thing to do is to prevent them from having information.
Well, that's really what Dumbledore is ultimately trying to prevent, is for Harry to do something.
It's true. It's true. Yes. But even that is like one of those things where it's like, Harry, there's certain things we're not telling you. The reason we're not telling you is because there's somewhere you might end up if we do tell you. And if you end up there, it's going to be a problem.
Right.
Because
but it's sort of like if you tell him why it would be a problem for him to end up there, then maybe he would just listen to you.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Like it's like that might work, but instead you just keep them in the dark. And when somebody's in the dark, they're going to try to find the light switch.
Exactly.
So that's what happens.
That's what happens.
Yeah. So then I think that Harry, like they kind of like quiet down for a second. And Harry's like thinking he wants to talk to Ron some more, but it seems like he must have like drifted off into sleep in the meantime, because it's like, He's kind of like listening for Mrs. Weasley coming back down the stairs, but then at the same time he hears like a whole bunch of like different creatures cantering softly up and down the stairs, and then all of a sudden like Hagrid's voice is in his head saying like, "Beauties, aren't they, Harry? We'll be studying weapons this term."
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden the creatures had cannons for heads and were wheeling to face him, and I'm like, okay, lesson in screws for last year. Okay, we've already been there.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I guess Harry's imagining the weapon is a cannon, a magic cannon,
a magic cannon.
Boom, boom, boom.
We are not pirates.
There we go.
But so
it's a
then,
deep cut one, guys.
It was. But then the next thing we know, he was curled up in a warm ball under his bedclothes, and George's loud voice was filling the room. And I'm kind of like, this warm ball sounds kind of cozy.
I literally wrote cozy.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't hate that.
Curled up in a warm ball. Yeah,
right.
Pretty good.
Kind of reminds me of like waking up on after like a cold night of camping, and you're like all like squirreled away in your sleeping bag.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. But then I guess they've already started like cleaning and eating breakfast. His mom says she's supposed to get up, your breakfast in the kitchen, and then she needs in the drawing room. There's loads more doxies than she's thought, and she's found the nest of dead puffskins, which I think like the puffskins, they don't mention that Fred and George steal them, but I think they must, because don't they then develop like Arnold the Pygmy Puff?
They do.
Yeah.
Which is like it's like a hybrid of the puffskin.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I think that I wrote the exact same thing down, because we know that they keep pocketing things that they're finding in the house.
Yeah.
Including the doxies. Is it the doxies themselves?
Yeah.
That they end up doing? Yeah. So I suspect that they end up grabbing some of these and learn something from them.
I think so.
It says a nest of dead puffskins, which, you can't exactly breed dead puffskins.
Well, no. A nest of dead puffskins.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Where there were dead ones, there's probably live ones. I don't know.
Could be it. Could be it. Yeah.
Yeah, but let's see. Then they do eventually enter the room. It sounds like it's so dirty in there. The carpet exhalted little clouds of dust every time someone put their foot on it. You're like, man. Seems like that's something a spell could fix pretty easily too, though. Where's the Evanesco on the dust?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Bill's like, I'm not putting it in my cloud storage.
Yeah. Bill brings the mat back and he's like, there's dust. Who put dust in the storage?
Who put dust in the Evanesco? Oh man.
Get rid of this stuff here. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. So Mrs. Weasley has prepared like, I guess, spray bottles full of a bunch of like gross black liquid for doxycide, which apparently she's been reading about in one of Lockhart's books, Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. I was like, no way that's accurate.
Dude, I thought the exact. Well, I mean, I literally wrote it must still be accurate if not stolen information.
Well, I guess that's true. It could be stolen information.
Right. So it's like he probably didn't come up with this. He just found like the Martha Stewart of the wizarding world and took all of her tips and tricks.
Yes, Gilderoy Lockhart is Martha Stewart. Got it.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
Or sort of.
Or sort of, in a way. Yeah. There was a Martha Stewart, and Lockhart just like stole her memories.
Exactly.
Yeah. Then there is a little bit of foreshadowing though, where it says, let's see, or Molly is trying to attack a creature a little bit there. It says, creature's really old. He probably couldn't manage. You'd be surprised what creature can manage when he wants to, Hermione, said Sirius, which that is a little bit of foreshadowing here because sure enough, creature is going to pull off quite a bit of things here at the end of the book, where he leaves the house, communicates to Bellatrix and Narcissa, lies to Harry, and lures him into Voldemort's trap.
Yeah, all very true. What's interesting is that you almost took like the negative angle of how this was foreshadowing, and I was almost thinking about Deathly Hallows, where like they finally win him over, and he starts doing like a really fantastic job, and the house like seems brighter and more colorful, and the food is delicious, and the pots and pans are gleaming. And, you know, like all of a sudden, it's like he can just sort of like snap his fingers and solve all these problems. Which almost makes you wonder whether or not Creature is keeping it filthy again on his own.
Yeah.
Like he is preventing them from really making too much like headway on it.
Yeah.
Then Sirius enters the room carrying a bloodstained bag full of what appeared to be dead rats. Just he's been up and feeding Buckbeak, who is another one of those like sort of like entities that needs to be accounted for because Sirius was the one who last had Buckbeak.
Yeah.
But doesn't really come up.
It just seems like at this point, just give him back to Hagrid, you know? Like
Exactly.
Literally no one is going to notice.
No, it's going to be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially when he has a whole herd of them, even though those don't get accounted for.
True.
You know?
That's a good point. Yes. Yeah. Only Buckbeak is the one who's getting all this like special treatment for all of year 3. And then the other ones are just like standing out in the pen being like, hey, what about us?
What about us, man? We want some dead rats.
Exactly.
Yeah. But like, Guy, you want to talk about Sirius and Harry being cooped up. I feel like Buckbeak is the one getting the real short end of the stick here.
That seems really rough.
Right?
Yeah. It's kind of like a horse-sized creature with giant wings that probably just want to be spread open.
Just wants to be like flying around. He's stuck in an attic. Ugh. Terrible.
I wonder what it was like the day they had to smuggle Buckbeak in.
I know, right? Yeah, what was that day like? Probably no worse than getting him on the night bus.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, where he probably got a hot chocolate.
Yeah. A toothbrush.
A toothbrush.
A hot water bottle.
A hot water bottle for 15. Okay, let's see here. Well, Molly, I'm pretty sure this is Boggart, said Sirius, peering through the keyhole. But perhaps we ought to let Mad-Eye have a shifty at it before we let it out.
A shifty?
Knowing my mother, it could be something much worse.
Yeah.
Right, well, Sirius, said Mrs. Weasley.
Right, and we have to address the big question. I don't think I've received any question more than this ever, which is, what does the Boggart look like when Mad-Eye looks at it? Can he see it in its true form, or is it transformed to look like whatever Mad-Eye's afraid of?
I mean, it's a fair question. It's a fair question. And I think that we've gone in depth with this before. And I feel like what we've ultimately come down to is the sentiment that like Boggarts are the same thing as like baby Dementors. Do you remember when
I do remember this one wherein like Boggarts are defeated by laughter. They can assume the form of what scares you the most, whereas Dementors make you relive your worst fear.
Exactly. So they're both very like fear-based creatures.
Yes.
With Dementors being considerably more dangerous.
Right. So you have to force laughter at the Boggart, whereas for a Dementor, you have to make a Patronus, which is like similarly like you have to focus like really positive joy into like a physical thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And the other piece of it that I think makes a fair bit of sense here is almost comparing them to like a poltergeist. Like obviously you guys know if you listen to the show all the time that we tend to think of not just Peeves at Hogwarts as a poltergeist, but also Filch. And they are sort of like equal and opposites of one another where Like Filch is almost like the boiled down version of like rule following. So think of like your Percy. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you've got Peeves, who's like your rule breaking and mischief, which is going to be like your Fred and George. And because students at school embody both of those characteristics in tremendous fashions, it literally manifests into poltergeist. Like, and that is the real explanation as to how poltergeists come to be.
Right.
Like that's where Peeves, if you don't believe Filch, no problem, but that's where Peeves comes from.
That's like the canonical explanation for Peeves.
Correct. But so I don't find it completely unusual to think that boggarts are manifesting in a similar capacity as well. So like Lupin, for example, finds one, like the first week of classes, but also Dementors are patrolling, the exterior of the castle. They attacked on the train. Sirius Black is on the loose. Like, it's a very common time for there to be fear. And so the manifestation of that is going to be the form of a boggart, which is going to show up at the school. Right.
And like Dementors are what is known as amortal creatures, meaning that they are not alive or dead. So like when later on, I think you'll learn that like they're breeding. That's what's accounting for all the mist. It's like they're not really breeding the way that other animals breed. It just means that like more are coming into existence, and like part of that is the mist being released, I guess.
Right.
But more they are quote unquote born of like depression and fear and anxiety. Which of course, while Voldemort's in charge, that's just everywhere.
Right.
Whereas like they don't really dwell well on like happiness and sunshine and stuff like that.
Yeah. And so my theory here though is that, I mean, inside of number 12, there's probably more than enough of this to go around. Like Molly alone is just a nervous wreck because of her fear for, I mean, and to be fair to Molly, like we said in last week's episode, Molly has a lot to lose. She has 7 kids, at least 2 of which are already members of the order, 1 who is estranged. Her husband is a member of the order. Like, her adopted child, Harry, is the subject of all of this. Like, and the boggart is going to attack her.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it seems like Molly, she's like, oh, it's just a boggart. I'll just go finish it off or whatever. But then she's like, I do wonder if Molly is not responsible for the origin of this boggart in particular, because she seems particularly bad at fighting it.
This one
like it's like specifically tuned to her or something.
Right. Yes. Like, which is also surprising because like this is like a year 3 class.
Yeah.
And like Molly's a great witch.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's like there's no way in the world she doesn't possess the ability to defeat a boggart.
Right.
But in that particular instance, it gets the better of her.
It does. And that's going to be, I think, the next chapter, though. The Woes of Mrs. Weasley.
That's right.
Yeah. Or maybe it's actually the hearing is next. I don't know. In any case, let's see. Where are we here on the page? Get me looking for where we are when you're editing this. I
think we're top of page 103.
Top of page 103 here. Okay. So the next thing we hear is someone rings the doorbell and wakes up his mother's portrait again. And it says, I keep telling them not to ring the doorbell, which honestly seems obvious when you're at the secret headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. And yet, you know what? They will not stop. They're going to keep ringing the doorbell every time they show up, whoever it is.
It is honestly so shocking. Yeah, because it's like the only way to be arriving at the house is if you've been let in on the secret.
Right.
And so it's like there's no need to ring the doorbell.
There's no need.
If you've been let in on the secret, you're welcome to enter the house.
Right. Like when Harry got there, they didn't ring the doorbell.
No.
You know? Yeah.
I mean, all I can figure is a scenario where like unlocking all of the magical locks that are involved is complicated enough to where you need, maybe it's just easier to have somebody on the inside just like do it for you.
Yeah.
But
I guess
like,
that's probably it. They have to undo the locks from the inside.
I mean, it's maybe the best explanation, but you're right. Otherwise he's going to say, I keep telling them not to ring the doorbell, and then they're just going to keep ringing it.
Or they think this is funny. Like I could see Kingsley kind of being like,
you've got to admit, it's pretty funny.
It's pretty funny.
Classic Kingsley.
Oh, classic Kingsley. Sorry, did I set off the portrait again? Whoops.
Exactly. Yeah, so sure enough, speaking of Kingsley, that is who is here, saying that Hestia has just relieved me, so she's got Moody's cloak now. Thought I'd leave a report for Dumbledore.
Yes.
Or I should read it like this. So she's got Moody's cloak now. Thought I'd leave a report for Dumbledore.
Yes. So last night during the meeting, it must have been Hestia that was, Hestia just really me. Kingsley must have left the meeting to go guard the prophecy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Makes sense.
Well, he had a long day flying to Greenland and then coming back to, do a meeting and then stayed up all night,
Kingsley's just built different. Okay?
He's just built different, Yeah.
Who needs sleep?
Nobody.
Right.
Yeah. Then we get back to cleaning the room here, where Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests is here. I think the real reason the book is brought up is to just remind you that Gilderoy Lockhart is a character, because you haven't seen him in 2 books.
I completely agree with you.
And you will meet him again later in this book. So I think that's just like, oh yeah, remember Lockhart? Good.
Okay, good. That's all.
Yeah. That's all. That's all you need to do.
You just need it. Like, and there is a kind of like unique art form that happens with these series where it's like, if you're gonna, it's almost like when you're watching, like if you're binging like a series, or like if a new season comes out and you go to like the previously on Arrow.
Yeah.
And it's like, here's all the things that are going to be like relevant for today's episode in case you forgot.
Right.
There is kind of like an art form to being like, at some point in time, I'm going to bring up Gilderoy Lockhart. I don't want to make you feel like you've completely forgotten who it is. So here's like a nudge.
Right.
Just a nudge.
There it is.
Yep.
Lockhart.
Either way, though, I have always found this like getting rid of Doxy task as being like oddly satisfying, and it
seems fun.
I don't know why.
No,
yeah. It's like they fly out, you spray them in the face, and they seem to like fall to the ground with like a dull thud,
Thunk.
a surprisingly loud thunk.
Yeah, dense creatures, the Doxies.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Harry picked it up and threw it in the bucket, as if it would just like, I don't know, like neatly fall into the bucket somehow.
It just reminds me so much of the Cornish Pixies.
That's exactly what it reminds me of too.
Which was also a Gilderoy Lockhart scene.
Right.
But like hilariously, the book that they're using to get rid of the Doxies is apparently written by him, but he couldn't get rid of the Pixies.
True.
Yeah, which makes sense, because of course he definitely stole the information for this book from other people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So then this is where you also get the little hint as well that Fred and George are learning a lot about obscure branches of magic from being at number 12, because Fred is like holding a struggling Doxy between his forefinger and his thumb, and he is trying to like figure out like how it's like venom and stuff worked.
Yeah.
So he explains that to Harry, but not before we get this phrase. Miss Weasley's back was turned and he pocketed it with a wink.
Pocketed it.
So there it is for this installation. I think I got this wrong last time. It's Stephen Fry who had a difficult time pronouncing pocketed it.
Oh, not Jim Dale.
Not Jim Dale.
Got it.
But yes, there's the pocketed it line, which is kind of famously in every installation. And in case you forgot the little detail there, it was something that Stephen Fry had difficulty saying in Philosopher's Stone, and then subsequently got included in every book just as like a fun little joke at his expense.
And there it is.
There it is.
Yep.
Yep.
But so then we get a little preview on the skiving snack boxes, which will come into play later in the book when they're all revolting against Umbridge. George tells them it's a range of sweets to make you ill. Not seriously ill mind, just ill enough to keep you out of class when you feel like it. Fred and I have been developing them this summer. To which I always imagine that the Tun Tung Toffee was one of these, because that's also like candy that makes something happen to you.
True.
But like, I guess that's not.
No, that might just be like more of a prank thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because it doesn't seem like that one has like an obvious like just eat the other end of the chew.
Yeah, of course, how could you?
How could you if your tongue is a tongue? No, tongue is a tongue.
Your tongue is a ton. The Tun Tung Toffee.
I do love how they're like speaking in promotional jargon here, though. Like, not seriously ill, mind you, just enough to get you out of class when you feel like it. Let's see. Double-ended, color-coded chews. If you eat the orange half of the puking pastilles, you'll throw up. Moment you've been rushed out of the lesson for the hospital wing, you'll swallow the purple half, which restores you to full fitness, enabling you to pursue the leisure activity of your choice during an hour that would have otherwise been devoted to unprofitable boredom.
Yeah. I love how they're like, who wants to learn? Get out of class right now. As if they're like, they're not actively like studying everything in the house, like trying to learn things to build new stuff.
It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. It's
But it's the difference between being motivated about learning about like whatever you're passionate about and not being motivated.
That's exactly it. Yeah. I think I suspect that we've all been there before, where it's like you find a topic you like and it's remarkable how the information sticks in your brain like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Versus like reading a textbook for, the War of 1812 and you're just like, I can't, what?
Don't. Yeah. Whatever. Boring.
Yeah.
Oh, in any case, then they had the exact same problem we just mentioned with the Tongue Toffee with the puking pastils. Is like at the moment we're having trouble stopping puking long enough to swallow the purple end. And Harry's like, "Who's testing?" And it's like, "Us. We take it in turns." George did the fainting fancies. We both tried nosebleed nougat. Yeah,
Nougat. Yeah,
nougat.
I do love that they are like it feels like very classic Fred and George to me. Like they want to create something that could potentially be dangerous, but they're not risking it on anyone but themselves.
Until they get to school.
Yeah. At which point in time, I feel like they've gone through at least a couple iterations.
Yeah.
They're fairly certain at that point. It's not completely dangerous.
Right. We gotta have a big test pool here, right?
Right.
Yeah. But apparently, even though they just got the gold in June, they've already set up a mail order business and are placing ads in the Daily Prophet. And to which their reasoning is, Mom hasn't got a clue. She won't read the Daily Prophet anymore because it's telling lies about you and Dumbledore. And I'm like, and nobody in the order is keeping up with the Daily Prophet to see what the lies are. No one's telling Molly this exact thing. Like, you guys are the worst spy organization.
Although I do love the fact that Molly is not reading the Daily Prophet for like out of like loyalty to the people that are there. I mean, I agree with you, but I do love that, especially because back in Goblet of Fire, she was reading Witch Weekly for the recipes.
Yeah.
As Ron explains. Yeah.
Well, the recipes.
But that's where Rita Skeeter is talking about Hermione taking advantage of both Crumb and Harry, and then
she's made you out to be some sort of scarlet woman.
That's what my mother calls him.
Oh, goodness. And then there's, so he says, Harry feels he's happy that Mrs. Weasley doesn't know it was him who gave him the gold because she doesn't think running a joke shop is a suitable career for two of her sons. For now.
I literally wrote for now.
For now.
Yeah.
Boom. Same thing.
Nice. Look at that. That's so amazing.
That is.
So the detoxifying of the curtains took most of the morning, and I'm like, how big are these curtains?
How big are these curtains?
It was past midday when Mrs. Weasley finally removed her protective scarf, sank into the sagging armchair, and sprang up again in a cry of disgust, having sat on the bag of dead rats.
Why is that just in the room?
Imagine sitting on a plane. I don't know if you've ever done this. The person next to you is reading a book and you just look over and try to see if you can figure out the context by reading a couple sentences of the book. And it's like, Mrs. Weasley finally removed her protective scarf, sat into the sagging armchair and sprang up again with a cry of disbelief, having sat on a bag of dead rats. What is this book about?
What's that book about? I'm like, I'm sorry, if you don't know what Harry Potter is, I can't help you.
I can't help you. Yeah, exactly.
Sat in a bag of dead rats. I can't think of a worse feeling than sitting on a bag of dead rats.
It does seem like the worst.
Yes.
It does. Yeah. I used to have to sell rats in my first ever job.
Dead ones?
Ooh. I guess frozen dead ones sometimes.
Wow.
Yes.
For snakes?
Man. Yeah. And then also live ones for snakes.
Some snakes don't enjoy the hunt.
Yeah. That's actually factual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, some snakes don't require them to be live, which makes the owners usually happier because otherwise the rat can actually be quite dangerous to the snake.
Oh.
Is what ends up happening because they can bite their scales and stuff.
I see.
Yeah.
Don't want that.
No. But anyway, probably things people don't want to think about while they're listening.
Want to think about, snakes
nice,
and
cozy,
rats and stuff.
Nice, cozy podcast.
Snakes and rats are part of Harry Potter, guys. Okay.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Nothing we can do about
they're
it.
Kind of
right?
a big deal.
Yeah, they're kind of the bad guys. Let's see. Then we get a very, very, very juicy Easter egg here as they are cleaning out a dusty glass fronted cabinets standing on either side of the mantelpiece. There is a selection of rusty daggers, claws, a coiled snake skin, a number of tarnished silver boxes inscribed with languages Harry could not understand, and least pleasant of all, an ornate crystal bottle with a large opal set into the stopper, full of what Harry was quite sure was blood. Oh, I'm sorry, this was not the part I thought it was.
Well, it doesn't matter because I actually think that's a very important detail to point out because the emphasis on the ornate crystal bottle with a large opal set into the stopper, full of what Harry was quite sure was blood, sounds to me an awful lot like the what a blood pact looks like.
An opal set into the stopper. You are quite right.
Right?
An ornate crystal bottle with a large opal. There is I wouldn't call the blood pact between Grindelwald and Dumbledore a bottle, but it is an ornate object with a large opal set in it.
I mean, it's
and blood.
And blood, yeah. So I'm kind of I literally just wrote this seems like it should be important, and is this a blood pact? And if so, with who and why?
Right.
Because there's a few layers there. I mean, I guess Regulus would be the one person other than Sirius that it could apply to as far as important to central plot based things, because we don't know anything about other than the leanings of Mrs. Black. We don't know much about their parents or anything.
Yeah.
But it's is there somebody that this pact would have been between that could have been super important?
I mean, people, let's see, if it's in the Black's house and the way the blood pact is supposed to work is that, well, I don't know if it's always the same thing, if it's an unbreakable vow or something, or if it just always specifically means those two people can't fight each other.
I mean, you're right. I think that's a good point, a good distinction, but I almost feel like it would have to be, we would have to interpret it as if it meant two people couldn't fight each other.
That's all we know, so that's how we'll interpret it. The known people who will love each other at the Black House then would be presumably Mr. and Mrs. Black.
Right.
Or any of the the parents and Regulus. Right?
Who's the parents?
Mr. and Mrs. Black.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Would they have a blood pact with, would Regulus have a blood pact with either of his parents or something?
That would be interesting.
That would be weird. It doesn't seem because then that is does the blood pact, does it have to be between two people who love each other? Does that mean romantic love or familial love,
It's a good point. It's a good, right. I do see what you mean, because the blood pact does sort of have a underlying love element to it, and the idea. Yeah. Although
does it have to?
Does it have to? Because Grindelwald could have just been manipulating Dumbledore, but
right. Yes, that's true as well. Could have just been manipulation. Tricky. So who would it have been preventing from fighting?
Right. So I think it's just something to think about, or if anybody out there has any ideas. Because is it not the case that Mrs. Black's name is Walburga?
Yeah, it is Walburga Black.
And it's based off of the Walpurgis
Night.
Walpurgis Night. Okay.
Yes, which has something to do, and we made a video about this once, but I want to say with why the dark mark is the dark mark.
Okay.
Why it looks the way it does.
Okay.
Yeah. What is the origin of it is has to do with this Walpurgis Night, which is a kind of Halloween or something.
Okay.
I think.
Is that also go back to the incantation, where
maybe
Morse Mordre comes from?
Maybe. Gosh, I have to go back and reread that script or watch that video.
I know.
That has been a minute. I wasn't prepared to talk about.
I'm sorry. I should have properly prepared you for that.
No, it's totally okay.
But I did think that was really interesting, because I was based on the description and based on the prop design of the blood pact, they sound the same to me.
They do. And you have to take the prop design into consideration because there's no accompanying novel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is always such a tricky thing because, I don't want to get into all that. But anyway, the doorbell clanged again. Everyone looked at Mrs. Weasley. "Stay here," she said, firmly snatching up the bag of rats, which, by the way, band name called it.
Bag of rats?
Bag of rats.
Dang. Yeah. I come to that show so quick.
We are Bag of Rats!
Yes. She left the room, closed the door carefully behind her. At once, everyone dashed over to the window to look down onto the doorstep. They could see the top of an unkept gingery head and a stack of precariously balanced cauldrons. "Mundungus," said Hermione. "What's he brought all those cauldrons for?" Probably looking for a safe place to keep them.
What do you mean, what's he brought all those cauldrons for? You know the story with the cauldrons.
Exactly, yes. Isn't that what he was supposed to be doing the night isn't that what he was doing the night he was supposed to be tailing me, picking up dodgy cauldrons?
What a storyline, let me just say. They've we're really sticking to it.
I know, yeah.
Mundungus and the cauldrons. Right.
"Yeah, you're right," said Fred, as the front door opened. Mundungus heaved his cauldron through and disappeared from view. "Blimey, Mum won't like that."
Accurate.
That's totally correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although, honestly, I don't see why not. It seems like the order could probably stand to use, a bunch of cauldrons just for like the very sake of like making potions or something.
Well, very well could be the case. You're right. Yeah, like if somebody had sent Mundungus out to source these, it might make a lot more sense all the way around.
I mean, my interpretation is that Mundungus intends to flip them.
I agree.
And wants to stay them here. He didn't steal them for the sake of using them for the order.
Right.
Yes.
They fell off the back of a broom, as they say.
Yeah, exactly. But let's see. Miss Weasley, in fact, does not like it, and she begins screaming at him, "We are not running a hideout for stolen goods!" And then Fred and George have this hilarious exchange. It's like, I love hearing Mom shout at someone else. Makes such a nice change.
The idiots are letting her get into a stride, said George, shaking his head. You've got to head her off early, otherwise she builds up a head of steam and goes on for hours.
Yeah.
This reminds me of Harry when he arrives at number 12, though, where it's like he gets in there and he's like kind of being like a little passive aggressive, like a little steamy at first. And then he just starts like losing it. And goes into all caps mode.
Yeah. What I kind of like about what George says always, he says, the idiots, plural, are letting her get into her stride, which makes it sound like she's yelling at not just Mundungus, but the other two down there, which would be Sirius and Kingsley.
Okay.
Which then makes it sound like Sirius and Kingsley are like, yeah, bring them in. We got room.
There's plenty of place.
And Miles like, what's this? What's this?
You're right. Yeah, the idiots are letting you get into a stride.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But so yeah, also Molly has other the real reason probably Molly's yelling at Mundungus is because he abandoned Harry, not just because he's trying to store his stolen goods.
Yes, you're definitely right. Right. Anyway, that being said, this is when Creature enters the room, wearing nothing except for a filthy rag tied like a loincloth around the middle, and was otherwise completely naked.
Yeah, well, he's got to show off a six-pack,
Well, I mean, naturally.
What's the point in lifting all those weights, I mean, no one going to see it.
Creature looked very old. Skin seemed to be several times too big, as though it was... And though it was bald, like all house elves, there was a quantity of white hair growing out of its large bat-like ears. Yeah.
Yeah, bloodshot, watery gray eyes, and its fleshy nose. Well, it just sounds like a really disgusting looking thing.
Yeah, probably not easy to look at.
Not easy. The elf absolutely took no notice of Harry or the rest, asking as though they could not see them. It shuffled hunchback slowly, dragged toward the the far end of the room, muttering under its breath, all the while in a hoarse, deep voice. What is he saying? Smells like a drain with criminal to poke. No better nasty old blood trail of the brats messing up my mistress's house. Oh, my poor mistress. Yeah, so he's just a bunch of warning signs here from Creature.
Yeah, not the best. You can kind of tell how, like, who he's, where his allegiances lie.
Yeah, not great.
And it's very interesting, especially, I think, to watch the twins interact with Creature. Because the twins, I would say, seem like they are typically, like, on the right side of things.
Yeah.
Like, maybe not from, like, Molly's perspective, but otherwise it seems like usually the case.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Hello, Creature," said Fred very loudly, closing the door with a snap. And then they start saying terrible things to the twins, referring to them as nasty little brat, blood traitors. And then, do you think he's referring to a twin as an unnatural thing?
That is kind of how I read it. And there's its twin, unnatural little beasts they are. Like twins are unnatural.
It's like, that's a weird.
Or are you just saying that he has a twin and both of them are unnatural?
For being like blood traitors?
For being blood traitors.
Yeah.
I mean, it could go either way. My read on it usually is that he thinks twins are innately unnatural.
That is the way I've read
Which
it
I take great offense to.
As the father of twins.
As the father of twins.
Yes. I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, to be clear, Creature is being very offensive.
In just about every way.
To just about everyone.
To just about everyone, yes.
And there's the mudblood standing there, bold as brass. Oh, if my mistress knew. Oh, how she'd cry. And there's a new boy. Creature doesn't know his name. What is he doing here? Creature doesn't know.
It's like he can't tell that he's not speaking in his head.
He can't tell. Yeah.
And there's the mudblood standing there bold as brass. I'm sure that's how Hermione feels. She's like, just me existing here. I'm pretty awesome for it.
I'm pretty awesome.
I'm just going to say it's pretty bold of me to even be here.
Right,
frankly,
right. The mudblood is talking to Creature as though she is my friend. If Creature's mistress saw him now, such company, oh, what she would say.
Don't call her a mudblood.
Said Ron and Ginny together.
And then Hermione, bless her, he's not in his right mind. She doesn't know what he's. But the thing is, she's right, of course.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. It's just it's a lot to endure when we've just met him. It's a weird first impression. But I have often said that I think that Creatures like 180 is like one of like my more like favorite parts of the series.
I know.
Because it's like Creature wants to be loved. And the person who loved him was his mistress, and his mistress being Mrs. Black.
Yeah.
And like, so, and what he does is just he apes her perspectives. And that's what it really comes down to.
Yeah.
Like, she was the last person who was nice to him. So what she believes is what he believes. And that's that.
That's that.
So yeah, it's kind of, it's dicey. It always is. But anyway, let's see here.
Then Creature finally sort of hears what they said about Harry. And he says, is it true? Is it Harry Potter? Creature could see the scar. It must be true. That's the boy who stopped the Dark Lord. Creature wonders how he did it. Don't we all?
Yeah. Don't we all, Creature, said Fred. I love that. It's just sort of like, yeah, that's the mystery.
Yep.
You've in one, Creature. Good job.
In one. Yep. And then they're sort of trying to figure out what he's doing in there, and he's just sort of lying and being evasive and says he's cleaning, which of course he's not. He's trying to steal things back that they're trying to throw away.
Right.
Which we know he's moderately successful at doing.
Right.
Yes. But let's see. Sirius comes back into the room, and he's not going to make the situation any better at all. At the sight of Sirius, Creature flung himself into a ridiculously low bow that flattened his snout-like nose on the floor. Do you think this is like a sarcastic bow?
It almost feels like it.
Yeah.
Like he's going like over the top in a way that he wouldn't have even done for Sirius's mother.
Right.
Like it's almost meant to be like Creature knows it annoys Sirius to like that Creature is at his bidding.
Right.
And so he's like, ha.
Yes.
My subtle act of rebellion is to bow even deeper.
It's exactly, I think, what it is. So he says, what are you up to? Cleaning. Creature lives to serve the noble house of Black and the most ancient. You forgot that part.
I literally wrote that. And most ancient. That's amazing. Yeah. And it's getting blacker every day. It's filthy, said Sirius. Master always liked his little jokes.
Not a joke.
Not a joke. This place is disgusting.
I know. And he's like, Master was a nasty, ungrateful swan who broke his mother's heart. He's like, my mother didn't have a heart, Creature. She kept herself alive out of pure spite.
What an exchange.
I know. Oh my God. The Creature's just like a little too honest. He's just like, oh, how she hated him. What a disappointment he was. Like, you can just tell, like, Sirius is just like, yeah, I'm not surprised to find out that after I left, my mother was very open about how much she hated me.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah. But then he's like, you show up pretending to be cleaning, you sneak off to your room so we can't throw it out.
Yeah.
Which is true and also ends up eventually being rather helpful because one of the things that they're about to encounter is one of the Horcruxes.
Yeah. So this is really all just setting up the locket for Deathly Hallows.
Exactly.
Yep. Let's see. This is where we get the thought that maybe Creature's the one setting the permanent sticking charms on stuff. It says, Creature must save it. Creature will not let Master and the blood traitors and the brats destroy it. Talking about the tapestry that's on the wall. It says he must save it, but like it's already permanently stuck to the wall, so there's not much they can do to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And Sirius is like, I thought it might be that. Casting a disdainful look at the opposite wall, she'll put another permanent sticking charm on in the back of it. I don't doubt. But I still think like this is Sirius thinking out loud, but I think it's Creature that's doing this.
Yeah. I think you might be right. Yeah. But on the flip side, it's like Sirius has like literally no like nostalgia or affection or anything for any of his family heirlooms. Like he is just like happy, like despite like to just get rid of it all. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
No sentimentality is the word I'm looking for. Let's see. And then, so what does he say here? I don't doubt it. If I can get rid of it, I certainly will. Now go away, Creature. And then it seemed that creature did not dare disobey a direct order. But that's also a pretty interesting line there because it says he doesn't dare disobey a direct order or like reinterpret one to suit his needs, which is what's going to happen later when Sirius says something very similar when he yells at him to get out.
Yes, and when Sirius ultimately tells him to get out, that is like when the window gets opened for creature to basically follow that instruction however he sees fit.
Yeah.
Which is to go to Bellatrix and Narcissa and pass on information to the Death Eaters.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Let's see. And then, creature still doesn't like this. Comes back from Azkaban ordering creature around. Oh, my poor mistress. Whatever. They say he's a murderer too. And Sirius comes back and says, keep muttering and I will be a murderer. To which I just corrected and said, and I will be murdered.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, it is true though. It is true.
Yeah.
Let's see here. There is then the other big thing that you kind of have to tackle, which is like another one of these problems where you need creature to continue to be the problem that he is. And anybody reading the book might just simply ask the question like, well, why not just let him go? And basically, the answer is we can't set him free. He knows too much about the order, said Sirius curtly. And I mean, he follows it up with the shock would kill him. But the big thing to me is the information about the order. And what's fascinating about that is because like creature would have just been in this house by himself. So when they showed up, before they did anything else, they could have just set him free.
Yeah.
Like,
Right. Could, yeah, maybe.
They didn't have to start having meetings and discussing Order of the Phoenix business and all that type of stuff in front of him in his presence so that he is then a liability.
Right.
They could have just they could have just told him to go away from the start.
Right.
It never would have been a problem.
And then we do have a little bit more of verbal irony here at the bottom of the page. On this exact note, it says, and anyway, the shock would kill him. You suggest to him that he leaves this house. See how he takes it. The irony here is that it is Sirius ordering him to get out that literally does make him he says, if you tell him to leave the house, it will kill him. But actually, Sirius does tell him in a way to leave the house, and it kills Sirius.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
That is verbal irony.
Yeah.
It's a good point. Then we take a look at the tapestry on the wall, which is immensely old and faded. Looks like it went back to the Middle Ages. Large words at the very top of the tapestry read, "The noble and most ancient house of black, toujours pure," which means always pure.
Always pure. Yeah.
"You're not on here," said Harry, scanning to the bottom of the tree. "I used to be there," said Sirius, pointing at the small, round, charred hole in the tapestry, rather like a cigarette burn. "My sweet old mother blasted me off after I ran away from home." Creature's quite fond of muttering the story under his breath. This is where you find out that in Sirius's own way, he kind of had to find a home.
Yeah.
At age 16, he went and stayed with James Potter.
Well,
and
about 16, right? So 15 probably.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, when I was about 16, said Sirius, I had enough. Went to your dad's place. Your grandparents were really good about it. They sort of adopted me as a second son. So it really makes sense as to why Sirius was selected as godfather for Harry too.
It absolutely does. And it just all fits together very nice. It's like they sort of adopted me as a second son, and now Harry is sort of adopting you as a sort of second dad a little bit.
Yeah, a father figure, if nothing else. Yeah.
Yeah. And then by the time he turned 17 though, so it was only for about a year, a little over a year, it sounds like, that he was doing that. When I was 17, I got a place of my own. So when he told Harry that he has a house, this must be the place he's talking about.
That you're right.
Yeah.
That must be it. Yeah. When I was 17, I got a place of my own. My uncle Alfard, trivia, had left me a decent bit of gold. He's been wiped off here too. That's probably why. Anyway, after that, I looked after myself. I was always welcome at Mr. and Mrs. Potter's. Oh my gosh. I was always welcome at Mr. and Mrs. Potter's for Sunday lunch though.
Yeah. Then Harry asked Nick, why did you leave? I was like, because I hated the whole lot of them. My parents, with that pure blood mania, convinced that being black made you practically royal. That clearly, they even labeled their house, their family tree, the noble and most ancient house of black, suggesting they have a bit of nobility in them.
Right.
So it sounds like maybe it's a self-assigned nobility.
Yeah. That's true. We don't really I think that even when Harry asks about the Half-Blood Prince eventually, I want to say it's Lupin says like there is no
Wizarding princes.
Yes. Yeah. So it's like they're at least formally speaking isn't wizarding nobility.
Yeah. I mean, but then you have like the Baron, right? The Bloody Baron.
The Bloody Baron. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one for a completely different reason because it goes back to the very beginning of Hogwarts because the Bloody Baron was a student of Salazar Slytherin himself.
Right, himself. But then like he also was like interested in Helena Ravenclaw and then Rowena Ravenclaw had the diadem of Ravenclaw, and the diadem was basically a tiara, and like royalty are the people who wear crowns. Right. It's like, was there wizarding royalty? You know?
It's yes, right. Good question. And
now as I'm saying this all loud, I'm like, am I maybe what is the hair splitting difference between royalty and nobility?
It's a good point as well.
Right.
Like, I mean, nobility may just be like a position where you like own significant lands.
Maybe, yeah. No, oh boy, now I don't know. We don't have royals in America.
We don't. That's our bad. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, my idiot brother is soft enough to believe them. That's him. Sirius jabbed a finger at the very bottom of the tree at the name Regulus Black, a date of death some 15 years previously followed the date of birth.
Oh, okay. What's happening here is the Tom Riddle thing again, the Tom Marvolo riddle, where not all of the things are being put in order before you, so you can't figure out RAB just yet.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So we don't have Regulus Arcturus Black.
Yeah.
Visibly written out or anything. But the date of death, 15 years previously, is rather interesting date-wise. So we recently just made a video that basically delved into the idea that Regulus potentially had been the chosen one before Harry.
Oh yeah.
And the idea here is or the irony, the coincidence is that Harry is newly 15. And so if Regulus died some 15 years previous, then it is almost as if like Regulus died and then shortly thereafter Harry was born.
Right.
And
like
and
his
so,
death, like I think we tried to like see if it could time out that like literally Regulus's death directly was the cause of Trelawney making the first prophecy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, like whether or not it would make sense for like if Regulus's death happened at the same time that Trelawney was interviewing with Dumbledore.
Right. Like
and so he died and then then it sparks.
Yeah, like his death was the catalyst.
Right.
Yeah, for the prophecy.
Right.
Yeah, because the one with the power to, had died.
Exactly.
So like, but then if that's what's true then, or what's cool then, if that's true, is that like if Harry had died, like had lost this battle for whatever reason, which he really can't do, someone would have continued to come.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And in some way, I don't hate that because it means like there's a lot of pressure on this idea of being the chosen one.
Yeah.
But it also means that like even if you don't succeed, you've probably fought the fight that someone else will pick up. And with Regulus, that fits perfect because he is fighting the fight. He collects the first Horcrux. He is the only Death Eater who discovers the secret.
Yeah.
True. And not only does he discover it, but he also turns.
Yeah.
So that's a big deal.
Right. Yes. So it's getting some fun Black family history here, also setting up some RAB stuff in the future way down the line here. Because I think, we're going to have Regulus. Is this at the same page that the Locket gets mentioned? Golly, that'd be crazy. No, I don't think it is though. Anyway, we start learning about, Sirius's parents, and he says, no, but believe me, they thought Voldemort had the right idea. They were all for the purification of the wizarding race, getting rid of muggle bones and having pure bloods in charge. Now, I think that this is like good setup too, just for Umbridge, where you have like the whole, I think Lupin will say it a book later, or maybe it's this book. It's like the world isn't made up to Death Eaters and bad. Oh, there it is. Yeah. The world isn't split into good people and Death Eaters. And that's Umbridge. And that was also Sirius's parents. Like they're not Death Eaters, but like, that doesn't make them good people. Like you can be a bad person and not a Death Eater.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think you're right. That is what you see with Umbridge in really fine form because Umbridge never formally becomes a Death Eater. She just is a pain in the patookus.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yes. But okay. So I think this is real interesting is what it says afterward. They weren't alone either. There were quite a few people before Voldemort showed his true colors, who thought he had the right idea about things, which is like really interestingly phrased because it sounds like there was a bunch of people who were like conned into believing Voldemort's like, you know, his ideals until he was like, okay, now I got enough power to actually carry out my real plans. And now I'm like killing people and doing stuff. And people were like, oh, wait, no, wait.
Yeah, it's like you had me like, and on some level, I feel like there is something to be said for the fact that like wizards effectively like live in hiding at all times, and that the statute of secrecy is like the precipice of their policy is like anything that like lets the general populace know that we exist is like a danger to our entire kind. And it's sort of like you want those like intermuggle relations to be better so that you can live harmoniously to like, you know, together.
Yeah.
You know, like just fully integrated. And that is not the case. So I could see a world where if Voldemort started coming out and delivering rhetoric that was similar to like what caught on with Grindelwald, which was effectively like, you know, we don't need to live beneath them. You know, of course, Grindelwald was like, we should be above them. And it's like, no, we be with them.
Right.
You know, is probably the right idea. But I could see a world where if you're advocating for wizard rights, then like that seems like a good thing if you're a wizard, you know, like why not?
Yeah.
But not if it means killing people, not if
Right.
it means, you know, being murderous.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a very big line to cross.
Right. So, I mean, it just sounds like a lot of, and it makes you wonder if like even Mr. and Mrs. Black, like well, who knows? They sound like maybe they were pretty extreme, but it's like, it is interesting. Like there were a lot of people who thought he had the right idea before he showed his true colors, you know, like he like lied his way into power. And then once he started doing stuff, people like hated it.
Well, it also makes it sound like Voldemort's position is much more like public facing than has ever really been previously described. Like
That's true.
It never really, to me, reads as if like Tom Riddle or Voldemort was like running for like public office.
No, I know. Yeah.
You know, like
That's true.
It seemed like he was just like seizing power.
Right. He was just like a guy with ideas.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. But then like the second time around, it's not like he's personally out there doing stuff. It's just sort of like people know he's back.
Exactly.
He's like his reputation precedes him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see then. So Harry asked, you know, how Regulus died, because you also find out a little bit that he got in so far, then panicked about what he was being asked to do and tried to back out. And he says, no, he was murdered by Voldemort, or on Voldemort's orders, more likely. I doubt Regulus was ever important enough to be killed by Voldemort in person. It's like, well, in a way, he kind of was.
In a way, he kind of was. Yes,
Yeah.
it's true. And what I do think is kind of like interesting about this as well is that like the thing that ultimately made Regulus back out is the way that Creature is treated. So like as much as like Regulus may have this like pure blood mania or whatever, it's like he cared enough for his house elf for that to be his deal breaker.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like I want to say that speaks good to his character.
I mean, absolutely. I agree. Let's see, because it says she was. Here's the line I was talking about last week. All right, remember the chapter art from last week with the soup and the knife and the bread. Next we hear is lunch, said Mrs. Weasley's voice. She was holding her wand high in front of her, balancing a huge tray loaded with sandwiches and cake on its tip. Yep. She was very red in the face and still looked angry. Yeah. Okay. Yelling at Fred and George for it.
Right.
Doing it yourself.
Here you are. Look at you carrying a giant tray of sandwiches.
with magic.
Wow.
Just because you can doesn't mean you have to.
Molly.
Okay.
Oh man. Then we learned about Phineas Nigellus, who of course we've already gotten mild reference to in the boys' bedroom. His great-great-grandfather and the least popular headmaster ever at Hogwarts.
Yeah, you can actually interact with this character in Hogwarts Legacy, the game.
Oh, is he the headmaster?
He is the headmaster then, yes.
So the late 1800s?
It's like 100 years ago.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Voiced by Simon Pegg. Fun
Nice.
fact.
How about that?
Which They should totally get him. This would be a really great thing to put in the TV show, is to have Simon Pegg play Phineas Nigellus in the portrait.
That will happen.
They have to do that.
They have to.
They have to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. In any case, then we also hear about Araminta Melliflua, who tried to make Muggle hunting legal. Excuse me?
I just wrote yikes.
That's exactly. Yikes.
No way.
Literally wrote the word yikes.
That's so funny.
Like, whoa.
Yeah, that's not good.
Not good.
Also trivia, Araminta Melliflua, which if you ask me that on tour, I will be so upset because there's no way in the world I will ever remember it.
Araminta Melliflua.
I'm like looking at it and forgetting it in real time.
Araminta Melliflua. It's got a nice little like rhythm to
it does have that. It does have that. Yeah.
But so then let's see. And then he starts talking about the pureblood families. He says, I see Tonks isn't on here. Maybe that's why Creature won't take orders from her. He's supposed to do what anyone in the family asks him. Which, that's interesting, because does that mean it's down to Creature to make the distinction who's in the family?
I know what you mean. I think this is it seems flawed to me.
It does.
Because it seems like if he didn't have to follow Sirius's instructions, he just wouldn't.
Right.
But then when the house gets passed from Sirius to Harry, then the way that they determine whether or not Harry is the master of Creature is that he has to give him an order.
And he just has to listen.
And he can't not listen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't see how it could be disobeying Tonks.
I don't know either. It doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make sense to me. No, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. But let's see. So because Tonks is Sirius's cousin.
Tonks is Sirius's cousin's daughter.
Sirius's cousin's daughter.
Yes. So Sirius's cousin is Andromeda.
And right. So who is Andromeda's blood relation to Sirius, I guess is the question.
Well, they're blacks,
They're
so
all
it had
blacks.
to be. It had to be
Mr. Black's sibling.
It's Orion, I think, is their dad.
Okay.
Orion's brother.
Orion. Okay.
Orion's brother.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they just sound blood related. Yeah.
I think that they're just blood related.
Yeah, they're just blood related. Okay, never mind. It definitely should be. I was trying to wonder, like how, your daughter is not blood related to Beth, my wife.
Yes, right.
Like,
I
was
follow.
that somewhere in there?
Right, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't think so. Yeah, because Tonks, obviously that's her surname, is Ted Tonks. Like that's where the name comes from.
Yeah.
So that means that the wife had to be, and we know Andromeda was a black.
Yeah.
Which means, they have to be blood related.
Yeah. Because regardless, cousins are blood related.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter. In any case, I don't know how we can not listen to Tonks then is the question. Let's see. Then he points out Andromeda's name. It's between Bellatrix and Narcissa. This is the first time we learn about the Black sisters, and Harry starts piecing some things together here, or he realizes that Narcissa is Draco's mom because he can see Lucius and Draco on the family tree, and Harry is like, "You're related to a Malfoys?" Yeah, I imagine he was mid spit take.
I imagine so too. It's like he needed like a glass of water just right then to just like spray it all over the wall.
Yeah, creature, could you bring me some water?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. This is where you learn though that the pureblood families are all interrelated. If you're only going to let your sons and daughter marry pureblood, your choice is very limited. There are hardly any of us left. Molly and I are cousins by marriage, and Arthur's something like my second cousin once removed.
There you go.
We use that information a lot because it comes up, especially when you're trying to like trace lineage type things in the wizarding world. It's also sort of like the demise of the Gaunts. And
pretty much.
And again, I think I've talked about this a couple times recently, but as much as this is true in the case that Narcissa Black married Lucius Malfoy, which was a respectable pureblood marriage, the Malfoys are not historically known for always marrying pureblood.
No, they are not.
They've kept a slightly more diverse bloodline.
Yeah. Let's see. And then Harry is sort of following the other names, and he sees Bellatrix Black connected to Rodolphus Lestrange. And suddenly the name Lestrange starts to like spin something in his head. He can't quite remember what it was.
But it goes back to the pensive, basically. Like where he's heard the name before is that Bellatrix and her husband Rodolphus came in with Barty Crouch Jr., along with Rodolphus's brother Rabastin. So this is the group of 4 people that come into the chamber that Harry witnesses.
Yes.
So Bellatrix is like looking like a queen in her chain throne and all that.
I'm trying to remember if it says like Lestrange, like the name stirred something in his memory, but like I don't think they say her name in the 4th book.
Oh, do they not?
I don't think so.
It's just like the heavily lidded.
It's just like the heavily lidded woman.
Yeah, the tall, dark woman with heavy lidded eyes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if does someone else say Lestrange at somewhere, because I want to say like, and Harry remembered he had seen Bellatrix Lestrange inside Dumbledore's Pensive. Like I think that might be the first full name mention of her.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay. Well, and I can't remember the order either. I hate when this happens, but it says you never said she was your. Doesn't matter if she's my cousin. Snap Sirius. So this feels like a conversation that would have happened in the cave. Like.
Right. You're right. Oh, maybe. Yeah, the Lestranges. Maybe. Man, I'm so curious now.
I know.
All right, hold please. I'm going to look it up. Okay, it is mentioned very briefly in Goblet of Fire on 3 separate occasions. First, in Padfoot Returns, it's the Lestranges. They're a married couple. They're in Azkaban. Let's see. I want to say that's when he says Rosier and Wilkes, they're both killed by Aurors the year before Voldemort fell. The Lestranges, they're a married couple. They're in Azkaban. Avery, from what I've heard, he wormed his way out of trouble by saying he'd been acting under the Imperius Curse. He's still at large. But as far as I know, Snape was never ever accused of being a Death Eater. Not that means much. Plenty of them were never caught, and Snape's certainly clever and cunning enough to keep himself out of trouble. So yeah, that's got to be in the cave when they're talking about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So I suppose that makes sense then, like where Harry chimes in and he says, you never said she was your, doesn't matter if she's my cousin, because it means that they've talked about them before, like this couple, this pairing.
Yeah.
And Sirius made no mention at that time the significance of it. Like, oh, the Lestranges, my cousin, actually. Like,
yeah.
You would think would be like the thing he might include.
You would. And then Voldemort mentions them twice. When he's circling around the Death Eater circle, he says, the Lestranges should stand here. And when Azkaban is broken open, the Lestranges will be honored beyond their dreams.
There you go.
Okay.
Got
So that is the stirring of the memories.
Okay. We got it. Well done. Good for you for going and looking.
Yeah. All right. We figured it out. But of course, Sirius doesn't even consider her family. He even says that she's certainly not my family. I haven't seen her since I was at your age, unless you kind of glimpse of her coming to Azkaban. So this is very similar to Harry, though. Like, he is also not proud of his own relatives in the Dursleys.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah. It's like, I don't think that on any level Harry would want to be judged based on Dudley.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they kind of almost said that exact thing. Like, or Sirius is like, I never thought I'd be in this house again. And Harry understood completely. He knew how he would feel if Forrest, when he was grown up and thought he was free of the place forever, to return and live at number 4 Privet Drive. So yeah, I can it'd be, like if Harry eventually somehow, 20 years from now is like, oh my God, I'm living at Privet Drive again. What happened?
Right.
Yeah.
This was not supposed to be the case.
Not the
I
case.
was never supposed to see the cupboard under the stairs ever again. And yet.
Here we are.
Yeah. So then we get a little bit more information about number 12 itself, where we learn that Sirius's father had put every security measure known to the wizard kind when he lived there. It's unplottable, so muggles could never come and call as if they'd wanted to.
Yeah.
And now Dumbledore's added his protection, so you'd be hard-pressed to find a safer house anywhere. Dumbledore's secret keeper for the order, and nobody can find headquarters unless he tells them personally.
Yeah.
So that's major lore, honestly. Like that's like a very important line as to what we know about being a secret keeper in the Fidelius Charm.
Yes, yeah. Probably the most we got on it since Flitwick told us about it back in book 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and then Sirius just reminiscing, saying, I wouldn't mind if I could get out occasionally and do something useful. And it's like, it's so bad. And then he says he tries to get, he's asked Dumbledore if he can escort him to the trial so I can give you a bit of moral support. What do you think? And you can tell Harry's just like, I don't know about that.
Well, it's tricky because it's like Harry doesn't actually react. Like it just says that he's like his stomach felt, and it's like he hadn't thought about the hearing since like dinner the previous evening. Like in the excitement of being back with the people he liked best, of hearing everything that was going on. Like it's almost like, it's like now the dread is just coming back. It's like, you just reminded me of the terrible thing I have to do. Like that homework assignment we still have.
Right. Exactly.
It's like, oh no, I forgot about that.
Oh my God, I forgot.
Right.
I was going to go sledding tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Snow day. So this is then Harry's looking over at like the Weasleys and Hermione, tucking into sandwiches and how miserable it would be. Like this often I think is the loneliness that Harry uniquely feels. Like Ron and Hermione always have his back, but like I think somehow, some way, this is like the curse that Voldemort has placed upon him. It's like he has an unusual set of circumstances. He has unusual like weird, like something about him that he can't control that means he's different from everybody, and that always makes him slightly separate.
Yeah.
And I think that does just come with a high degree of loneliness.
Yep. And then, Harry kind of asks Sirius another question and says, but if they do expel me, can I come back here and live with you? And Sirius, smiles sadly, says, we'll see. I feel like he knows about the bond of blood at the very least. And it's sort of like, that's not going to happen. But like, he knows, like, I feel like neither of them wants to tell the other that like bad idea or like, no,
right.
It's like, he's like, what do you think? Should I come with you with Snuffles? And I feel like Harry's just like, no,
don't risk it.
Don't risk it.
I don't want you to get caught.
Yeah, and
like that would be worse.
But if I do get expelled, can I come with you? And Sirius is like, I want to say yes, but
no. Right. Like you're not. Maybe when you're 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Since I'd feel a lot better about the hearing if I wouldn't have to go back to the Dursleys. And Sirius is like, oh, they must be bad if you prefer this place. Yeah. So they both just feel like their own situation is worse for wear or whatever here. Sirius is staying a bad bite from now here we go. Now is when we get the clearing of the objects, which seemed very reluctant to leave their dusty shelves. Sirius sustained a bad bite from a silver snuff box. His hand had been developed an unpleasant, crusty covering like a tough brown glove. I feel like you're always really good at remembering that fact.
I think that I got it wrong on like a quiz recently because it was like wart cap powder.
Oh, which is the next thing. It is wart cap powder.
Like the two things are connected. I can't remember. I literally I got like all riled up when I read this again because I was like, I swear in a recent J versus Ben, I got this question wrong. And it was like, but I didn't.
No. So there it is. The tough brown glove of the wart cap powder.
That's right.
And then let's see. Harry saw George wrap his own hand carefully in a cloth moments later and sneak the box into his already doxy-filled pocket. There you go. And there you go.
Yeah, Fred and George's pockets must just be like positively exploding.
Yes.
With random artifacts. So
exactly.
Nobody's getting anything done here.
No.
Like Creature's in there taking half of it. Fred and George are scooping half of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then let's see what comes to life here. A many-legged pair of tweezers, which scuttled up Harry's arm. Like, what on earth is this thing?
Yeah. A heavy book titled Nature's Nobility, A Wizarding Genealogy.
Yeah. Feels like a good trivia question. Please don't ask that one.
Yep.
Nature's Nobility. Oh, God. And then here we go. And also, just almost as an afterthought, also a heavy locket that none of them could open. There you go. It's just tucked in there, right there. After a semicolon, boom. It's part of a list of like afterthoughts. A heavy locket no one could open, a number of ancient seals in a dusty box, an order of Moreland first class that had been awarded to Sirius's grandfather for services to the ministry, which immediately makes you wonder, what did he do? And Sirius is like, it means he gave them a lot of gold. And you're like, oh, okay, cool. I forgot about that locket already.
Right.
But the locket is, of course, the Horcrux.
It
is Slytherin's locket that Regulus Black mentioned one page ago retrieved from the cave.
Well, and it's kind of interesting as well because like I think there's like a piece of you that might be like, well, why doesn't like the locket start like impacting them and like ruining their mood? And it's like if you think about it, like everybody is in a terrible mood.
Everyone is in a bad mood,
right? So it's like they may not know that that's like what they're attributing it to, and like Harry's got the trial upcoming and everything, so. Like he's stressed about something already. He would have no idea if something else was making him more stressed, more anxious.
And they're also not wearing it, which is what really starts affecting the trio.
Also true. But it's immediately after this reference that it says several times, Creature sidled into the room and attempted to smuggle things away under his loincloth.
Mm-hmm. And we know he gets the locket here.
Yes, because that is definitely one of the things that he picks up.
Yes, so he is being successful.
Right.
Yep. Muttering horrible curses every time they caught him at it, which means they're not catching him every time.
Also true.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So then we have a little bit of a page break. It says Mrs. Weasley kept them all working very hard over the next few days. The drawing room took 3 days to decontaminate.
3 days.
Well, I mean, if like this is what Ron says when Harry first arrives. He's like, we've been trying to make this place like fit for habitation, or maybe Hermione says it. So it's like,
how big is this room though?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I picture this place as quite large for some reason.
It has to be. Yeah. I mean, if it took hours, I'm like, when people say like the curtains, I'm like, well, like if I could just take my curtains down and put them in the washing machine,
It's like, true. I have the same conversation with my wife Alice all the time about curtains because she's explained to me that like curtains are like one of those things that like if done right are like extremely expensive. Mm-hmm. Like, and to me, I'm like, you mean the pieces of cloth that we like hang from like a flimsy rod over the windows?
Yeah,
like,
right. Yeah,
that thing.
I know. I'm trying to imagine like if you go to the Biltmore and you walk around one of those old houses and it's like how many curtains would there need to be that it took you all morning to get the doxies out of them?
It's true.
Well,
how small are doxies too?
Exactly.
I guess, yeah.
Like to me, when I'm thinking about like the curtains in the drawing room, they're like as big as the wall behind us.
Exactly.
And I'm like, you guys could be done in like, there's no way. Like if the doxies are big enough to be landing on the floor with a thud, they're big enough that there can't be but so many of them in there.
True.
Right?
True. Yes. Yeah. Unless it's like the size of like a locust, where it's like theoretically that could land with a thud because it's kind of like a chunky little insect guy.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, there could also be, I mean, they don't be gross. There are like 4,000 locusts hiding. Sorry, I gotta stop talking. People are. I swear, I think people are gonna click away. They're gonna be like, guys, I won't do it. I won't listen to you talk about these things.
Anyway. And moving on, Moody had not dropped by headquarters yet, so they could not be sure what was inside it, even though we know it is a boggart. And then there are spiders large as saucers lurking in the dresser, where Ron has to suddenly leave the room and not return for a little while.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder, one, are these like acromantulas? Because they're so big. And two, did Fred and George pocket any, as it were? Because as we know, acromantula venom, very valuable.
That they almost certainly did.
Yeah, right.
One way, even if they're not acromantulas, they definitely took something.
They definitely took something, right? Yeah. I wish we knew what Slughorn said. I wish he told you what the venom could be used for.
I know, that would have been really nice.
Because then we could see if it was in the shop,
Right.
Yeah, like an application for it. But
right, yeah.
Oh, well. Snape, let's see. Snape comes by and says, might refer to their work as cleaning, but Harry's opinion, they were really waging war on the house. And it was putting up a very good fight, aided and abetted by Creature. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, we know how Creature's a soldier.
Yeah.
Fight for my master.
Yeah. Let's see.
Brave Regulus Black.
And he seems like, and then there's this line from him that says, but master will not turn Creature away, no, because Creature knows what they're up to. Oh, yes, he's plotting against the Dark Lord. Yes, with the mudbloods and the traitors and scum. So it's like Creature is smarter than you're giving him credit for. Like he knows, like given the opportunity, he will turn on them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Let's see here. Yeah. The doorbell again rang several times a day. Snape flitted out of the house. He also caught sight of his transfiguration Professor McGonagall, looking very odd in a Muggle dress and coat, though she also seemed too busy to linger. Let's see here. Sometimes the visitors stayed to help. Tonks joined them for a memorable afternoon in which they found a murderous old ghoul lurking in an upstairs toilet.
Murderous.
And I'm like, as you might find in a toilet.
I know. And I'm like, What do you mean you just found it? Haven't you guys been here for like months? No one's been in the upstairs toilet the whole time?
I literally wrote in a note that goes, "Shoo-wee, do not go in there."
Seriously. That was a rough one, y'all. That was a rough one. Man, I don't understand how no one found the ghoul before now.
It does seem shocking.
Whatever. I'd also be pretty murderous if I was a ghoul living in a toilet and people kept flushing stuff on me.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
We've seen how Moaning Myrtle behaves.
Yeah.
Although I think the next paragraph is even more shocking because it says, this is like a piece of trivia that I know we've also been asked before. Mundungus redeemed himself slightly in Mrs. Weasley's eyes by rescuing Ron from an ancient set of purple robes that had tried to strangle him when he removed them from their wardrobe. And it's like, okay, I guess that happened.
There you go.
Yeah.
I feel like that's brain foreshadowing, if you ask me.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Because he gets attacked in an extremely similar way by the brain tendrils later on in the Department of Mysteries. Where you get that awesome line from Dumbledore where it's like, thoughts can leave deeper scars than wounds. And you're like, oh.
That's intense.
That was intense right there.
Yeah.
And then Harry's still having the dreams about the corridors and locked doors that make a scar prickle. This is because Voldemort is already obsessing about the prophecy. So it's good that the Order is already guarding it, I guess.
Right.
Yep. But in good news, Harry was managing to have fun for the first time all summer. Which is so good. Good for Harry, even though while they're waging war on the house. Hooray.
I know, yeah. It's like he's having an oddly, there's a piece of me that like I said, I think there's something oddly satisfying about like the doxing thing or whatever. I'm like, I think I would just enjoy this. Like, I think it would just be like fun to like watch the house like come back to life a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Because you have to imagine all this work is making it like much more habitable by the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And probably what was otherwise, if it was like a nobleman's house, like probably should in its best condition be like somewhat comfortable.
Yeah. That's what you have to imagine. Like it was very nice at some point.
That's my thought.
Yeah.
That's my thought. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. And then he keeps thinking about being expelled. The idea was so terrible that he did not dare voice it aloud, even to Ron and Hermione, who, though he often saw them whispering together and casting anxious looks in his directions, followed his lead in not mentioning it. So good for them. I guess they're all, they're all kind of worried that it's like something's going to go wrong here. Which, I mean, the ministry certainly tries to make it go as wrong as possible.
They definitely do. The thing that I feel like is brought up is like, it's not going to be until like the beginning of the next chapter where I think like they're talking about how Madame Bones is supposed to be the person who is going to be questioning him. And I think, Tonk says like, Amelia Bones is okay, Harry. She's fair. She'll hear you out. And it's like obviously that doesn't end up happening once the trial comes to pass.
Right.
They like move it to like one of the old chambers or whatever. And it's like a full criminal trial. But like, it seems like if they have this piece of information, they should be like, honestly, like we know Amelia Bones, like she's not the worst. Like this isn't going to be that bad.
Yeah, like, give him some comforting thoughts.
Give him some comforting thoughts, exactly. Because they do that once it's day of. It's just nobody says that until it's day of.
Yeah.
Which is surprising. But speaking of, it's like it is now the night before the trial, and Mrs. Weasley says that I've ironed your best clothes for tomorrow, Harry, which you can only imagine is like the best hand-me-downs that he possessed from Dudley. Maybe?
Yeah, right.
Like,
yeah.
Or maybe a cloak, I guess. He's going to like a wizard
or
place.
a cape.
A cape. It could be a cape.
Yeah.
It's a good
the
point.
finest cape.
I've ironed your finest cape. And I want you to wash your hair tonight too. A good first impression can work wonders. I don't know why. I was like, has Harry not showered since he's been there?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. She's like, Harry, I need you to shower tonight, okay?
Right.
It's like, I hate to.
This is a little bit of a Petunia moment where it's like, wash your hair and put on Dudley's best clothes.
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what it is. Oh, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Ron, Hermione, Fred, and George, Ginny all stopped talking and looked over at him. Harry nodded and tried to keep eating his chops, but his mouth had become so dry that he could not chew.
Oh, it's nothing worse than overcooked pork chops, y'all.
I literally was like, chops are always dry.
They're always dry.
Yeah.
Hard to get right. To get right.
We get the explanation that Arthur's planning to take Harry the next morning. They're going to be going sort of like the usual way through the Muggle entrance.
Oh.
But yeah. and they don't want Sirius to go with him. And this is where Molly is like, Professor Dumbledore doesn't think it's a good idea for Sirius to go with you. And I must say, and Sirius cuts in, think he's quite right, said Sirius through clenched teeth. Sirius, I bet, is mad.
He is mad.
It's like you went over my head, and you know that's not cool.
Yeah.
It's like, you went to Dumbledore. I get it. I'm going to listen to him because it's Dumbledore, but you shouldn't have asked him.
You shouldn't. What do you think Molly asked him?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I guess it says, when did Dumbledore tell you that? Harry said, staring at Sirius.
Yeah.
He came last night while you were in bed, said Mr. Weasley. And yeah, so I don't know. It's hard to say how that would have come to pass. But the thought that Dumbledore had been in the house on the eve of his hearing and had not asked to see him made him feel, if it were possible, even worse.
Oh, I can only imagine.
I know. Yeah, it's very
Harry.
frustrating. So
Yeah.
I then took the liberties of drawing a picture, and you probably can't see it very well, of what Harry looks like in this particular moment. And it ended up being so creepy that I also wrote a little apology for whoever ends up
Whoever gets this page. Yeah.
Because he looks so creepy.
He's like, yeah. Oh my goodness. Let's see. And it's like, so my notes here at the end was like, the reason Dumbledore is doing all of this, putting all this effort into protecting the prophecy is because, like, if Voldemort gets it or whatever, then like he'll have to tell Harry what the prophecy says. And so he's doing it in a way to protect Harry for as long as he can from living with the burden of the prophecy, which is to say the knowledge that he will have to be the one to kill Voldemort, so that hopefully Harry can live a like normal life, which he, obviously just does not have anyway.
That's the real issue, is that it's like, I think that, Dumbledore's intentions are in the right place, but like realistically, it's not helping Harry at all, because Harry just feels the weight of the burden on his shoulders anyway. And instead he's just in the dark. So it's like, now he just doesn't know.
Right.
And I can't imagine it would be much better knowing that he would have to kill Voldemort or be killed.
Right.
Either. Like, that's not any better. It's just, for all people involved, it's a rock and a hard place. I don't think there's a great out.
Yeah.
But it's frustrating in the meantime, because the lack of information just means you, the reader, just have to like witness Harry constantly spiraling.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that does bring us to the end of chapter 6 and gets us looking forward to chapter 7, the Ministry of Magic.
It sure does.
Which should be a fun chapter to delve into. But before we take off for the day, Jay, do you have a review for us?
I sure do. Let me pull it up for you guys here. This one comes from Fred and George, spelled F-H-R-E-D and J-O-R-G-E.
Ooh.
Yeah. Fred and George.
Fred and George.
All right, and it's a nice little short one here. It says, "Hey, brother, I love this podcast and listen to it on a daily basis, making my way through Goblet and loving it. My question is, what if Lily was an anime guy?"
Ooh.
Right? What do you think she'd be?
What do we think Lily would be? Is she commonly associated with any specific creature?
Well, there's like the Silver Doe at the very least.
There is the Silver Doe, and we
Right.
know that James's Animagus form is the same as his Patronus, which is a stag, and then that the doe of Snape obviously matches. So there's that. So it certainly would. The shortest reach is to a doe.
Is to a doe. Right.
Yeah. Then there's goldfish.
A goldfish.
Named
like
Trousers.
Trousers. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Francis.
Named Francis.
Yeah.
Francis. He says it in such a strange way.
He does. I can't emulate it at all.
I know, yes. In case you don't know what we're talking about, we always thought that Slughorn inside of the movies is referring to a goldfish that he once had named, we thought he was saying Trousers, but if you listen to it very carefully, he's saying like Trousers.
Yeah. That was pretty good.
I had a goldfish. Trousers.
Yeah.
And it's like I hear Francis, but like I heard Trousers.
Yeah. It's like the one you're thinking about is the one you'll hear.
It is. It
Yeah.
really is like one of those weird little things.
Yeah.
Is there anything else fun that could be in there? Like Lily obviously is a flower, the death flower in particular.
What do you know?
What do you know? Are there any other animals that are commonly associated with death?
With death. Animals.
Thestrals.
Thestral, that'd be an interesting one.
I mean that's my Patronus.
Yeah. I don't know if your animagus can be a magical animal,
beast.
though.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Although we say that, and I feel like we would offer like some leeway for the possibility for Dumbledore to be a phoenix.
Well, you're right. I mean, that's like a whole different situation, though.
Right.
Wherein, not that his animagus form is a phoenix.
Right.
That in death, Dumbledores become phoenixes.
Also true. Yes, correct.
Which is also part of like Phoenix lore. They're reborn, kind of thing.
Exactly.
It's almost more like Dumbledores are Phoenix's human agi form.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
A human agi.
A human agi.
I love it. I love it. Okay, that's really good. That's really good. Gosh, I wish I could think of something else that would feel like really fitting for.
Well, the only other character we really know Lily has much relationship with besides James is like Petunia and Snape.
Right.
And Petunia doesn't really seem like she likes animals at all, unless like they're like pigs or something, I guess. Just because of all the allusions to Dudley being a pig.
Oh, sure.
That's not very much to go on and very mean.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think Lily's animagus form would match her unborn nephew.
Right. Yeah. Like Lily and Dudley, unfortunately, would have had a great connection.
Unfortunately,
had they been able to interact more.
Right. If only. But then, I mean, like a bat or something,
for Snape.
Yeah.
But she doesn't love Snape.
I love Snape. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least not that way.
But your animagus form isn't based on like love in the same way your Patronus might be.
Right. Of course, what we're speaking to here is that Tonks's Patronus changes to match what appears to be a werewolf.
Yeah.
Or at least like a large beastly creature.
A large four-legged something.
A large four-legged something, as we'll find out in Half-Blood Prince. Let's think. I mean, it just almost feels like it has to be a doe.
And that's really the main animal she's connected with.
Just especially because that's like what James is, and like they go on to be married and have a child and everything. So like it just seems like for it to sync up, it just has to sync up that way.
Right. I know.
Okay, what's another animal that might be known for its kindness?
The kindest animal.
Yes, and also like. Or do any animals like notoriously have green eyes?
I know. What else could be the eyes? But then you like deers have fairly striking eyes,
Sure. Yeah.
In a way.
Do you have your phone out? Can you Google?
I'm looking for animal of death.
Oh, animal of death. Okay. The death animal.
The death animal. Crows. Duh. Crows are ravens.
Okay. Yeah.
Owls, jackals, dogs, and butterflies. What?
Butterflies is interesting.
That is. Crows and ravens seem like they're clearly the ones.
Yeah, very Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah. You guys watching Wednesday? That show's great.
It is good. Okay. Well, I think I'm just going to have to leave it at doe for now. We'll continue to ponder on that because I always love a scenario where like the video that we would make for Super Carlin Brothers would be like, now you would think it'd be a doe. We understand.
I know. That's what we would try and sell you on something else.
There's no way we leave it there.
I know. No, it's like, this is a fun answer.
Right.
Got to be something better.
Anyway, be sure to leave all your thoughts in the towel section down below.
Yeah, what do you think Lily's animagus would be?
Right. But otherwise, I think that's going to do it for today's episode.
Yeah, I think so. Otherwise, I think as you're listening to this, we're on the road for Through the Griffin Tour.
Yes, we are indeed.
Yes.
So hopefully if you guys are coming out to the shows, you've been enjoying them. And in the meantime, those episodes will eventually come out on the channel. So you will get to see what it is like to be out there on tour.
We probably won't put the audio in the feed, but if you want to, you can go to the YouTube channel and watch it from there.
Yeah, for sure. Great reason to go. And we would love to get a silver play button for Through the Griffin Door.
Yes, we would.
Want to go and hit that subscribe button.
We're getting closer and closer to 50,000. So if you want to help us get there, that would be amazing. Thank you so much in advance. It'd be so cool to put a little silver play button back here. That'd be fun.
I would be so thrilled.
I know. I'd be so excited. So if you're not subscribed, hit this. Some people don't know they're not subscribed. Maybe it shows up in your feed every week, and you're like, yeah, I'm subscribed. But YouTube will do that even if you're not. So just check.
Just go check. Yeah.
Because it doesn't cost you anything, and it's super helpful to us. And thank you. Otherwise, hopefully we'll see you right back here next week for Chapter 7, The Ministry of Magic, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.